Looking back, it's hard to quantify exactly how much fun that we've had during these Palia tours. We've seen inspiration that's blown our minds, that has given us peace and calm. We've come up with new design cores. We've identified new patterns. We have archived some of the best builds in Palia. This is my way of celebrating all of it. What you're about to see is you're about to see nearly 7 hours of Palia tours. These are lightly edited, just cut out some of the stuff that doesn't necessarily need to be there. If you'd like to skip ahead, there are chapters in the description so you can find your favorite. You can rewatch it, revisit it, and just kind of take a walk with me, and let's go back in time together. Now, in between each tour, I'll give you a little bit of commentary, and then we'll get right into it. All right, so without further ado, here's my top 10 Palia tours ever. So this first one, titled 1000% Clean Core, this is Sarah Pwns, and one of the things that I remember about this plot was that I could not find a single piece of furniture that was colored. Everything was the default colorway. And it just worked. And to me, that just kind of was like the epitome of clean core. Everything was so well designed, and it goes to show you how well you can design a plot without using any customizations at all. So that was really fascinating to me, to show it was a fantastic example of what you could do with so little. So here's the tour. Enjoy. That's probably one of the cleanest core homes I've seen. Hey, it's Finnick Commit. I'm back for another Palia tour. I'm here with Sarah Pwns. How you doing today?
Doing good, thank you.
That's awesome.
How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. I always like to kind of do like a little pan around because everybody does a different approach to like their entrance, and it's fun to kind of see how everybody kind of sets things up and utilizes the different things. And pay no mind to like the smoke monsters. We just had a new update, so it's something that they're going to be patching. We're going to look past that because there's a whole lot of other fun stuff that we're going to see. I can already tell you're ready. You got the whole thing going. You're just like waiting for visitors.
Waiting for the visitors. Yes, hello, this is my Palia home.
So
I have loved designing this plot, and so thank you for taking a tour.
Oh yeah, no, it's my pleasure. You're my tour guide. Where are we going?
Yes, so we'll go across the lovely bridge, and so throughout this tour, I'm a big fan of the homestead lights. You're going to see them everywhere. You're going to notice there's also quite a lot of bit of curious derby deer hanging out all over the woods. So
love it.
You'll see. But we're going to take a tour of the main house first and then the outside. But before we do, I wanted to point out the entrance to my Phoenix Shrine gazebo to the right here.
Okay, yeah.
I just really love this entrance, and I just wanted to show it off because that's not the way we're going to come into it.
That is one hell of a sightline. I love how you've decorated with the trees and how you have everything framed up with the lighting and everything. This is really, really well done. Yeah, this is how you make something look grand, for sure. We love a good gazebo, don't we?
Definitely.
Yeah, they're one of the most interesting things to tour because depending on how you decorate them, they can either feel very large or very small, but they're the same amount of space. And I think this is cool. Like the way that you design this makes it look and feel a lot very open and very sacred.
I love the view of the lake here.
Yeah, it is a good view of the lake. I also like that, you've done a good job just already incorporating the natural elements of the plot. And, they don't really give us a lot to work with. So, yeah, I already know this is going to be good.
All right, I'm following you.
All right, awesome. Yes, so we're going to go into the main harvest house first. But I wanted to start off here is I wanted to have a mudroom or a foyer, so to say. And so I flipped my harvest house and added a porch.
Okay.
So I love this front porch. It just makes me feel warm and cozy.
Yeah, I dig it. I like how you have lots of seating and everything is just, it's so, oh, now here we go.
So in my main harvest house, this is my foyer. Come have a seat, put your items down, put your coat in the armoire.
This is cool. I love to see how their different decorating styles. This really, you make a lot of good use of the space. Yeah, I'm not going anywhere. I'm just checking out this artwork.
Yeah, so this time I did have my Christmas tree here. It looked so amazing. But of course, Christmas is over, so I had to replace it.
Yes.
I did put this art that Gina gave us, but I think I'm going to wait on Shura's the pink bonsai tree.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
really
that's a good one.
That's going to complement this space really well.
Definitely. Yeah. This is awesome.
Cool. Well, let's go right into my dining room.
Yes.
So here is my formal dining room. I love the fireplace being in the dining room. And I had a few different wallpapers that I was struggling with, but once I put in the Dragontide mixed with this stone wall, I knew it was going to stay.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I like the stone wall too. It just has a very handmade feel to it. Like you did the masonry yourself, you know? Yeah,
and I know cool. You love a good kitchen.
Yes, ma'am. I do love me a good kitchen.
I adore this kitchen. It's just so cozy.
Yes.
And I originally wanted a standard kitchen with one oven, one stove. However, a lot of the recipes do require two. So I started playing around with a few different layouts, and this is the one that stuck. Yeah,
this is really, really nice. I like how people have used these nooks for different things, and people have kind of add pantries, and you've got your gallery walls. Just, yeah, this is really nice.
And of course, I had to put Rhett's picture up here.
Absolutely.
I mean, Absolutely. It doesn't go anywhere else in the house.
Yeah.
It's where it belongs.
Yeah.
And I don't know if anyone has a favorite makeshift item, but if not, I want to point out this right here, this little soup ladle with the candles. This is my favorite item.
That was the very first makeshift item I ever got.
Oh, neat.
And my wife was so jealous because it took her like months to get it.
There's still some I don't have, but you know, that's going to take time and fishing.
Yeah, it's kind of fun how they did that because there's not everybody has everything, and you always kind of like, you know, it's like one of the most coveted things in Palia is the makeshift items. Yeah.
And so outside, I had to have I put a door on my kitchen because, of course, I had to have access to my garden for some fresh veggies.
Okay.
And so it's just a little sneak peek, kind of don't go past this area because I don't want to ruin something later on. But
yeah, I'm
I wanted to put a little sitting area in front of my garden.
Keeping my camera trained just ahead. We're only looking at the garden. We're only looking at the garden.
We'll look at the garden here.
Yes. Looking at the garden. We're not looking at anything else, Commit. Just looking at the garden.
A quick peek of the garden. We'll come back a little bit later.
And checking out this intense crafting area. Very cool.
This tent is actually one of my favorite tents. This tent has every plant item in or around it that I've acquired in this game so far.
Nice.
And I have every vegetable planted, or any item that can be planted is planted here.
Yeah.
This lovely, I didn't even know this item existed until I got it. And whenever I got it, I had to have it.
I always love this one because this is like my monument to knowing people.
All right, let's go back into the home and see the rest of the main house.
Excellent. That's always another fun thing too, is the order in which people decide to take me around. That's always fun. Some people go outside and inside, and it's always kind of a nice treat to do something different. And this is really cool how you have everything laid out.
My formal sitting area, and I love this like partition that I created with the Poland cans or the enchanted fish.
Yes.
It really separated the room, but just made it feel open at the same time.
Yeah. Does your fish have a name?
The fish does not have a name. To be honest, Little Pink Eye weirds me out.
It's giving you the eye.
Yes. And I have two rooms on this harvest house. This is my first guest room, kind of industrial mixed with a blue accent.
Yes. It's so fancy.
I didn't have a room for a larger room for the bathroom, and I couldn't fit a sink. And I figured, this is kind of simpler times in the future. So there is a water pitcher and a clock or the bathtub.
Yeah. No, that's cool. That's really cool.
The next room, I consider it my room. A little mix of the Inquisitor and Capital Chic with some greens. Kind of wanted to pull a couple different furniture options together, color palettes together. I think it went well.
You totally nailed the accent walls. That's cool. And I always like to see the drapes is such a fun touch, how people incorporate them in so many creative ways too.
And this is my bathroom. This bathroom actually happened by mistake. I was wanting to level up my furniture making, so I just started making all of the pieces for each set.
Yeah. And
I was just kind of placing them in here just to kind of store them, and then it started to look good, so I kind of just rolled with it. That's
how a lot of great ideas start in Palia, as far as like designing and stuff goes. It's really cool.
And of course,
yeah.
I have Tish on my wall. She's my Shep and my first romance.
Ooh. He's a good pick.
She is. She's so sweet. She's so strong-willed and handy, and so I really liked her as an option.
Yeah. Ooh, this is nice.
This is my bar area.
Got
all of my plaques.
Yeah, I forgot to mention. So I really like one of the things that people are incorporating more in their builds. It's very creative. Is the vanity in your room? I think it's really nice touch. Very clean. And you totally have sight lines down so well. That's so cool.
That's one thing I really went with. There was one of your earlier videos that I watched where he was talking about sight lines, and ever since I watched his house, that was everything that's incorporated into my build has to do with beautiful sight lines now.
Yeah, that's so cool. Yeah, that is so cool. It's a language, really.
It is. And the last room of my main harvest house, this is my office.
I love how just you really do colors so well. You got your accent walls and everything's nice and laid out and warm, and yeah, this is nice.
I'm sure you can tell what skill I'm not the biggest fan of. It's gonna be the cooking. I only have the bronze.
That's okay. Everybody plays Palia at their own pace in their own way, and there's no right or wrong way to play Palia for sure.
And the new bay window, yay!
Yay!
It looks so good.
Yeah, that's totally right. I was swinging the camera around, and it blends in so well that I missed it. Honestly, that's a great view. That is a great view.
I love this bay window. Thank you, Singularity 6. It looks so good. The only thing that I would say is I actually decorated these today because it was just built last night, and you cannot put like larger plant items or like small shelves like that little moonstruck little shelf that's underneath it to the right. You can't put things like that on it, but like the little items you can. I like it. It looks beautiful.
Yeah, it does. It really does. Really makes the room feel bigger.
All right, awesome. So hopefully if everything worked out according to plan, let me stare out the window.
Okay.
Oh, he's not there. I waited a whole day too, just to make sure we didn't disturb him.
Oh, that's okay.
If you don't step off the porch, then he won't run away. So you always get a good little look at him, but he didn't get a chance to come out. I'm sad.
That's okay. That's okay. Always fun when they do. You get to take a picture, and also I've had some people that they get real serious about it. They like make they figure out where the boundaries are, and they actually like make like a viewing area. You can't go past that area, or else they decide to go away.
Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, so this is my kind of workshop area. Got all of my machines here going, and my kind of crafting / modification area. I enjoyed creating these tents. I like the tents. They're very cheap to make in materials, and they go a long way.
They really do. Yeah, they really do. You get to be creative in such a little pocket of space.
And so I have a few little sitting areas. You'll notice there's a lot of sitting areas around in my plot.
Yeah, I really noticed that. You have everything so nicely laid out.
And then we'll take another look at my garden, all of my sitting areas. And I wanted to point this out. I always had this idea because the fire pits, they don't stay on, and I always wanted it to stay on. So the one time that I had a friend over, I said, hey, help me merge this floor torch with the fire pit. I think it looks good.
I think so too.
It does its purpose.
Yeah, it looks like maybe you had it on for a time, and it's just kind of slowly
dwindling.
Yeah, dwindling away. You've already done your cooking, got your cooking out of the way. We'll get a better look at this. I like how you've kept some of the natural elements too. The bigger rocks and the trees and stuff like that without, getting rid of them. I mean, there are a lot of people that have tree grets, is what I call it.
Tree grets. I love it. Yes. And see, I have some bushes still. Yes, some large rocks, some large trees.
Yeah.
I did unfortunately clear out all the small stuff until I realized I wanted to keep it.
Well, there's also kind of a strategy for that too, which is, you get rid of the small stuff and then you replant it the way that you want it to look. So, yeah.
Only if they would give us the shrubs back and the rocks. That would be great.
I'm sure they will at some point. As long as people demand it enough.
Right, exactly. They're outdoor areas. We got to have outdoor restrooms, right? Little outdoor restroom.
When you gotta go, you gotta go.
And if you haven't seen in the woods, they're looking.
I know.
They're looking around.
I know. They're keeping an eye on me.
They're still shy. This is my outdoor dining area.
Wow. This is fancy.
I wanted to have a little sitting area with the dining area, and if Singularity 6 would allow us to keep these ovens on, I think that would look great.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's a really good point. That'd be really cool. In an outdoor setting, this kind of reminds me of a smoker.
Yes.
Yeah.
My husband is very into smoking, so I love that you just said that.
Me too. I am, all about that. Low and slow.
I don't think the crab likes being here that much.
Yeah, he's looking a little crabby, if you ask me.
And we wrap back around to my Phoenix shrine that we saw earlier. First off,
yeah, that was a good view.
That is not all.
All right, I'm following you.
So we have our two little seating areas here as well. Got a little ravenwood area with a bellflower fountain.
Nice, very clean.
And little makeshift area by the pond. Have to have an area by the pond.
I really like how you did this. This is like you have a lot of attention to detail and little things. You have a lot of places to relax, which is really cool.
I mean, that's the whole point of my plot. It's a hangout area. You know, inside, outside, everyone has a place to sit, relax, whether it's in a group setting or alone or with just a friend. And I just added some chests here because, you know, the big question is what do we do with our chests, right? Yes,
absolutely. That is the big question.
So I designed this area with that just in mind. Is what do we do with these chests?
Wow.
This is my little hot tub area.
That's fancy. That's really well done. Because that particular style works so well with the hot tub. Although, like if it's cold, you have a long way to get back into the house.
It's never cold on my plot.
Yeah, it's always warm.
Yeah, it's always warm. It's always inviting. Another little sitting area, a little industrial.
That's really cool. I like how, you know, again, really good use of the wallpaper colors just to kind of style that area.
And we have a view here to my other gazebo, but I want to take you to the left first.
Okay.
This is going to be for I have 2 guest houses on my little plot. And this is my guest house sitting area with my little curio case.
That's cool. I like how they finally fixed the fountains. It's a big day.
Yes. And if you look at the walls behind us, you can kind of see the theme of what each guest house is going to be.
It's really
got
nice.
A little ranch and a capital chic house.
Yeah.
And so
let's go check them out.
Yeah, capital chic. Here we are. If you've noticed on my plot, a lot of the items that I have are not modified. There's very few modified items.
Because you like to go with more of a natural look, and using the wallpaper colors, you know, there's not too much that you have to do. However, this is my asterisk. It fits your style, especially like how you mix these 2 shelves together. Very simple thing to do.
I've never seen that before.
Yeah, neither have I. You know, very, very simple, but it adds a lot to it. See this guy right here. That's cool.
Oh, and I wanted to point out, it took me forever to find these guys, but I finally found them like a couple days before this tour. The dawn ray and the dusk ray, they match so well.
Ooh, yeah, they really do. They really do. This feels very, very fancy.
I've never seen anyone do this light before. The one that's above the sink right here.
Yeah, you really. That's another thing that, you know, I'll say again. Like, you really got your lighting down, and the colors of the walls and everything. You'll notice I quickly run out of words. It's my challenge.
I love everything.
Yeah, no, I want to preface, like, I don't mean to minimize anything, because this is all very incredible. And, you know, those of you who are watching right now, I want to know in the comments, like, what has really just got you scraping your jaw off the floor, because there's a lot of really good design here.
So this is my ranch guest house.
Yeah.
I had fun with it.
Nice
I
little...
incorporated a little bit of the Emberdorn pieces in it. I thought they fit really well with the regular ranch style.
I agree. You know, so I like to point out little things for people that are just now getting started decorating their house, and maybe they've stumbled on, you know, a tour video or something like that, and they're just like, holy cow, I'm never going to get to that point. This is a prime example that you can do it, because
You can.
there are lots of people that, you know, they choose to recolor everything, and that's cool. You know, that is really cool. But the fact that you have this design that uses a lot of the existing colors, a lot of the existing things, is very, very, like, I don't know how to really say it, but I can tell that people will look at this and they will feel like, oh, you know, I can do that. That's cool. But it's still, at the same time, the way that you've mixed things together, the way that you've put the lighting, it is very creative.
And I mean, plus the modification pouches, they cost so much, right?
Yeah, that it's something that that people will be able to learn a lot from, for sure, and take notes from.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I put a little porch on the back, like this little seating area as well, with the little veggie containers.
I love it.
And that brings us to my little archery area. You can stand behind here, take some practice shots. Oh,
don't walk in front.
Don't get in the way.
I might as well have had an apple on my head at that point, you know?
Have a little seat, or you can go into the little viewing tent.
This is nice.
I was ecstatic whenever I found out that I could put the wall cabinets on the floor and they look like floor cabinets.
Yeah, that is a great point. That is a great point. All about that cabinet life. Storage space.
Yes. And then my little picnic hangout area by the other lake.
So well done. You know, it's kind of hard to I guess, there's so much stuff to look at on a plot that I always encourage. I always like to encourage people to go walk around on your plot, like outside of the space that you're actually building. There's a lot of really pretty things to look at, and you never know what they might add too.
Yeah, that's why I want to do incorporate a lot of them into my builds. With this area of shooting, I was like, I want to have a fence behind it. We have to be safe. I mean, yes, a game, but no, in my paleo world, we're still safe. It's backed up to rocks, so you're not going to shoot your arrow through.
Yeah, and if it does ricochet, you know, it's gonna hit the fence.
Hit the fence.
That's incredible. It's really incredible.
And then, of course, on this side of the map, we have another outdoor restroom.
Very, very user-friendly.
Another sitting area, because why not?
No, it's really nice.
And then we'll come back up this way. This is like the path that leads to the hot tub area.
Okay.
But I want to point out another little sitting area here.
Oh, nice and tucked away.
Yep. What to do with my little nook.
But it's
another sitting area.
Fun though, that like still it's that kind of attention to detail. Like you didn't just put a chair there. You got the colors, the wallpaper, and everything.
Mm-hmm. Now, I know you said, hey, Palians, even if your plot is unfinished, you still want to tour. This is my unfinished area. It's supposed to be an aquarium/terrarium, but I don't have enough of the skill coins for the terrarium yet. So this is my design that I put so far.
Yeah, but here's the thing though. That's that thing that I said comes with an asterisk, because there's a lot of people that like to minimize what they have. They're like, it's not done yet. It's not good. This is really good.
I love it.
Yeah, while nothing is ever really done, I think it's important. You can still show it off and you can improve on it, and it's kind of frozen in time, once it goes up on YouTube, that you can just kind of come back to it anytime you like and And then also you can change things around. There's some people that they invite me out for a tour just to give themselves permission to start changing things around. Oh, yeah, this is nice. So ritzy.
You have to have an outdoor bathing area.
Yeah, why not, you know?
And I didn't know, I guess it was just a bug that I had, but the blue candles that are on the table, they did not light up for me until this last update. I just thought that they didn't light up.
Yeah, they fixed a lot of those little things, little details, which is really cool.
We'll ignore the black smoke. It's okay. We still love you, Singularity 6.
You know, there's so much to look at down here. I'm hardly even paying attention to it.
It's just another moonstruck little sitting area. I liked it. I wanted to fill out this space, but still keep this area open because this is actually looping back around to my little workshop area.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I have the loop around.
That's nice.
I have a surprise for you back here, though.
Uh-oh. All right.
They're impatiently waiting to meet you. This way.
Okay. All right, let's see. Let's see.
And surprise!
Oh my gosh. They've been caught there in cahoots. This is fantastic. Really.
This is my Palia home.
Yeah. Hot damn, this is impressive. So and this is going to be a you know, probably a very difficult question for you, unless you already have something in mind. Where would be the coziest place on your house or plot?
Coziest place. Yes. So let's go in my unfinished build. I like looking at it. It is definitely... Oh, I probably ran off too fast.
Yeah, I'm catching up.
I like this space. Even though it's unfinished,
it's a good space.
I like to look at it.
Yeah. So, do some Q&A. First off, I just want to thank you for inviting me out. This has been incredible. The way that the attention to detail that you had for all the little spaces, all the cozy seating areas, the way that you mixed colors together, the way that you did accent walls. And I probably already know, but I'm going to say, if you're familiar with my 4 different design styles, cluttercore, practicore, eclecticore, and cleancore, which one would you be?
I would say cleancore.
I would 100,000% agree with you. That's probably one of the cleanest core homes I've seen. Just because how you have everything items. Like, yeah, but it's neat. And you also like how you've mixed the items together in a creative way without, you know, even worrying about coloring them. That's really cool. That's not something to minimize at all. I mean, that's well done. So I guess my next question would be, where do you get your inspiration from?
To be honest, I mean, to quote Bob Ross, it's all just happy mistakes.
Nice. Yeah.
Just putting things in areas and seeing how they look, removing them, editing them. It's just everything just kind of laid into place, starting in one area, moving on to another, getting an idea, running with it. Just all happy accidents.
Nice. So I like to do some, every now and then I like to do little scenarios, right? So you have a new room, you have like your full inventory of, like the inventory, what I mean by that is like all of the items that you have on your plot right now. But you're decorating a new room. Where do you start? What would be like one of the first things that you put down?
I would love to do a building that is like a museum. It almost reminds me of Animal Crossing, where you have your museum. So I would love to have a museum where you kind of come in and it's all of your like museum art pieces, like
Mhm.
the pot that Gina gave us that's in my main room, just to kind of show off those museum pieces. And then you have a wing that's all of your fish, and it's just beautiful fish decor. The beautiful sea background, a lot of plants. And then on the other side, the same with kind of like your bug area. So that's really something. I really wanted to play around with this on this plot, but I didn't have all of the pieces that I really wanted to show it off. So I decided to go with a gazebo instead.
Yeah. That's still just incredible, like how you laid out this gazebo too. And that's a fantastic answer. I mean, there's no wrong answers, of course. It's your particular style. And the reason why I like to ask those things is, kind of getting back to my earlier point, people that are not really sure where to get started, sometimes it's just a matter of you put something down and then you kind of put things around it and see where it goes. Like you said, happy accidents.
Exactly.
Yeah, definitely. What would be your favorite activity to do in Palia?
Decorating my plot.
Oh yeah, I mean that's true. That's true. I guess what I mean is activities like hunting, fishing, foraging, cooking.
I would say hunting. I love to really snipe, one of the animals from a long distance. It's just, It's very satisfying.
It is very satisfying. I totally agree with that too. When you get it lined up just right, you got the arc just perfect. You're just like, nice. I
like to have them running too as like a challenge. Like I'll run up to them and make them run just so it's more of a challenge to get them while they're on the run.
Oh, I didn't know we were interviewing a badass here. That's funny. No, that's really cool though. I mean, some people find hunting very challenging, and the fact that you just like get them started running and you're just like, all right, dance. That is pretty funny.
Which is a little more challenging for hunting, but I think it's just, even on the Switch, I've landed some really nice shots. I don't know, everyone has their forte.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I guess my next question is going to be involving, Singularity 6. They've done a fantastic job with Palia and the updates and everything like that. And one of the questions that I like to ask is, I feel like Singularity 6, watches these parts, and I think the Q&A has really been fantastic to kind of query the player base as to what sorts of things that they want. What would be one thing, like a magic wand you could get, like an item from Singularity 6?
Everyone says pathing, different fence items, even recoloring our fences would be great.
Yeah.
With items, whenever you edit them, it's not just 4 different angles. However, with our houses, it is. And like with our tents, I'd like to see something as simple as just more angles that we can use for our homes.
That's a good point. Yeah. That's something very, very, very interesting to point out. Just being able to angle your house slightly. That's pretty cool. Excellent. Well, thank you so much for having me out to tour and to just allow me to like showcase, this house. You are 100% clean core. I totally agree with that, and I think a lot of other people would too. All of my clean core tour guides out there totally feel the same way. They were nodding their head the entire time. But yeah, thank you so much. And if those of you who are still here, make sure you like the video. Leave a comment. Let me know what your favorite part was. What was something that you learned from this tour? It's always kind of fun for me to see what people gain from these and what they're running home right now to incorporate. And finally, make sure you follow me for more Palia tours. I like showcasing all of this wonderful stuff. It's amazing. All right.
Awesome. Thank you so much for touring my plot.
Yeah, it's my pleasure. And I'll catch you all for the next one.
This next Palia tour is somebody who is just an absolute gem. This is Allie, or you might know her as Yvalnae. Part witch, part dragon, total sweetheart. Her particular plot, which really struck me as very creative, was she uses a lot of glitching in hers, but when cake parties were a thing in Palia, they're a whole production workforce, and her design was novel in a sense that it was all color coded. So if you've never done a cake party before and you arrived on Allie's plot, you knew exactly what to do and where to go and how to do it. She has incredible patience, grace, and is just one of the kindest souls I've had the honor of meeting. Here's Allie's tour.
Hey, I'm a Vinny Commit. I'm back for another Palia tour. I'm here with Yvalnae. Did I say that correctly? My mouth would stumble on it.
You did. If you forget, Allie is fine.
Allie is fine? All right, cool. I like to make sure I get everybody's name pronounced correctly because, you know, I've always kind of had that. Just some days I'm offending Comet, so, you know, I like to be known as a commit, not a celestial being. Anywho, you are my tour guide. Where are we going? I already have just kind of taken a little pan around your house, and I like how you have everything framed in, and the pattern that you have on the fencing is incredible with the lights. I haven't seen that before.
Yeah, we're gonna look at the outside of the house, and I call this Hollow's End.
Hollow's End? Yeah, I can.
Hollow's End, as you can see with all the pumpkins.
Oh, yes.
We're going to start by touring the outside.
All right.
Let's go. Let's see. It's just after midnight in game. Perfect time. Okay. My house is the best to look at night. So we'll look at the garden first.
Excellent.
So here is my garden.
Ooh. So do you have like a layout, like a particular layout, or is it optimized for something in particular?
Yeah. I guess because of the level, my level of gardening is over 50, so everything is always a star. All my veggies, everything is a star.
That's
and
awesome.
I sometimes I will just plant one type of vegetable if I need to get a lot of it, like the apples. I do a lot of parties.
Oh, that's cool.
So yeah, and how I make my money is by these things right here.
Sweet.
When I do cake parties, they all go in the warmers.
Awesome.
And makes a lot more money, so I'm always at cap or very close to cap.
Sweet.
So it works.
Yeah.
And let's see. Yeah, this is, I guess I like clutter. This is my favorite. This garden is my favorite right here.
Yeah, I was getting a good look at this. This is really, really very detailed. How you have everything over here in the corner, and just it totally looks like this is where you work. You got a nice seating area here too.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Enjoy it. I really do. And just little things like here's the frog thing that we got, and I decided this would look good with
I like how you use the flowers there too. I've seen some people use a different pot that makes it look like there's a tongue leaf that's sticking out, but I like your use of the flowers. Got a nice little cute picnic here with plushies.
Yeah,
picnic.
That's very true. That's very true.
Ooh, sorry, I gravitated over to this porch area here. That's really cool.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. This was a lot of fun to work out. A lot of seating inside of it, and it was a lot of fun to do.
Excellent. Sorry, you probably went a different direction. So
yeah, we're just gonna go around. Here is a little barbecue. Over here is a little shrine.
Ooh.
The water guards.
Yes.
And then, of course, if you're over by the running water forever and you're outside, you have to have an outhouse,
Of course.
which is over here.
I mean, for what it is, it's really nice, you know?
One of my favorite things.
Got
And then-
plenty of scented candles, just in case.
Yeah, I'm all about candles. So we'll go over here.
Yeah, I didn't capture that gazebo yet. Oh,
Yeah, that's where we're going.
awesome. I love me a good gazebo.
Yeah, I really liked. I have my community likes to visit. We visit each other all the time.
Awesome. Who doesn't love a good gazebo? Am I right? I really like how you have this gazebo. It's very zen. It's very good for conversation.
Yeah, that's basically what I kind of went for, a conversation pit.
Yeah,
type of- So I really enjoy that. But come back out here,
you got it.
turn around, and look up.
Oh, hey. Nice little upper area. I like
Yeah.
how you snuck some games up there.
You can
And-
get up by going.
Oh,
back.
yeah. I was wondering. I was just like, usually people have a nice little way to get up there. Oop. Of course, I got butterfeet today.
Well, it is a spiral staircase, so
Oh, yeah, it is a spiral staircase.
I did that on purpose.
Nice. This would be your high stakes heavy metal choppa, right?
Yeah.
You don't put in Zeki coins. You put in like whatever denomination of 100 Zeki coin would be.
I really enjoy it. I'm not very good at it though,
It's the game we love to suck at.
but it's not an easy thing.
Yeah, it's not for the faint of heart, for real.
Not at all. So we'll go inside now.
Ooh, all right. So y'all know how this goes, right? We go inside. Before we go inside, make sure if you haven't done so, like the video, leave a comment what you think so far, and let's go. Already love all the candles, the pumpkins. It's so
Yeah.
I'm
Really?
sorry. Just digging the whole area.
I really like that I was able to get the wreaths up on the doors as well.
Yeah.
Did you notice that?
I do. I see that. My favorite view right here is just sneaking into the front entrance. Wow. Never ceases to amaze me what people do with just their first little entrance. And this is
Yeah.
one heck of a setup that you got. Nice gallery walls. You got, wow. Hold up. Let's go over here. Seeing the candles on the, when people start decorating with altitude, it's always impressive to see. Like, you know, as a Palia creator, what that takes. Like, you have a ladder hidden here somewhere, you know. It's like you really get into some engineering when you get up with that kind of altitude, so to speak.
I was able to get the floating candles pretty high up the tree.
Yeah. And you know, they're special non-flammable candles that don't catch your roof on fire.
Nope.
They're magic.
That's the witchy magic.
Yes. Witchy magic.
And this is my kitchen.
Y'all know how I feel about some good kitchens. Oh man, you got all your cabinets stocked too. That's awesome.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun to do.
It's a nice pantry, plenty of pies.
Thank you.
Pie pantry with pumpkins and alliteration, of course.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm goofy as hell, so don't mind me. Just being commit.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine. Yeah, so we can extend into here. And this is a work kitchen, actually.
I love that. Okay, so it's a really minor thing, but I like pointing out these little things, right? I've been in some houses that have all the chairs kind of, you know, in different directions, but this is probably the most realistic chair setting that I've ever seen. You got 3 chairs that are put together nicely, and you got one that's like, hey, I was just here, you know? I just got up, let somebody in. It's a very subtle thing.
Yeah.
I like this. This is this totally feels like you said a working kitchen.
It is. These are prep tables and mixing tables. I just wanted them colored. So.
Yeah.
And the ovens are real, and they work. Everything works, and the stoves work, but I wanted them colored. So it's important that, you know, I had friends that helped me do it.
So, Yvalnae, yeah, I'm already envious of the amount of focus that it is taking right now to keep all of these candles afloat, because my brain would just nope. I could probably keep one up at a time, and that's about it. That's about my mental capacity.
And then
the
over
force
here,
is strong with this one, of course.
This is the dining room.
Awesome.
It has a little reading nook over here. I like these nooks that you can do different things with.
I really appreciate how people have incorporated the hallway as a nook. It's a really nice little thing, and everybody has done different interpretations of them. Some people have put beds in them, some people have put seating areas, bathrooms. I like this dining area. It feels very formal. Like you got your curio cabinets over here with your china hidden away. Would it be china though in Palia? It would be something else. It would be like,
yeah, it would be something else.
Yeah.
Like over
your fine Palian plates.
Yep. Yeah, I just like the way it looks. I like the fireplaces as well.
Yeah.
And then if we slip through here, this is my den.
Awesome.
Game room, craft room.
Yeah. Take all these angles in. This is really cool. I always appreciate when people also do those kinds of designs where you have the separation between your main living space and this den, but you have just a little tiny place to navigate through. It's always really cool. Fun to do. And this is, wow. This is incredible. You got everything all in here. Nice space for it. But this column that you have in the center that you have everything stacked up on, it's really creative. I haven't seen anybody do like a bug centerpiece like this.
Yeah, I like playing with they're like building blocks. They look like building blocks to me.
They do.
I
kind of like bug Legos.
Yeah, when I take you to the maze, you'll see another one.
All right.
And then this goes into my bathroom.
Ooh. I like the colors here.
But yeah, my favorite colors are purples and blues and teal greens.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Those are my wife's favorite colors too.
And I like having a yet another nook, but I like having a little privacy there.
Yeah. Because we don't have internal doors, and that's totally what everybody wants.
This is the bedroom.
Ah, this is cute. I like little things like this. You have the nice little vanity here. I'm seeing a lot of a lot of people's interpretations of vanities, and I like how you chose these small pictures. That's perfect for a gallery wall like that. And you got nice seating here. Just kind of kick your feet up in front of the fire.
Mm-hmm.
That's really nice. I like that purple accent wall too. Plenty of stuff to like about this room. Really good use of colors.
I enjoy it. I enjoyed making this room up. It's bright, comfortable.
Yeah, awesome. So there's a maze hidden somewhere on this plot.
No.
Uh-oh.
Welcome to Spring Blossom Maze.
Holy smokes.
Kind of wish that the time element was a little slower. You'd enjoy it more, I think, in the dark. But this is a maze that goes to many different places.
All right. Sweet.
Yeah.
I like how they added the snowdrifts. The snowdrifts are just a really nice touch.
Well, I had to use the snowdrifts through this part of the maze because of one of the Mujin Bahari grill.
Mm-hmm.
I had a large party and I had to give clues as to how to get there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I like the little, kind of how you have little hints of things to guide you in certain directions, even though it is a maze. Whoa, hey. Look at this thing. We get a good angle from it back here. Wow. That's incredible. What do we have here? This is like a bug emporium.
My greenhouse.
Your greenhouse.
Yeah, that's what it reminds me of because the glass
Yeah.
bugs are in. That's how I designed it.
That's really cool. I like how it's kind of picking up all the little details now on the floor, how you mixed in the different rugs and everything. That's really cool.
Details.
Yeah, details for sure.
They're fun.
Yeah, details are fun. Absolutely.
Let's go back this way.
Okay.
And I'll take you to the smaller place, which is where we make our focus food.
Awesome. So you can get lost in the maze and still have room for focus.
And of course, if you go the wrong way, like here.
Oh, you got a whole spiral thing going on. Uh-oh.
Yep.
Then you're
Yeah.
greeted by the derpy deer that will grant you 3 wishes or ask you riddles.
There you go. And if you complete the riddles, then you get to the focus food place.
Awesome. Ooh. This is cool.
So this is where we do crab pot pie and then do our focus foods.
I love this layout. This is a really good layout. I love pointing out that for cooking parties and stuff like that, you know, they're designed for brutal efficiency, but when you have it laid out like this, you get to see everybody, which is really nice. And every single station is decorated. So everybody has something cool to look at. That's really cool. And of course, the mandatory wardrobe. Got to make sure you have your proper attire.
friends like to always change. We all do.
Yeah, right?
Go back into the maze.
Like if you had a new outfit that was released, gotta make sure you change into it.
Uh, And this is the Mujin Bahari Grill.
Ooh, hey. Sweet. I love kind of how you open it up from here. You have the snow drifts. Wow. So you made this whole restaurant.
Right. Well, it's not a restaurant really. The Mujin Bahari Grill is where we have Mujin Bahari parties. And we'll make between 30 and 50 of them.
Oh, wow.
That's why we have all of these tables.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
This way, I don't have to fuss with making other tables. I have it just for the Mujin Bahari dish. And it's exactly enough. And it was in the middle of the Winter Lights Festival, so
Of course. Yeah, this is very well decorated. I like how you incorporate lots of, different designs in this.
I really love floating candles. So, and floating anything actually. So if you look up, you'll see that the candles are all floating
Yeah, that's incredible.
in the air.
I was taking a look at the wood accents that you have along the top, and you have ornaments hanging from them, like garland. It's really cool.
And I inset the oven into the fireplace.
Oh, I didn't notice that. A lot of other people probably noticed that way ahead of me, but that's so appropriate,
Doing stuff like that, trying to figure out how to do certain things.
Sweet.
And then if we go this way,
Ooh, that's a nice nice fountain area.
thank you.
Of course. Whoa. Man, did you get the pumpkins floating too?
Yeah.
Whoa.
This is a takeout store.
Am I gonna get taken out? That's what I want to know. This is wild. Look at all that. Wow.
This is where as I said, I do a lot of parties. So make a lot of different types of food. And this is where I keep it.
That's really cool. Never seen anybody do this before.
Fun.
Yeah, that is this is a lot of fun. I'm
If
trying
you
to come
know-
up with like some kind of a play on words for Grubhub or DoorDash. But I
You know, right?
yeah.
If you notice, there's celebration cakes and in the air and floating pumpkins.
Yeah, you got everything in here. That's awesome. Wow.
Yeah, I think the only thing I don't have in here is the fish stew, and that's because that's the one thing I use.
So, yeah, it doesn't make sense to have anything else other than yeah, that is. And of course, you got another outhouse just in case.
Yep, I like my outhouses.
Very creative though. I mean, you got everything that you need right there.
And then, of course, this is the bakery. This is where I have the cake parties.
Oh my gosh. Whoa. This is top tier. You got everything in here.
Yeah, the rolls are all color coordinated. So like here, the blue and purple. And if you notice,
Oh my gosh.
there's these little pots with the leaves in them represent sweet leaves. So
Oh
there's
my
4.
gosh. That is brilliant.
And then over here, we have eggs and flour and butter. So that's for the batters. And here
Wow.
is where the jelly comes from. So there's the spreaders. This is the froster. This is the fruit frosting. That's why it has fruit bowls.
Oh my gosh.
And this is the starter.
I can't tell you how many times that I've gone to a cake party and I'm just like, where do I go? Even if I know what my role is, like, where do I go? But the fact that you have them color coded, you have everything labeled, like there's people that have legitimately wanted to know how they can tell somebody immediately where to go. And that's brilliant. That is legitimately brilliant. Color coding, you have roles that is wow.
Makes it easier for everybody, I think.
You know what? It takes the cake.
Yes, I guess so.
I couldn't help it. I had to. Couldn't hold back.
Of course, after we've done our cakes, we can relax in the pool.
Oh. Now this caught my eye a little earlier, but to see this in person, this is really cool. Because the table that you used makes it look like an infinity pool, you know? That's really awesome.
My only issue with this is that there's a split here.
I know. Singularity 6 is why we can't have nice things.
That's right. And I was able to cover this split by putting the flowers here, but
It's just a big old puzzle, you know? I like this hangout spot here with the telescope, the fires. It's always really neat how people incorporate food into their builds. Like, there's always snacks, accessible snacks. It's a perfect world in Palia. All the snacks are always the perfect temperature. They never go bad.
I know, right? Even the fish.
Even the fish, they're smiling at you.
Yeah. The funny thing is that on the outside of the takeout place, my one of my close friends that plays with me, he had said, I had oysters here.
Oh my.
And he's like, you can't have oysters outside.
Says who?
Those have to go in the refrigerator.
Tell me where it says in the rule book that you can't have oysters outside in my perfect little slice of Palia. You tell me.
I thought that was pretty good. And so this is my little world. And there are other things I'm working on. I have an aquarium and yet another bug place that I'm working on. And the aquarium is built in the round.
Ooh. So I didn't notice these the lamps. I use the lamps. That's really awesome.
I turn them upside down.
Yeah, it's good use of lighting. Very fancy.
Yeah. Lighting is important to me. I do a lot of hidden lighting
I have noticed that. Notice little
builds.
Little lighting tricks.
Mm-hmm. This is like the gazebo. I noticed that you can put stuff on the outside.
Yeah. Nice little tricks. I'm curious to know about your name, first off.
Yvalnae?
Yes. Tell me about it. What is there history? Is there...
Oh, yeah. There's a history. My name is actually from a previous game that I used to play, which is World of Warcraft.
Cool.
And she was my dragon.
Sweet.
From the very last, last X Pack that's when I stopped playing. And I stopped playing that game the day I got accepted into the beta for Palia and never looked back. And when I created the name, I used the name of the last tune, which was Yvalnae. And all of the tunes that I've had, in all of the games that I play, I keep the same names. So Yvalnae, Edyth, Elendriel, Elistinae, they all have ALY in them.
Oh, I see that. Okay, cool.
And they're all names that come from my head and my imagination.
That's awesome. I've encountered quite a few people that have stories behind their character, either creating them fresh within Palia's world or continuing the story in an alternate universe from a game, just like you said, World of Warcraft.
And they're always magical.
Always magical.
Always magical. So Yvalnae is a witch who is also a dragon.
Sweet. Is it kind of a Kitsune type deal where they can convert, like shapeshift at will?
Yes.
Awesome.
And they can fly, which is the most fun. That was the best out of the last game that I played.
Yeah.
The ability to fly.
It would be interesting to see how Palia evolves, to see if they incorporate better or different ways of moving across the landscape, including, mounts or something like that. Yeah. Especially if they incorporate, because Bahari itself is pretty big, and while we can use stables, it would be interesting, if they open up even bigger areas or something like that in the future.
They will. I think when you get into some of the storylines, I think there is some darkness in some of the other areas that we can explore. And I think it will make it for some exciting lore to discover. Yes. That's my thought anyway.
Yeah, there's been a lot of people that have been very interested in the lore behind Palia. So one of the questions that I like to ask when people like yourself are magical is, magic is very taboo in Palia as it is. Where does your character fit in to that lore when it comes to like magic?
My character is not Palian.
Interesting.
So magic is okay for me.
Right. Yeah. I can understand that as a human coming back after tens of thousands of years.
Yes.
Are you undercover?
But not really human.
Not really human?
Not really. Because I'm half dragon.
Yes. Yeah. Awesome.
Well, Yvalnae's half dragon.
Yes.
I'm just a grandmother.
You know what? You can be anything that you want in your imagination and totally have fun with it. Yeah, no, it's fun to kind of ask these questions, because the reason why I ask them is I like to illustrate to everybody that's watching out there that even though we have a lot of the same things, a lot of the same, like, you know, eventually if you work at Palia long enough, you'll have a gazebo and you'll have some of the items that you've seen. How you use them is what makes these tours interesting. And I like to ask these questions. The reason why I like to ask these Q&A things is because it shows everyone that the person that is on the other side of my screen is creative, and they are creating a world that only they, you know, like, they have complete control over it, and they have so much fun with it, and they add depth to it, and as kind of a way to encourage people to write their own stories, you know.
I totally agree with that.
Yeah.
I think that it's very important, and it keeps, I think your imagination keeps the game moving forward.
Yes, absolutely.
Don't let it become stagnated, because to be honest, we're beta testers for this game, and there's a lot of bugs in the game.
Oh yeah.
If you dwell on the negative side of the bugs instead of looking on the positive side, and I think it helps you to stay fresh in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I've found that the tours that I've been doing so far is a way of capturing a snapshot into people's imagination. It's been a lot of fun for me to kind of see so many different things and everybody's different interpretation of you know, the items that they have. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun for me as well.
Definitely. I totally agree with you.
So
I think that's why I enjoy this game so much, because it allows you to have a lot of freedom.
Yes, absolutely. All right, so as a half human, half dragon, I don't need to ask you, you know, what side of the coin you're on when it comes to worshiping dragons or worshiping phoenixes. Although you could surprise me by saying you worship phoenixes, you know, I mean, it's all right. But what I will ask, on the other hand, is one of my favorite questions to ask. You have designed a lot of stuff in this plot and the other plot. What do you feel is the missing piece? What is a piece of furniture or a rug or shrubbery or wallpaper that you feel like you would like to see more of?
Well, for objects, I would say I would like to see shrubbery. I would like to see bushes, flowers that can be used in decoration that we don't have right now. And I think that'll happen down the line. But that's something I would love to see. I would love to see cherry trees. That would be wonderful.
Oh yes, like cherry blossoms.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's what I would like to see. I think that'll happen. That'll happen. More color palettes.
Oh
I
yes.
Think definitely.
Makes me wonder if we will have true seasons in the game. So we already kind of have like a little bit of a winter, and we had, you know, snow drifts and stuff. But it would be neat, like you said, if we had cherry trees, that we had like a brief period in the spring where, you know, a couple of trees just turned bright pink, and just
I think that would be good. I would like to see more varieties bugs.
Mm-hmm.
More varieties of butterflies. We have the ability right now to do 81 fish, but only 39 bug.
Yeah.
So I would like to see more of that, even though I haven't caught all of them. That's fine. I've only been playing this game since I got invited to the closed beta the day before it turned into the open beta.
Hey, but you know what? That counts. That totally counts. It totally counts.
So I haven't really been playing all that long.
No, it surprises me how new Palia still is.
It is very new and it's still in beta, which, you know, there's a lot of things that are going to change and things are happening, and they're going to be putting more, I would think, more assets into the game. And I am sure eventually they will have all the bugs ironed out, you know.
The big ones anyways.
The big ones especially, which I think they're going to work on, and they'll do it. I find it interesting that in their fall, right before the pumpkins came out, I don't know if you noticed, but there was blustery wind that would happen, and you would see it in town. You would see like leaves moving and things like that, like a bluster. You actually can see it if you look at the trees behind the bonsai right now. You could see how they're moving back and forth.
So you found some weather that was like a little bit more windy. Yeah.
I think it's good, you know, and I'm hoping that we have maybe rain.
Yeah, that would be cool to see, just different weather patterns, different seasons.
That's right. They have a lot of things on their agenda that they have to do. They can't do that.
Not yet. Yeah, that's kind of a polish and
But I'm hoping that in February they do something to celebrate the Year of the Dragon.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is your jam, isn't it?
I love dragons. Yeah, I do. I really do like them. I don't know whether it's because I have 6 grandsons or whatever. I like dragons.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Well, Yvalnae, thank you so much for inviting me over for a tour. I'm glad that we were able to kind of get synced up, and I liked everything that I saw, and I don't want to minimize that by just kind of, you know, blanket approach. It's like I liked everything. I really was very creative how you had your farm layout, how you had the interior of your house. You participated in the holiday decorating contest. And
oh yeah, they did.
I had you featured in one of my videos, so to see that in person was really cool.
You know, I saw that. I think I saw that it was this morning.
Yep.
Or yesterday.
Yes.
It was whenever it came out. I watched it, and I kind of was a little shocked to see Yvalnae there.
Wow. Wait, that's me.
Exactly.
I wanted to give credit for everyone who participated, because in all reality, and I say this in full sincereness, everyone brought their A game, and you know, I'll think about how to do this better next year, and I'm sure I'll have some more contests and stuff in the future for different things. But yeah, it was incredibly impressive. So if y'all are still here, make sure you give the video a like, comment, let me know what your favorite part was. What are some things that you're looking for in Palia? And as always. Until next time, I'll see y'all for the next Paleo tour.
This next one is Myst Wind, and one of the things that struck me about this one was how practicore it was. Everything that you see is exactly what practicore should be. It's practical designs. Practicore is one of the really surprising play styles, the design cores, because it embodies, like, it's a fantasy game. It's a game that is virtual, and yet people still create designs that they would do in their normal house. So without further ado, kick back, relax, and let's take a walk on the practicore side.
Hey, it's been a commit. I'm back for another Paleo tour. I'm here with Myst Wind. How you doing today, Myst?
I'm doing great, thanks.
Awesome. Oh, sweet. Thank you for having me out. Just already, just kind of like, I like doing the little pan around, taking all the sights. It's always fun right when you pop into a plot, just when everything loads in and you have this nice little display. And already off the bat, I can tell that this is going to be a good tour. I can see how you have everything laid out. It's pretty cool, but you know what? Like I like to say, you're my tour guide. Where are we going?
Well, this is our farm market cart.
love
We have in
it.
front here in case anyone wants to purchase from us.
All the best.
Or just grab a snack.
Yeah, right. Oh, you got a Guardian Choppa here too. Nice.
I do.
What's his name?
Choppa Guard. I don't have them named.
Ah, that's okay.
He's just Blue Choppa.
Blue Choppa. Nice.
Blue Choppa. My grounds are divided into gardens.
Ooh.
This is our fountain garden.
Oh, nice.
There's a little Cernuck hiding in the back there.
Oh, wait. Let's go see the Cernuck. Oh, yep. He's camouflaged with derp.
He is.
I like this. I like this concept. Separated into gardens. That is really neat.
In my world, this is a bird bath.
Oh, yes. Yeah. I love that. I was about to say, I was like, that's a big bird bath, you know? But that's cool. I like that. See, people use their imagination all the time. It's what makes us unique.
Well, I love watching the tours because, as you say, we get inspiration.
Yeah, definitely.
Even if it's just little things.
Yes. It's amazing how many people take notes on all the little things I miss. It's fun. It's fun when people pick out those little details.
This is our butterfly garden. I personally think that the insectarium is too bright at night.
Oh, yeah.
But
Well,
maybe
you know why, right? I mean, it's got to attract the moths.
attract moths.
Yeah. That's where all the bugs hang out. It's gotta be bright. It's where the party is.
And the one on the left is our Zen garden.
I like this Zen garden. This is a really fun concept. This is cool. I like how you separate everything into gardens.
I don't really like the fencing or messing with putting down single posts, so I'd be happy if we get some shrubs.
Oh yeah. That's one thing that's been requested a lot. Is this the garden? This is the
garden.
It's
garden.
Ooh. If I may be so bold, it is the meta garden.
There you go. Meta garden.
So meta.
It's missing a plot, but you'll see why later.
Yeah, no, that's cool. But I like how you have this little grass border in between them all. That's pretty cool.
Thank you.
Nice touch. Yeah, little things.
And
I'll easily
Let's
get
check out
lost.
this-
I'll follow
Let's
you. Yeah,
Check out this one here before we go back.
of course.
This is our nod to Beidru's family. This is
Yes.
their garden.
Awesome.
There's the loot for Beidru. There's the romance novels for the missus. The little bug jar, but of course it doesn't glow yet. But once it does, Ani will like that.
Hey, there you go. Nice,
And
nice
the-
choice of lighting here. That's pretty cool. I haven't
Thank
seen
you.
a cool light yet. Kayla needs more cool lights.
They do need more cool lights.
Yeah.
I like standing here at night because with the lights coming under the fence and the lights on the house behind it, it looks like a runway. I know you play games where you actually have the need for runways. We
Yes.
don't, but it looks like one.
That's cool. I like that. Little things.
I think the house, this little workshop looks like gingerbread.
Oh, it does. Yeah, I can see that. I get that impression now. That's cool. Nice little
In the
touches
back
on the
is
side.
our, thank you, fishing camp.
Fishing camp.
We're grilling some fish.
Awesome.
We have our cooler to keep our fish in that we catch.
Oh yeah, I like it.
And that's what that area is. It's not much of a garden yet because we don't really have flowers to put in the ground, but
Yeah.
someday.
Fish garden, you know.
Fish garden.
Yeah.
And this is our workshop. I'll let you go ahead in.
Oh yeah, I love this view right as you walk into a doorway. How it just zooms in. It's so fun. This is proper workshop. I like it. Specifically, I like your choice of wallpapers. The lighting that you chose. Ooh, good colors here too. I like how people incorporate the colors, different colors on the wallpapers.
To your left there is the crafting area. And
Nice.
to the right are plants, propagation, and in the back is my office.
Oh, very official. I like this.
I often log out in my office. It's a place I like to sit.
Yeah, it's where you write your thank you notes and conduct the business of the plot.
Keep track of my inventory.
Yeah, keep track of inventory, make note of which genealogical things. Wait, not genetics. Your plant genetics.
Yes, plant genetics.
I know, you're probably just like, what the heck is he talking about?
No, we actually, my husband and I played a game where we raised ponies, horses, and you did track genetics really because your baby horse would turn out based on the parents' genetics.
Ooh, all right. That's cool.
It was fun.
Yeah.
Right, we're coming back here to the bandstand. I actually heard you and another person say in another game that this was called the bandstand. I had already called mine a bandstand, even though it's called a gazebo.
I freaking love this. This is awesome.
I had already decided it was a bandstand.
Yeah, this is cool. I have never seen anybody do this. You know, I like the lighting that you have around it, but you know, it makes me smile because you may or may not have played that game, but the fact that you incorporated just an element into here, that's cool. That's really cool that you turned that in. And I like your seating. This is fun.
This is a game. This is the children's area. So can you guess what game the seating is?
Oh, it's musical chairs.
It is.
Oh yes. That is cool. Gotta play with 9 people though. Gotta fight.
This is their sandbox.
Oh, that's cute.
My kitten wants to use it for something else, but I tell him no.
No, bad kitty.
No.
Where's the spray bottle?
Spray bottle. And then they made their mud pies and mud soup over here.
Oh, cute. They're keeping an eye on the kitty. You know, these plushies over here. And you got
They
your
better.
kitty table with the
Got the kitty table.
snacks,
Mm-hmm.
tacos and chili dogs. Oh yeah, I like how people have incorporated these temples here. You have
This
your
is my
cozy kitsu.
cozy kitsu.
How fun. People pick up
saw,
on so many little things. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, was it Shing's
Yes, Shings.
video, and that snow garden was amazing. And his use of these little lights that I have in front of the urn there was also amazing.
Yeah, people I've noticed that's a really cool trend that I've seen. People have gotten really creative with how they've incorporated lighting in their plots and designs, even in the most subtle ways, you know? So it's fun to see how people have been incorporating that.
Next is the spa.
Ooh.
The spa is a separate building.
Oh, this is fancy. Yeah. This
That's
is
the dressing area.
very nice.
And to the right is the massage area.
Oh, that's fun. That's really neat.
And I
Got-
just got this little bowl that you're supposed to make, soothing sounds with.
Yeah, fun fact, I actually have one of those. I forgot where I got it, but I have one of those Zen bowls.
Yeah, it's cool.
I use it to pray to the algorithm. I get good views.
Love that. This is our barbecue area. And
Ooh.
we have our hot dogs out here, and then we also have the telescope area.
I really have appreciated people's use of the telescope. I'm a big fan of space.
Me too.
Yeah. And you got your tea, have some tea and
Of course.
look at the
Have to have
stars.
tea. Mhm. The tents in the back are the guest area for honored guests whose pictures you will see inside the tent.
Oh, yeah. Nice. Very nice indeed.
Back here they have the bathtub, and they can wash themselves or wash their laundry.
Nice.
And then our little sitting area.
That's cute. I like how you had a little hay bale. I mean, that hay bale in a barrel, some good times.
Most of this is patchwork, or
Makeshift.
it's patchwork, makeshift stuff back here.
Yeah. Everybody loves the good makeshift stuff.
I do love it.
Makeshift envy is real.
It is. My hubby still has some that I don't have.
Yeah, that
But
was
he fishes more than I do, so.
that was the story. The longest time I had the makeshift candle holder, and my wife had recently got it after all this time. I was like, man,
Oh my god.
that's crazy.
It is crazy. There's the facilities and some books to read.
Oh yes, good reading material. Life and Times of Gina.
This is our actual last garden. This is the Chappa garden. So there are some Chappas back there hiding. This one is
Ooh.
not complete.
How many chappas? Oh, these are Invasion of the Robotic Chappas.
Mm-hmm.
Sneaky.
Oh, we did miss one thing.
What's that?
He's right over here. He's right over here.
All right.
The Who's It, I think, is creepy.
The Who's It?
The Who's-It is creepy, so I hide him back here in the plants so he actually...
Oh, yes. Yes. Well, you know, he's just thinking that all the stuff over here is pretty intense. And he gets a hoot out of it.
The Chaplains didn't even want him in their garden.
Oh, yeah, no, that's
Like,
all right.
No.
They're messy creatures.
All right, we'll go back around to the front and work our way through the fountain garden.
So just, I like taking in little details, just one more little pass, and it's fun that you have these little nooks here. I think that's a new fun trend that I've noticed is people take lots of consideration even for the smallest of spaces that they have in their house. Y'all know how it goes. About to go inside, that's usually when tours get real. If you liked what you've seen so far, I'm ready when you are.
Go ahead, I'll let you go first.
Ooh, okay. Oh. Ooh, this is nice. I like a good sightline. Very nice how you framed your dining area, and just this is really cool. A little more ways than one.
You and your videos are how I learned about sightlines.
Oh, that's so cool.
I have never played a cozy game before. Abby and I we play MMOs. Now, we have had houses before. We've had gardens and animals in some games, but they're secondary to the game. They're not the game.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
of course.
So, I really had no idea when I came into a cozy game what we're supposed to do. Of course, you can do anything you like.
Of course, yeah. But I really like how you have everything set up. The seating areas. I mean, these are realistic, you know? There's a good appreciation for realistic style setups.
I tend towards realistic because I don't think I really know how to do anything else.
Yeah, of course. That's really cool though. It's so fun for me as a content creator to see every house that I tour essentially builds on itself, because people, they learn new tricks and they incorporate little things, and you know, it's fun for me. It's just as much fun for me as it is for people watching. I assure you.
And stacking the plates came from one of your tours. I had no idea you could stack them.
It's the little things. Who knows what we're gonna have, like what other surprises we're gonna have later this year, you know?
That's right. That's the butler's pantry.
Butler's pantry.
Wish I had a butler.
Yeah.
And then we're in the kitchen.
Some days I really feel like, you know, we're on HDTV, taking on all the sights. And who doesn't love a good kitchen? Love the accent wall, how you have everything laid out, and again, great use of colors.
Thank you. There's a lot of makeshift on that wall back there too.
I know, but it just feels right.
This is the hors d'oeuvre area.
Ooh, hors d'oeuvres.
And the kitchen ties into the barbecue porch. So they are linked together.
Yeah. Dare I call it the meat garden?
The meat garden. There you go.
I like this little nook. I like this little breakfast nook. Family heirloom recipes of dark magic.
And I know you like sightlines, so you can see from the kitchen window when you're working the other fireplace in the house.
Ooh, oh yeah. Yeah. Let's Wow. That is cool.
and totally accidental.
No, I know you didn't have to say that. You'd be like, "Oh yeah, totally. That was planned." I had graph paper and Excel spreadsheets. It's a thing.
It's a thing.
Yeah.
Well, next up is our den trophy room bar.
So warm. Warm and I don't know. I have some. Anytime I see dens like this, I have Gaston vibes from Beauty and the Beast.
True.
Yeah. Sorry, it was a different reference.
We even have a loop.
Wrong universe.
You can play music.
Hey. I like how you have chosen this room to display wall-mounted trophies, and yeah, that's really cool.
Thanks. Game room.
Game room.
It's our card table over here.
Oh yeah. Place your bets.
The Majori, is that correct? Is that how you say Majori? Majori?
However you want to say it. That actually is from Palia.
Yes. I was hoping I was saying it correctly.
Yeah.
So,
no.
The Majori game, they're teaching me, and then I'm teaching them how to play chess.
Ooh. Oh, nice touch. Very nice touch. Wow.
I will warn anybody that wants to try this type of thing, putting these little bottles on the floor. They move every day.
Oh my gosh.
Sometimes they move a little to the left, sometimes a little to the right. They all started out in the center of the square, and they're not there now because they won't stay in the center. They have a mind of their own.
Somebody's playing chess without you.
I think maybe they are. The Chappas are coming in and moving them.
Oh, yes. Yeah, that's what they're doing. They're playing Choppa chess. Definitely.
This ties into the Choppa porch. So if you win big, you can come out and have your cigar and drink and celebrate.
Woo! I'm really enjoying how, like I said, you've incorporated those sight lines, and you can see all the way down. Very nice and balanced. It's the little things.
If you keep going straight across, you'll get to the bedrooms. It's a bedroom for me and one for hubby, so it's 2 bedrooms and a Jack and Jill bathroom.
That is stylish. I love your colors that you use in here. They're fun. Oh yes, Jack and Jill.
There is a toilet hiding behind the screen.
Oh, did I miss it? Oh, yeah, there it is. I don't know what's better at hiding, choppas or toilets.
They're both pretty good at hiding.
They really are. Really are.
But if you have a choppa in your toilet, then you're
Uh-oh. Yep. That's why we can't have nice things. This is cool. So what this is guest room, kids room,
bedroom for hubby.
Bedroom for hubby. Awesome.
He actually built me a whole house on his plot.
Oh.
I only gave him a bedroom, so.
Yeah, right. I'm surprised it's not all makeshift stuff. That's also another thing I've seen. Guest houses that are just all makeshift stuff. Well, that's all I could put together.
That's out in the tents.
Yeah. Sweet.
And this one ties into the Cozy Kitsu.
Cozy Kitsu.
You can sit out here at night and look at the fire pits.
Yeah, that's a good view. A good view. Lots of little treats on your plot.
And I think we've covered everything.
Well done. Well done.
Thanks.
I think it's really fun, the fact that you mentioned... Well, first off, we'll save that. First question, we'll do a little Q&A. Where would be the coziest place on your plot or in your house?
Probably the den.
All right. Like me some good camera angles. That's cool. So Q&A time. One of the things I wanted to ask you first is, you know, you had played MMOs traditionally. What is it about Palia that was exciting for you?
The housing was exciting for me.
Yeah?
Because there are some MMOs that do have some housing and some animals and gardens. There are some that don't have any.
Mm-hmm.
It so happens the most recent one I was playing is I had gone back to play Classic WoW.
Mm-hmm.
And there are no houses at all.
Yes, right.
Nor gardens, nor animals. There's nothing of that sort. And so we had not played a game with housing in a few years.
Right.
And
I
so
remember there were
exciting.
some MMOs that had housing or had sort of like a homestead aspect, but I know it's kind of digging deep. There's like a Star Wars one, right, that had housing.
I believe Star Wars did have. I didn't play any space ones. Just
Yeah, I didn't either.
My brain can't get around being in space. It messes my brain up.
Yeah.
But we played Rift, which had some interesting housing in that you had your own instance and you started a starter home like you do here.
Mm-hmm.
But then everything you put in that home had to be placed as if you were a programmer. Like it had to be 3D placed. You could get something like not all the way on the floor.
Oh.
Or turned a certain way because it wasn't to grid placement, it was 3D placement. It was very hard.
Yeah, I can only imagine.
But
that sounds...
I did build a loft in my house there, so that was cool.
Yeah.
So that's something I want to do here. I want to have a loft. I want to have a second floor.
Yeah.
And then we played Arcade for a bit. There are houses there, and there's also animals, but it's not instance, so that makes that game very difficult to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
Instant housing is better. Although I don't know if everybody agrees with that, but trust me, if you've not played instance housing and then you have played instance is better. It's much better. We played that was Rift had the one that was 3D. Oh, and then we've played some other ones in between that might have had a little touch of housing, but not much.
Right.
And then Black Desert had the most like this. Black Desert had instance housings. And you got to place furniture and hot tubs and all sorts of things in your house, and you also could raise animals.
Mm-hmm.
That's where we raised the horses. And
Oh, right, right.
Little tiny gardens. You didn't have big gardens like here. You had little tiny gardens if you wanted. So it was the most like this one, but it's been a while since we played that game.
Yeah.
So it was exciting to me to have a house and it be instanced, and we actually get to place things on it and have a garden and maybe someday animals.
Right, and you get to, compared to other MMOs, you get to actually tend to it. You know, there's things that you can, like the farming and stuff, that you can just kind of work on, and you know, you can craft furniture. And so my next question I was going to ask is, and this is going to be one of my new fun ones to ask. Recently, what has been one item that you got in the game that just made you so excited? Like you're just like, oh my gosh, I finally got this, or you discovered something.
I actually just got one today fishing, and that was some of the pots and pans in the kitchen. They were makeshift, but they just got that today. And there are, every time I get something new, I think I'm excited about it.
Yes. I love
getting
that.
a little tired. I'm getting a little tired of the Christmas stuff being in the chopper pile.
Right.
I'm ready for that to end. But every time I got something new, I was excited about it. Like I got snowshoes or I got skates.
That's awesome.
I'm excited every time I get something new.
Yeah, it's really fun though, because the reason why I asked that is, you know, as I have come and met all these wonderful people on the tours, as you've seen, that's one of the things that I hear a lot. It's like, oh my gosh, I just got, just like you said, I just got these pots and pans, freaking out. It's the best thing, you know.
Yeah.
Makes your day. It's like, that's so fun. That's really fun. So one of the other things I like to ask in the realm of items is, based off of what you have on your plot right now, what do you think is an item that is missing? Not necessarily that is in the game, you know, and you want to try to get it, but what's something based off of what you know is in the game that you feel is missing?
Shrubs, flowers.
Yes, I had a lot of people ask about shrubs and flowers for sure, just to be able to decorate more on the outside more. I think the inside is pretty good. Obviously there's more stuff that they can add and fix, but people do like to decorate the outside as much as the inside. It's your first impression, right?
I actually do. I do like decorating the outside probably more than the inside.
Yeah.
Because to me, there's only so much space in a room.
Right.
And once you've put so many things in it, I mean, unless you're going to go completely cozy, which I'm not completely cozy at this point, and put things on every square inch of the wall, I run out of room in a house.
So would you say that in terms of cozy core like clean core and clutter core, where would you be in between those?
I think I'm more on the clean side for the most part, but as you said, I'm really on the realistic side, if there is such a thing.
Yes. Yeah, I totally get that. Because I mean, the way that you have everything laid out, it I couldn't really think of any other word to use other than, I can totally see, you know, if you had the same furniture in your own house, this is how you would decorate, you know, as opposed to more, the contrast to that would be more imaginative, you know. It's like, well, I'm in a fantasy world and I'm building a fantasy house, so this is kind of, you know, the decoration style that I'd go with.
Right, and I've seen in your tours people that have done the witchy rooms.
Yes.
And I think they're beautiful.
Yes.
I really do. I think they're gorgeous. So it would be something I'd like to try at some point. I hit the money limit, money cap, which I was kind of sad about, but I did. So I went and bought another house and some rooms, but I haven't done anything with them, and I don't think I want them on this plot because I'm happy with this plot.
Yes.
As far as houses go. So I would probably stick it on another plot and maybe try the witchy thing, like you said, completely imaginary thing.
Yeah, cluttercore is a language. It takes a... The more I look at it, the more I realize it's a lot of layers. You know, it's not something that you can just put down, as much as people would like to think that people that do cluttercore just throw everything in a corner. I think in my mind, it's a lot of layers. It's like you kind of start with a little something, then you add another layer to it, then you add another, you kind of keep going and going until you have like this collage of,
oh my gosh,
stuff.
It's so much work.
Yes.
I look at some of those rooms and I'm like, oh my gosh, that's so much work.
Yes. Yeah. No, I totally understand that. It is a mood, you know? And it's fun too, because as people are watching these tours, they're either nodding their head or they're shaking their head. It's a lot of fun. It is a lot of fun. So as in terms of the lore of Palia, I like to ask this question too. Does your character, because I'm sure Myst Wind has a story. Does she have a story in Palia other than, you know, the one that we get? Is there any backstory as far as that goes?
I haven't really created a backstory for Myst Wind in that hubby and I play together, so we already know each other. We tend to be pretty insular. We do the grove, the tree grove that pops up. You know, if we see it, we'll shout it out, and if somebody else has it, we'll join them. And we've done romances with the NPCs, but we're pretty insular in playing with each other.
That's
and
cool.
So we already have our own story.
I get that. I totally get that. We do
role playing. Yeah, we'll role play in game. You know, we still wave to each other and talk to each other in chat. So help each other with fishing. We do play some separate because we're not playing the exact same hours. But at night we usually play together.
That's awesome.
And we'll role play doing that. But I love the stories of the NPCs. This is where cozy. This is where they're trying to match up cozy with MMO. This game is an experiment.
It really is. It's the first of its kind, and I think it's really cool that you came in and you had said that, you know, you've never played a cozy game before, and that's one of the things that has impressed me a lot with Palia is how much thought and art and animation that they put into the NPCs, the facial expressions that they make when they're thinking, and you know, it's a lot different than just text on a screen.
Yes, we had I think probably we've talked about probably the closest NPCs. There's been two that we've had in true MMOs that come even close to these NPCs. It was in Rift had one who kept getting us in trouble. He even tried to get us hanged.
Oh my. Because he kept having us do illegal things.
So I kind of steered clear of Zeki and Reth in the beginning. I'm like, okay, how far is this going to go?
That's funny.
How much trouble are going to get me in?
That's funny, yes. You never thought about it that way. It's like you've got battle scars from other MMOs and you're just like, I don't trust you, dude.
I don't trust you.
You got 4 ears. What is your angle?
That's right.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
And one other game had an NPC who was very involved in the story, with your story. For a time, there was a war. Of course, there's a war.
Yeah, right.
And you're supposed to fight these people at a fort. And he kind of has his own idea about how things are supposed to go. And of course, you have your own ideas about how things are supposed to go. So you're kind of at odds with him sometimes. But still, he is your leader. And you get very close to him. And in the end, he dies. And it's the only time we've ever had an MMO where one of our main NPCs actually died.
Yeah.
So when this one goes dark, it's not a surprise to me that it goes dark, but I think it's a surprise to a lot of cozy players that the NPCs are dark.
Right.
And that they have these dark backstories, and very surprising, even if they're not dark, they're sometimes very surprising backstories that may not match other cozy games. I'm sure there probably are some dark cozy games, but it seems that from the reactions I've seen, like on YouTube, that it surprises people that these NPCs are that deep and that dark.
Yeah.
But it's not surprising for an MMO player.
Right. You're just like, seen one, seen them all. But it's really cool though. Just how much depth that they've put into it, and hearing from all of you, and you being the people that are watching, how your discoveries of the story have played out in your own life and your own gameplay experience. And I'm sure Singularity 6 is just kind of sitting back in the chair being like, nice.
Yes, they
You
should
know?
be saying nice.
Yeah.
Like you said, they did an excellent job with the basics of the game. It's the mechanics are very smooth. The NPCs are very well done. Say what, babe? Graphics are great. They did a great job with this game, and they should be very proud of it. I've also compared it to another game we played, which was a spy game, because there are puzzles to solve here.
Yeah.
And there are things that you're supposed to figure out how to do.
Puzzles and parkour.
Puzzles and parkour. And also, even if you're out in the world and you see a little statue of a guy with a book, and then you see a second little statue of a guy with a book, you know they're connected.
Yeah. Totally.
You see a little phoenix, and then you see another little phoenix. You're like, okay, they're connected because that's how this game works.
Yes.
And you learn to look for things and puzzle things through. And so that's a lot like the spy game we played, where we were supposed to figure out puzzles and work things out.
I mean,
it's really
let's be honest here. As a veteran gamer, both you and I can relate to this as people who've played games for a while. You look at it and you're just like, I've trained my whole life for this. Yes. I see you, statue with book. You have a quest.
That's right. That's right. You have a quest. There's something about you.
Awesome. One last question, and I want to ask, in terms of just kind of getting back at the Palia story a little bit, because it's a fascinating discussion. Where do you think the story in Palia is going from here?
Well, I hope that it brings us to other countries eventually.
Ooh,
that we have not seen yet.
Yeah.
I've seen some theories on YouTube about next NPCs we might see in town, and that's cool. I'm all for new NPCs in town. But I would also like for our characters to meet people outside of this little town. Yes. And I would love to have a boat.
Oh, yeah.
Any kind of boat. It could be a rowboat. It could be a canoe. I just want a boat.
Just to go out and fish on the water, or
fish on the water,
in a lake,
or
yeah.
visit the other side. I look at the other side of the lake and I'm like, oh, I so want to go to the other side of the lake. I so want to go there.
I've been to the other side of the lake. They need to add more to it.
Yeah. Well, I know there's nothing there. If I go there, there's not going to be anything there.
Yeah.
But if it's a true MMO,
one can dream.
I don't think it is it's an experiment, and I don't think it is a true MMO yet.
Yeah.
Because it's not big enough. There's not enough of a world yet.
Yeah, I agree.
And even the world that we can see, like you say, isn't filled in yet. Even if you just filled in the world that we have.
Right. We have plenty more temples to add, and definitely have other places to explore. Potentially with more NPCs that can be not just, Bahari and Kilima, but other areas that have other NPCs to meet and to romance and to, create bonds with. And it would be interesting if they added dynamics where if you got closer to one NPC, you would end up not getting close to another NPC. You know what I mean? Kind of like conflicting relationships.
Yes. Yeah, I understand in some cozy games that you can get married.
Yes.
And we don't have that level, and no, we don't even have much of a jealousy level at this point.
Right. Yeah, I've heard some well, I mean, they had communicated not too long ago how people have wanted to romance some of the other NPCs that aren't romanceable, and they're like, that's a very complex relationship. Yep.
Well, if you're going to call it an MMO, then...
Yeah, right? Sky's the limit.
Sky's the limit.
Sky's the limit. It has been a pleasure, Myst Wind. Thank you so much for inviting me out. And if you have made it this far and you're enjoying these tours as much as Myst Wind has, make sure you like the video, leave a comment, let me know what you enjoyed the most. I want to know also, what kind of questions are you interested in knowing from these wonderful creators?
Now, this one goes down in history as one of the most influential homes that I've toured. This was one that I absolutely had to take my time on. And fun fact, I actually toured this one twice. Embarrassingly, when I was touring this house, I don't know, there was I wouldn't really say a technical issue. Well, it was more of a blunder on my part. I had all of my audio and all of my reactions, but I didn't have Melody Rose's. This is Melody Rose, who recently created a gaming channel on YouTube. Go check her out if you'd like. Which is always kind of fun too. After I tour some people, sometimes they get the bug and they want to create content as well, and more power to them. It takes a lot of work to create content and to put yourself out there. And, you know, Melody Rose is another kind soul. Has just, you can tell the warmth that comes from Melody Rose. It is, it radiates. And another fun fact about this, after I had spent so much time recording, because it literally took about an hour of footage, and I realized I'd only captured my side of it and not hers, which in my opinion was the most important part. I literally broke down into tears. I don't know why. I guess it was just frustration, but I reached out to her. I apologized profusely because, you know, I respect everybody's time. It takes time to record these things, and it turned out for the better. So I do my best to try and act surprised as I've already seen this, but I lean a little bit more into my ADHD to be able to appreciate it all that much more. And truly, it's a house that you really want to see as many times as you can. So to that degree, it was nice to be able to go back and see the things that I'd missed. So sit back, relax, and let's check this one out. It's a beautiful house to drink in.
We're about to explore Melody Rose's incredible house. This isn't just any house. This is the second level 400 Palia house that I've toured. Now, as I walk through this mid-century modern masterpiece, I could not find words. The design, the flow, every little attention to detail, it was like slipping into a whole nother world. The question you need to ask yourself right now is, are you ready? Because I wasn't. I'm here with Melody Rose and her beautiful house. My goodness. Like, I already love the outside, how you have everything just kind of laid out, and you're my tour guide. How you doing, by the way?
Doing great. How are you this evening?
I'm doing so much better. So much better.
You're very dapper.
Oh, thank you.
All dressed up.
Thank you. I like to wear my Palian best for the tours. So where are we going first?
If you want to start at the very beginning, I kind of thought it'd be fun to offset the Magimarket arch, because most people, I mean, the only thing you can do is put it right in front of your house and lead to the front door.
Right.
So I decided instead to put it offset to the right. And so it features my Kitsu when he comes out at midnight.
I love it.
You can go through this archway, or you can take pictures outside of this archway that show the Kitsu sitting on his little platform.
Yeah, definitely.
So it just makes a little bit of an interesting, different entrance. But then the main entrance, of course, leads to the front door, and that's where we have the trees and the lighting.
I love the lighting.
I tried several different tree styles, but I ended up going with the oaks. I kind of like them.
Strong.
The strong and straight, you know, kind of. And I know a lot of people are kind of tired of this pathway, since it's kind of the only one we have in the game.
Give us some more path, please. We need more
yes,
path.
more pathways.
But
so,
you know, I like how you didn't just keep it square. Like, for the sides, you did the diamond shapes, and then leading up to your house, you have it.
Yeah,
squared off.
I thought I would mix it up a little bit, and lay it out a little differently, maybe, because I know people are tired of seeing it, but it is what we have right now. So I
Yes.
just went ahead and went with it. If we head out this way, it just goes to the farm, and it is a working farm, so it's probably got weeds on it, but it's the money maker type stuff, as one of your other what did she call it? The shmoney makers.
Money makers.
Yeah, so done a lot of farming in the game, and
One of the things
I
that
had-
like I always it's kind of a
I
little
had a-
joke that I have. Like, it's like the moment that you bring out Excel spreadsheets for a game, it's all
Right.
over then.
And that's why my garden's a little funny looking right now. I did follow one of the other content creators, their little plan spreadsheet, and it was too hard to keep it going because things came ready for harvest in 3 days, and then 4 days, and 5 days, and 6 days. And so 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, you're harvesting something different every hour, and it was you'd forget what goes in what spot.
Oh,
Anyway, but I did have it surrounded with one of those fences where you put post by post, single post by single post, that a lot of people are using these days. But it took about 400 of them. And when
Oh,
I
my
hit the
word.
2,000 limit, I had to change some things. So I took that fence out and I put in the pots with the wheat,
yeah.
because it kind of feels like I'm storing my grain while it dries out in these grain bins, and it's going to go to market soon. So
Love it. I love it.
kind of gave it different. And then, of course, this is the little watering garden that has the baby plants. And you get this
Babies.
you get this from Bedrew.
Awesome.
With your coins, if you choose to.
Mhm.
I thought instead of the well, because a lot of people get the well, I thought, well, I will have the little baby plant garden.
You thought, well.
But I like the way it looks, and I like that it's kind of like a little fountain. So it's kind of neat.
So I like how you did the wheat and the fountain and everything, and you bring a really good, interesting point that I always like to make when it comes to finite resources. It's like you reach this limit and you're just like, well, I want to put some more stuff down, but I maybe just don't want these fences here. So it's like that resource limit kind of makes you take a step back and be creative. I always like
You're
that.
right.
Yeah.
You're right. It's a problem solving
Yes.
kind of exercise. So I had to solve a problem, and this was how I solved that one. It used about a fourth of the amount, about 100 items as opposed to 400. So it was helpful in that way, and I could go ahead and plant some more trees and do other things I wanted to do. As I've seen on your videos, sometimes you have to take away a candle to put in a chair. It's
That's
just
right.
the way it is.
It's just the way it
But
is.
this is the hot tub area. Of course, we used to
Oh.
have one
I love this.
at our house.
Got the
and,
little stepping stool, but I mean,
Yeah,
This-
and you've got to have the area around it. You can put your beer, your glass
Ah.
of wine, and a little snack. Have a light in the bottom of the hot tub because they
yes.
usually are lighted. And so I got a kick out of that, but that makes for a nice little area. Sit and relax. And then, as I've seen on some of your other videos, of course, some people like to have different seating areas when they have company, and,
Mhm.
and people tend to group in 5 or 6 at a time to talk. You can't really talk when there's 30 of you at a party all in one group. So it's great to break up once in a while into littler groups. So I
Yeah.
kind of set it up that way. But that was also something I'd seen on one of your videos. I've heard other people say that, and I think that is really true. It's the way it is at my house. We have 4 or 5 seating areas in our yards, front and back. And so, kind of followed along with that. Music, and when we get together, everyone picks up a guitar and starts singing music. So
That's awesome. That's really awesome.
had to have that out there. And then a little nod to Christmas coming. You'll see a few areas around my house where I've started red and green.
Oh, I can see that.
And I think, have you seen the green on the inside of Hodari's house? Oh, Dari has olive green, and a kind of a real dark, neat-looking green, and we need that for Christmas.
Yeah.
So hopefully they'll give us that. I'd love to have some more colors, as everyone would.
Yeah, definitely. Gazebos.
But this way, when we switch over our decorations to holiday, we've kind of got a head start.
Yeah, I think that's
in some areas.
really good point to bring up. It's just like we've gotten through Halloween and now you're starting to transition, and it's not like a overnight sort of thing. I mean, maybe some of you will be overnight, probably a couple of hours, but you have a transition and it still works with how you have, the pumpkins and everything, but you started to incorporate some of the reds and the greens. So we're getting into festive season.
It's like that at my house. I've collected glass Christmas ornaments my entire life, and it takes me at least a week, sometimes a month, to get all the Christmas decorations put up. So it'll be like that around here too in Palia, I think.
This is incredible. This gazebo.
It's kind of a little different take on instead of the witchy vibe, which I do love. I wanted a relaxing vibe in this particular gazebo.
Yes.
So it kind of be a meditation type place, take me to church, as the song would say.
Yeah.
But that kind of thing gives you, I don't know, throw down your yoga mat, do some stretches. Not like I ever get that done myself at home, but
me neither.
It's nice. You've got some running water, and you've got lights and candles and a lot of blue and white. I'm sure your wife would tell you about colors and how they affect you. And your energy, and
absolutely.
What is soothing and what causes you to be full of energy.
I've learned so much about color from her. Absolutely. My brain goes to Harry Potter, like Order of the Phoenix.
Oh, it really does. It really does. Now that you say that.
But I love how you framed everything with the little garden, and you got your lights, and then it's like at this point, right where I'm standing, you have a decision to make. You can either go left or you can go right, and both are excellent choices. Where are we going?
Yes, there are a couple of paths that lead off. One of them I jokingly call my mother-in-law sweet.
Ooh.
I know a lot of people put their very best furniture out in their gazebo, and I thought I would be different and put my very best furniture out in the tent.
Ooh, that's intense.
Just to have something a little different. Depending on how close you are with your mother-in-law and how close you want them to your house.
Yeah, right.
You could have a tent in the yard with all of their favorite fancy things in it, so they'd feel right at home.
Yeah, it's just like, that she likes dragons and she likes blue, and that's about it.
That's right. That's exactly right. And the juxtaposition of dragons and blue is kind of similar to beautiful furniture and a tent.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Ah, this is awesome.
And a bathtub full of flowers that has a dragon on it, What could be better?
Yeah, exactly.
And you've got your little chase lawn out here that you can lay in the sun and get a tan, which I'm sure, not sure, what the skies are like in Palia after we've been underground for 10,000 years.
That's true. I don't know if I would really fit very well. I don't think it'd be very comfortable. Like my feet would hang off the edge, but
it's a little short. I think it might have to be for Ani. I don't know. I have heard Hekla. Hekla did say once that she was trying to make homemade sunscreen for Gina. So maybe they do have to watch their sunshine. You never know.
Yeah, totally.
But over here we've got just a little fountain and the telescope, which I love. My brother has built an observatory at his house, and he loves telescopes, and so I love them too. So it's kind of fun to have the telescope. And the flower beds, of course, a lot of people have done the flower beds like this because we don't have bushes.
Yeah, come on now. Singularity 6, get with it.
I think that everything, and a lot of people are going to tell you the same thing. If you play a game and you see things in the game, then you should be able to have them at your house. So everything they have at Tamala's house should be available for us to make.
Right?
And she has a lot of bushes and flowers. And look at Delilah at her house out on the farm. Beautiful flower bushes, beautiful, bushes and flowers everywhere. We need those too.
Just not right.
So I'm just
teasing
begging
us.
the developers to give us some shrubbery. You know, Roger the shrubber could come around and sell us some shrubbery. It would be great. Nobody's going to get that reference unless they've watched some old Monty Python. But anyway.
Yes, a shrubbery. One that looks nice and not too expensive.
But this is my little getaway. My undergraduate degree was in history, but my graduate degree was in crime fiction, creative writing. And I love having a little place to write. And I always loved the women who wrote books in the 16 and 17 and 1800s and had to use a man's name, a pen name that was a man's name in order to get published. And this Gothic furniture reminds me of those Gothic periods where those women sat in candlelight at night and in hiding in secret places and wrote books. So this is my little secret place to write books.
Do you have a favorite author?
Oh my gosh, so many. Michael Conley. I guess I would have to say right off the top. James Lee Burke. He's the Faulkner of the South. James Lee Burke is just, he's wonderful. But yeah, Michael Conley and any crime writer, of course. I love crime fiction. So.
I noticed you have torches on the top of your gazebos.
I do. I thought it might be kind of fun if it was like a lighthouse.
Awesome.
And so when we got the Emberborn braziers, those are Emberborn braziers up there, shining out of each side of the gazebo.
Yeah. That's
Everyone
a really nice
can
touch.
find this now.
Yeah. All of Palia knows you're here.
Yeah, it's like we only have a certain limited number of items in the game to use, so everyone who's decorating their plot is using all the same stuff. I'm not any special person. I'm not any different than anyone else. Everyone puts theirs together differently, and they might have their Emberborn braziers out front, or they might use them as a fire pit so that they could roast hot dogs. Mine happened to be in the top of my gazebo as a lighthouse. Just
yeah, but
different
I
ways
mean,
of using
come on, you're downplaying this. Like this is incredibly impressive.
Oh, thank you. This is the work area, and all of these used to be small fish tanks. So I had hundreds of fish out here, but I had to take them down and use large ones because I hit the item limit. So anyway, I thought everybody has such beautiful fish rooms, aquarium rooms in their houses, and I wanted to do something different and put them outside. And use them as a wall to hide my workspace because, unfortunately, this is a working farm. We work hard here all day, every day.
Sun up to sundown.
The money makers are always going. If there's any way to make money in the game, I'm using it. I'm doing it. Other than I didn't do a lot of cake parties. I went to one. And I was the batter person, and I didn't know how to do it, and I had never been, and I kept kind of messing up and slowing things down a little bit. So all the other people at the cake party got out a hoe. They each were carrying a hoe, and they came over like a big group of warriors and were attacking me with the hoes.
Oh, that's just rude.
And to teach me that I was doing it wrong.
Oh my gosh. Me,
So I said,
I was
I'm not
so
gonna go
nervous
back
at
to-
cake parties. I manned the ovens.
I was too. I was a nervous wreck, and I thought, I'm not going to go back. But
Game
little-
like things should not give you anxiety, you know.
Yeah. I just, I got nervous, and I kept leafing when I was supposed to be battering, or But so
Derpy
this little
deers.
area. This is an area that's sort of given a nod to Christmas that's coming up, and I like to call it reindeer games.
Yeah.
So this is the reindeer games area. So you've got to have Rudolph and, whatever the little reindeer names are.
Rudolph and Ralph.
Yeah. They've got red and green games they can play over in this little corner. So it's kind of fun.
Little tic-tac-toe. It's such a cool little concept.
But it kind of is neat that some people might get an idea by watching this and see, oh my gosh, we can use some red wallpaper and some green wallpaper and put up a green tree that's like a Christmas tree and do a little red and green decorating. And voila, even without special Christmas decorations, we're already making Christmas. So we're already making a holiday. And
Definitely.
just like Europeans brought all of their traditions with them to America when they came, you know, the Native Americans weren't having Christmas, they weren't having Halloween, but they certainly learned about it from all the Europeans that came over and the Vikings and whatnot. We kind of bring our traditions with us. So we're bringing our traditions to Palia. So we had Halloween and we'll have Christmas, even though they don't.
Absolutely.
And the back porch again is just sort of changed into a red green area.
It makes a face.
It does. It does. I thought it looked like eyebrows right away.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, wait.
But
it's kind of a nod toward what you can do with our coloring bench. And I love that we have that. I love the devs for giving us that. And I hope they continue to expand it.
Yeah, definitely. Like that's really creative. You're just like, okay, well, we don't necessarily have Christmas items in the game yet, but I can work with this, you know? I can work with this.
You know, we come up with things, like you said earlier, it kind of is like a puzzle that we have to solve, you know? It's like, well, this is what I want, and if we don't exactly have it, then we'll make it up. We'll come up with something.
We'll make it happen. I like this.
And that's why your videos are so great. Everybody needs to subscribe to your channel because they should watch your videos.
Oh, thank you.
It's wonderful the way that YouTube will choose your videos one after another. You don't even have to touch the TV or the controller, and you can just watch them for hours if you want to and see everybody's houses. And you do a great service to all of us who love this game and get a lot of joy out of this game because we all feed off of each other's ideas.
I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you.
You and Ellie, your wonderful wife, this fountain is the regular fountain color.
Mm-hmm.
I learned from Ellie that you can color your fountains, so all the other fountains at my house are colored.
That's so cool.
Thank you to your wife for her wonderful inspiration.
I will pass on the love for sure.
This area is one that I really thought of you, Commit, because I thought the way that you like the woods and little secret places in the woods to go, I thought you would get a kick out of the fact that the choppers took over my forest and they're not leaving. And
that's adorable.
I'm lucky they let me come here. The dragons and the choppers own the place, and you know they let me rent.
Little outdoor picnic.
Yeah, the dragons are having a picnic, and
I love that. My brain
is
it's just tickled because, you know, it's just like little. They're
enjoying the fact that they have this makeshift furniture and that you can have a makeshift outhouse and color it red if you so desire. I love that. You know, and there's different levels of picnicking. Some people picnic at a picnic table, and some people on the ground. And choppas apparently are the same way.
They are everywhere.
Oh, you know,
they can.
that's one thing. I'm so sorry. That's one thing I would wish for. I would wish these choppa pillows could lay at an angle. Like up on the pillow.
Oh, right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They only lay flat, so you can't put them on your couch or your chair and show them off. But anyway, not a big deal. But
that's a really good point because, like, you know.
Well, hello, devs. I love your game, and can we put our pillows at an angle? But this is the first fountain I colored, and it's in the tradition color, the red, which I think they call the traditional.
So it's interesting because like there's other games out there, like Starfield is an example recently that allows you to move things like Palia. You can do it vertically and you know, horizontally, but like you can't really adjust the angle of it. And I think that would be something that would be really powerful. Is just like, okay, well, I can put it in this space, but like, how can I rotate it? Because then that would open up so much design.
You know, I played Valheim for a while with my nephews, and in Valheim they have like some apps that you can add to it called Clutter, and they have pillows that you could change the angle on. And so that was kind of neat. Oh, I forgot the bathtub fountain.
Oh, yeah. Let's go check it out.
I don't know if people realize, but if you turn on this tub, the water continues to run. It doesn't shut off when you walk away. So you have a fountain.
That's adorable.
It's kind of like a makeshift fountain using the industrial tubs. And the little chopper loves it. It's so cute.
It's taking a bath, enjoying life. I saw these three guys over here just hanging out, you know.
Where my husband was helping me decide what kind of things we could stack up to get the pumpkins to the right height so their faces would show in the chops.
Yeah, I'm gonna show that real quick, just how I've seen some people do it, and I think it's really kind of enlightening to actually be able to see behind and see how they got that height.
Yeah, that so people can get an idea or an inspiration if they want to do it at their house. You know, that's why I thought I'd tell you that we stacked up a lot of different things to get the right heights for each one, and
I love
people can try it out.
Love these outdoor areas. And we got a guard dog here, you know.
Yeah,
the bouncer.
Tao. Tao's such a good boy. And of course, this is the little animal that Hecla had for her baby potato, Sona.
Oh.
And so if you finish Hecla, I guess that would be a spoiler. I'm so sorry.
No, that's okay.
It's something you get in game for doing quests. I guess I can say that.
Yeah.
I haven't been lucky enough to get any out of Zeki's Wondrous Machine, but my husband has. He has one with overalls, and he already got a Kitsu out of the Wondrous Machine. I'm so jealous. Oh,
I love I got the camera angled, and I love the sight line that we have all the way down this row of trees and lanterns.
I think I'm a little bit like Ellie in the way that I sort of do like some clean straight lines sometimes, and some a little bit clean, not quite cluttered up sort of areas where
clean core, yeah,
where you can clean core, where you can just take a little straight line down this path. And then this was the other fountain, of course, that's in the autumn colors. If anybody wants to make it at home, you just take your fountain to your coloring bench and pick autumn, and it'll come out like this.
I love it.
It's kind of neat. And I even took the flower pots and colored them in autumn. Normally the pots are purple underneath on those flowers, but you can color them.
One kind of vibe that I get, that like the first word that comes to mind when I'm looking down all of the rows and seeing the lanterns and everything, the word that comes to mind is fairy tale. It feels very much like a fairy tale, just kind of like walking through the path, and how you have like how those the lamps kind of have the trees. It's like it feels very fairy tale to me.
It really does. And that's a perfect way to describe it. When you have enough reality in your life, everybody has something. Everybody has illnesses or sicknesses. I've had, some health problems, and everybody has limitations. And so when you play your video game, you don't have any of that.
Yeah, right.
You're perfectly healthy, you're well, and you're living in Neverland.
Your brain gets to go, so nice.
It's my very first gaming experience in my life was Dungeons and Dragons on a tabletop.
Nice.
Tabletop Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah.
And it would have been great to have this kind of a way to fix it up, back in the day. Instead we were in college at a tabletop rolling dice and drawing pictures on a, notebook.
Hey.
But
totally.
Now life has changed so much. But okay, well, this is the front door. And one of the things my sister, the interior designer, taught me was that sometimes it's good to have something that stops you. So when you come in the front door, you're going to come in behind a couch, and you might think that's odd, but it just allows you to stop and use your eyes.
So if y'all liked what we have so far, don't forget to like and comment on the outside of the house, because this is usually, just a fair warning, this is usually where things get very real in a tour. So Let's do this. I'm excited. Oh,
Welcome home, as they say in Palia.
My God. Tell me about this. Tell me about this.
This is mid-century modern. The 1950s into the 1960s was a period in American decor called mid-century modern. And they made houses, ranch houses with giant big rooms. It's where the great room came from. And they would make a big room and then they would divide it up with plants or bamboo or some kind of natural walls. And so I'm emulating their style because I love this Zeki furniture, this city chic furniture, because it's very mid-mod. These circle chairs were very exemplary of that time period, and I love them. And I have mid-mod in my own house that I live in. My real house is mid-mod, and so I wanted to go ahead and give a nod to that style. So the master, the great room, dining room, the master bedroom, and the master bath are all in mid-mod style.
Is everyone else's jaw just like dropped? Because I mean, words are hard. Come on now. This is insane, incredible,
Do you like it?
Fantastic. Like,
it's very different than most places. I didn't know if you would like it, but
no, it really is fantastic. Like how you have everything balanced and laid out, and you got rugs in places that need rugs, and your gallery walls and your colors and everything that's on the table, how you have it all dressed up, and you have a bar with bottles that are different colors.
Everybody has to have, a beverage in their life, whether it be a soda or a drink. Beverages are available at the bar.
Yes, hydrate.
Hydrate. You might want bottled water, and it might be raspberry flavored. So you have all colors bottles. And this is the art gallery.
Oh my gosh.
I wanted to have a little modern gallery, which is another thing that started in people's homes in the 50s, and a clean cut gallery like this. They had really ornate galleries in, 300, 400, 500 years ago. But in the mid-century in America, they started really paring down and simplifying things. And this art gallery is an example of that kind of design.
For real, it is so clean and just... It's
a soap opera of all my loves.
Yeah.
Walls.
I love the directional lighting too, just kind of to give focus on certain things, and
it's a little bit you can't really control how bright it is. It's that bright, and so it might wash the paintings out a little bit if you direct it right on the painting. So I kind of directed into the corners a little bit, and then into the center on the the little Beauty and the Beast moment.
Yes, I noticed that.
That's the nice
Beauty
thing
and the
about
Beast flower. Petals are still there. We're still good.
Yep, the petals are still there. We are fine. We can have a drink on our way by. And then the other side, we'll come back this way, but the other side of the house has other styles, but the mid-mod style goes here into the master and then the master bath. So we'll see those.
Yeah, this is incredible. Love the bold and the blue and the gold, and
yeah, this is where you have his and her wardrobes. You each have your own wardrobe for your clothing, and got a nice king-size bed.
Yeah.
I know it's very matchy-matchy, and a lot of people don't really like matchy-matchy, but some people really do. And I'm kind of a streamlined, clean lines sort of person, and
it definitely shows. And I think that, like, in the best way, it's balanced. It's very balanced.
Yeah. And that's partly to like I said, my older sister was an ASID interior designer her entire life, and she taught me little things like rules of 3s and 5s. So when you're decorating, if you put your paintings on the wall grouped in 3 instead of 2, somehow it's more pleasing to the brain. I have no idea why. I could not. I bet Ellie knows. I have to ask Ellie.
I will. I will ask her
if
for
you
sure.
follow some of those little things that, interior design rules, you can come up with some great designs, even in a video game.
Totally.
Especially a game like Palia that gives you so much beautiful stuff to work with,
This bathroom is lush.
It's a big one, isn't it? I know it's kind of oversized, but it's his and her.
Hey,
or his and his,
it's
or
not
her and
oversized.
her.
It's the right size.
Whatever your family consists of, you can both take baths at the same time while the kids are asleep.
And this room over here is so magical.
Yeah, any of the ladies that have come over to visit that I play the game with, but mostly we get together to chop trees so that we can have flow wood for making furniture. And so whenever they come over and have seen my house, this is their bedroom. They love this room and they want to stay in this room. It has, of course, mostly matching furniture. It's Moonstruck, but I've put in a few things that are from other sets that you can color, like the curtains are bellflower, but you can color them purple and they fit right in.
Yeah, they do.
And the little buggy wallpaper seems to go with it. Making the little tree effect on the wall just kind of goes well with the bugs. And
yeah, it does.
it's a little bit witchy, but a little bit cozy. Kind of neat, but
it is.
And then through this way is everybody that comes in and sees this says, "Oh my gosh, you have Fiesta ware. Where did you get Fiesta ware?" Well, I made it.
You did.
You just take all of your brown things that you make and take them straight to your paint bench, and you spend $100 for each one to color it.
About the cost
Purple
of Fiesta
and
ware.
red and green and blue. That was probably the most money I spent in this game was on the furniture kits, the furniture coloring kits that are 100 gold each. But
it's an investment that you can hand down to future generations.
Yeah, because how Fiesta ware is. You can collect all of one color, or you can collect all the colors in different pieces, and it's been around for 100 years, and people still love Fiesta ware.
Yes.
So I thought I'd give that a nod to the collectors.
So one of the things that we have Fiesta ware, and on one side of the cabinet we have cool color Fiesta ware, and on the other side of the cabinet we have warm color Fiesta ware, and that is totally Ellie Jelly.
Ellie is a girl after my own heart, apparently. She's got some order, some streamlined, with some beautiful dishes.
And color-coded dishes.
This little thing, I don't know if too many people have that yet, but that comes from Wrath, from your guild coins. So if you get enough cooking coins, you can buy this 3-tray stand.
And that's a perfect place to display.
It won't stand on the furniture.
Oh.
So you can't put it up on a table, and you can't put it on your counter or your bar. You have to sit it on the floor. But maybe those things will change someday. It'd be great to be able to stack everything, but that's one of the things you can get from Wrath. I hope people will get some inspiration, looking around at some of the things maybe they haven't seen before.
Yeah.
And that happens to be one I hadn't seen before till I went to see Wrath about all that cooking. Ugh.
Oh my goodness. This is just so well done.
Thank you. And this part over here is the spare bedroom, and it is the guest bedroom, and it is matchy. It's Bellflower.
There's just something so clean about matchy, and
yeah, it's soothing. It's very. You could go right to sleep in this bed. I could, But this wallpaper is just perfect with the wainscoting at the bottom, and then that rust color at the top, and then all this green and gold. It's real complimentary. It's perfect color choices together.
Definitely is.
And you can, like that's the Dragon Tide screen. It used to be blue. I made it green so it would match. So you can do that in your houses.
Yeah. That is so cool.
Take pieces from other sets and dye them if you're doing a matchy room.
Yeah, totally.
And at the same time, put some things on your bookshelves or whatever that might be like this Fiestaware from the kitchen, kind of pull it through the house by putting it a little bit on every bookshelf or something.
That's a good point. Yeah. Good idea. It's just so...
So that's this. And then in here is the man cave. This is my husband's office. He's a dentist, and when he's not at work, he likes to not have to think about business too much. He would rather relax and
play some games.
He likes to have some video games. He does a little video gaming. He's doing Palia with me. So it's kind of a fun man cave area for a trophy room.
Mm-hmm.
It's got kind of the red and rust and gold manly colors, so
I'm just
fits his style.
Yeah, I'm just enjoying all of the sight lines that you have all throughout, just as I'm looking around, and I know many of you are probably just like, okay, where are we gonna go next? Because there's so much to look at, and I'm following you. This is fantastic.
It is a lot. I do realize that, but
no, it's not. It's not a lot as in like a bad way. This is a treat. This is a treat.
And this room is more Dragon Tide, and then all the things from Zeki that I've gotten so far. But I have not been extremely lucky. RNG is not my friend. And so with RNG, I get a lot of wheat seeds and repair kits and fireworks, but I don't get much in the way of furniture. What I do have is in here.
Hey, I mean, I remember though, when that bed is like, that's coveted, and the fact that you got two.
I got the bed, I thought it'd fall over. I was so excited. And then the next time I got something was about 20 days later. If you get one a day, if you don't buy them. And I had a lot of wheat seeds in between and corn seeds, whatever. But finally
like
I got
knew
a furniture item, and it was the bed again.
It's like Palia knew you were a farmer girl. It's like, this is what I think that you want. Come on, algorithm.
Yes,
come on.
Exactly. But I've played video games my entire life, and since video games became a thing, and RNG has never been my friend. But this other part of the house is more cluttercore. So, as one of your friends coined that term on her video, and I kind of like it.
Yeah.
But, my niece is an entomologist in New York, and she says she likes to have kind of a homey area where all her bugs are. So that kind of inspired me to give the bugs a homey home.
I love this because, like, there's nothing wrong with like just displaying. It's like, hey, I've caught all of the bugs in the game, and I've caught all the fish in the game, but how you have this decorated is very, very creative, because it's not just, hey, I caught all of these things, but like you said, they all have a place, It's like
you can kind of incorporate them into your decor a little bit, and it flows naturally. This is something I did the first week that I was doing furniture in the game, but I think a lot of people are doing it now, which is turning a shelf over and hanging the plants upside down. But I do kind of like the way that looks in a room like this, where you've got a lot of makeshift kind of things, and you've got a lot of the bugs and the little fish. It's kind of neat to have things hanging from the ceiling, and we don't have a lot of hanging things in the game yet. So I decided to do a shelf full of plants and hang them upside down, and it blends in so well that you don't even notice it.
I didn't notice that. That's really fascinating.
Isn't that cool?
That is cool.
Yeah, I thought that was really fun. It goes with the makeshift really well.
Wow.
And I've noticed in some of your other people's houses that you've done that some people are starting to do it in doorways and all kinds of fun places. People have great imagination.
They really do. And that's funny that you mention it, because like I'm just kind of taking it all in, like just just going around the room and just panning around, but people are picking up things that I'm not even noticing, just like that, like those little details. I think that's fantastic that people are picking up on that. They're just like, oh my gosh, they took that and they turned it upside down and they did a creative way, and that's fantastic. I'm glad that everybody's kind of getting something out of this that is little hidden gems, That's awesome.
It doesn't matter if your house has 3 rooms or 14 rooms. There's still such creativity. There's still something neat in every single house. There's still something to learn from every player. There's so many things I've seen in your videos that I wanted to go home and do right away. Like these bugs, for instance, these crabs.
Color-coded crabs.
One of your videos, the lady said, well, look at his color. His color's perfect for this room. So she stuck him in the room with the purple. And I thought, oh, what a great idea. It's like, I'm going to decorate using bugs by color. Instead of by genus or species.
That's hilarious. Yeah.
By color. I love it. I just loved it.
This is so fantastic.
It's kind of a maze, but it's a very typical ranch house from, if you have a large ranch house.
Yeah.
I know there's a lot of people are hoping for 2 stories sometime in the next, year or 2.
You can do so much, obviously, with what you have. I mean, you've proven that. Totally proven that. Yeah.
There's so many ways that you can use all this stuff, indoors and out. We'll get more outdoor things. I just know we will. We'll get bushes and flowers and things, and people will really go to town. And
we have to, for sure.
And I think I saw you and Ellie on one of your videos discussing the fact that the devs are going to let people put more than one house on a plot coming up someday.
Yep.
So you can have your own little village. And
That's right. I think it would be a fun idea because we haven't really done anything with the community in the game to have sort of a community plot. You know what I mean? And
your guild, all your guild mates.
Yeah. So where would you think would be like the coziest part of your house? Because I know one of the comments that I got was like, do the interview in like the coziest part of the house.
Well, inside the house, it's probably the spit group, but there's several really neat places outside to sit too. So it's totally up to you. Whatever makes you feel more comfortable.
I really like this. I really like this living room. I think it's so fantastic. How you have everything just angled and stuff. So I'm gonna hop up on here and have a seat.
Yes, I'm sorry you have to walk on my furniture before you sit down, but
I know
that's the way it goes.
So rude. Oh my gosh!
I encourage bouncing on the furniture.
Yeah. So I like to use this time, during the tours, kind of get to know you a little bit, and
great.
I think this is probably one of my favorite parts of the tours. Like everything that we've seen so far has had depth and story and colors, and you have clean core and it's like mid-century modern. How long have you been playing Palia?
I actually got in about 3 days before the open beta. I had been trying to get into the closed beta for weeks, and I finally got my email, "You're in," and I was so excited. And 3 days later, I think it was open beta. So I've since just a little bit before the very beginning of open beta.
Awesome. What level are you in Palia?
411, I believe it said. I hadn't checked it until just recently, when you were getting ready to do this video. And 411 overall is my level, and then my highest level in one of the various areas of study is gardening, and my gardening is 105, I think it is. So you can tell that's where I made most of my money.
Yeah.
I grew up on a farm. I've done a lot of farming.
That is awesome. It's impressive. Like, you know, the level that you're at, because it totally shows. Like, you can get these things and you can move them into creative, like position them in creative ways, but the level that you are in Palia, it shows. And the second tour that I did was a level 400 house, and this is it's obvious, you know, it's obvious. Like,
I saw that video. It was a man, right?
Yeah, it was Charlie.
Charlie. I couldn't think of his name. And you know, I think that's the difference, because I think his interests were outside the house.
Yes.
You know what I mean? He was level 400, but he was, you know, way up there in every skill. He had spent time fishing, hunting, all the things, you know. And I think that's a little bit of the difference between Charlie and I, really, is that he has really excelled outside the home, and I have spent way too much time inside my home. And
that is, it shows. I wouldn't say like in a bad way, but like everything is just so well balanced, you know. It's the kind of designs that like make your brain go, so nice. Like the gallery walls, like you said, the rules of 3 and 5.
There's so many little things you can do that but just make it a happy place. It's my happy place.
Yeah.
It's no matter what's going on in the real world, you know, you can turn on your laptop and all of a sudden you're in Palia. Everything's fine.
Everything's fine. This is fine. You know, the world's on fire around us, but this is fine.
Watch out for Eshy, and you know, make sure you don't get on the wrong side of the order.
Yeah, right.
Other than that, everything is awesome.
So what I like asking these little questions, because in my mind, I feel like Singularity 6 might find one of these tours, and to hear from someone who has spent a lot of time in the game, and they've played the game, they have, you know, designed in creative ways. What do you think is an activity that's missing in the game that you would like to do?
Oh gosh, an activity that's missing.
Yes.
Well, I have to say, and I know this is because I myself am a long arm quilter. That's what I do. Since I've been forced to work from home for some health issues, I don't work outside the home anymore. I took up my mom's trade, and I quilt for people, and I also sew for people making quilts, and I make art quilts and wall quilts for people. So I'm sewing 24 hours a day.
Oh wow.
And I love it. And it's a great income for me. It's a great hobby and a great business. I have my own business, Melody Rose Sews, and I just love it. And I think I would like to be able to make clothing in the game.
Oh, that would be fantastic.
I really love that the cash shop that they have in this game supports Singularity 6 and makes money for them so that they can keep making this game better and better and better, because we love it and we don't want it to go anywhere. So, you know, they need to have some income, and I super appreciate that. And I'm glad that people can have no money at all and still play for free, and it doesn't matter if they can't buy those clothing items from the shop, because they don't help you in the game. They're just for looks.
Yeah.
And I think that is a great way to fund the game. If you're going to have microtransactions, if you're going to have a cash shop, this is the way to do it. There's nothing in there that that's pay to win. So I think it's a great way. But I also think we could make clothing in the game, and I would love that. Even if we could make a decor, we could make pillows, we could make blankets, we could make, I know that is a nightmare for the people that have to do all that programming. But there's things we could make and sew, and almost every MMO you play in, you make gear,
right?
And my husband and I would play whatever MMO came down the pipe that year. So we've played them all. And he was always better at fighting. So he was most of the time fighting bosses, and I was most of the time making all our gear.
That's awesome.
But in games like that, the top 1 or 2% are the hardcore raiders, and they're really good at it. They have great hand-eye coordination.
Yeah.
And they have thousands of hours of practice in it, and they can beat the bosses that the other 98% of us can't beat. But therefore, they get the best equipment in the game, and it feels very unfair, because there's going to be these things that you can't get. And this is my first time playing a cozy game. And in this game, there's nothing you can't have other than those few items in the cash shop that you might not want to spend money on. And those of us that can support the game by spending that, we are playing it forward and paying it forward.
I like it.
For those that that are teenagers or younger, don't have any money, they can still play the whole game for free and not miss anything. They're not missing anything. They have lots of free clothing that they can choose from and mix and match. They can change clothes every day and wear something different and change the colors of all those clothing. There's 6 choices of colors for every t-shirt you put on. So kids can still use their creativity and have a great time with the clothing without spending a dime. Singularity 6 did it just right. And I love that. But I still think that if we wanted to add an activity to the game, I think we could add some sort of clothing making or gear making, some kind of activity that involved, because that people had to do that. If they had to start the world over because it blew up when a comet hit and the whole world flooded or whatever, you start over, you're going to have to shear those sheep and you're going to have to weave that wool and then you're going to have to dye it with flowers and plants, and then you're going to have to sew it into clothing, or stitch it into clothing or armor or whatever, whatever it takes. So I think that'd be fun.
You mentioned quilt making, right? So if you were to design a Palian quilt, what of the furniture styles would you make it in?
Well, obviously, it would be mid-mod first.
Yeah.
The first one I would do would be mid-mod, and you ask about wallpaper sometimes, and I would have a mid-century modern wallpaper that was Sputnik inspired, and then I would make a quilt that was Sputnik inspired as well.
It reminds me of like if it were Sputnik, but also kind of like houndstooth in a way, like an abstract.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, exactly.
Yeah.
See, you get me. So that's what I would do first, I think. But then I would love to do one with every face, all the NPCs' faces. So each block, say there's 12 NPCs, you love them all. You do 12 faces on your quilt, and it's the size of a queen size bed.
Yeah.
I would do it in real life. I honestly would. I would make a choppa quilt for sure.
Ooh.
With every little color. I think you got an
idea.
Yeah, I mean, it would be so fun to have a wall art quilt that's just maybe 24 by 24, and you hang it on the wall like a painting, and it's a couple of choppas, something like that. I think that'd be great fun.
That would be.
There's beautiful landscapes. I have to tell you, every time is the first time I come over the hill and see Tamala's house. Do you remember the first time you came over that hill and saw Tamala's house?
Yeah.
Did you just die? I mean, holy crap, it's beautiful.
First time I met Tamala, it was like she was the most unique NPC, and that was one of the things I appreciate about Palia, just kind of getting into it. It's like you've played games in the past where the NPCs are just kind of, emotionless, or maybe they have a good voice actor or voice actress and the dialogue was pretty good, but like how much time that they spent animating the Palian NPCs was one of the first things that really just kind of put me back in my seat. So that you know, and then just meeting all of these NPCs, like they are drastically different personalities.
How much more immersion in the game do you have because of the NPCs? I think it's huge.
It is a big factor in Palia for sure.
They move around, they go places, they go to sleep at night.
Yeah.
They have homes. They each have their own style in their own home. They don't just stand in one place in town and hand you an arrow every time you walk by and give them some fur, you know, like in many video games I won't mention.
So you mentioned you mentioned a little earlier, like you like farming, right?
My favorite thing to do in game is hunting. And I don't do a lot of hunting in real life, but I love hunting. And I've hunted half of my time in the game, probably like if I could sign on and play for 2 hours, 1 hour of it I probably hunted, and 1 hour I gardened. You know, because I was awesome. That way I could hunt for fun and not make as much money as you make gardening, but it was more fun than gardening. So I balanced it out, you know, that's kind awesome. Of thing. And throw in mining and fishing and all those things that you need to do and level up. It's all fun. I mean, I enjoy all of it, but I did the most farming by far because that's how I made my money, because I didn't do cake parties.
Yes.
But but for fun, I like to hunt. And I get myself in all kinds of trouble if I go mining. Like, I have to go get mushrooms. I've got to go get sweet leaf. I like to put sweet leaf in my regular worm farms, you know, because then they make a different fertilizer, whatever. And I start hunting because I can't stop myself. So my husband said now when I go hunting, or if I have to go out to do foraging or mining, I have to leave my arrows at home.
Now that's a funny story. Like, he's got to keep you in check. It's like, okay, now you got to leave your arrows at home because we got to go and get these things. But I don't want to hunt.
He says, I've given you so many chances to go out and get 100 sweet leaf, and you come home with 12 horns, 36 hides, 72 meat.
If they incorporate being able to craft like the basic stuff, like while you're out on the go, it's over. I mean, you can hunt anytime at that point, you know? You don't have to leave your arrows at home. You'd have to leave all your materials at home, which is even harder because you can get them while you're out, you know?
That's right. Well, yeah. And I have snuck off to Haitian before and bought arrows. Don't tell my husband.
No.
Anyway,
I mean, this is going to be recorded, so he's going to know.
Oh, shoot, you're right. That's one thing I did want to say to the developers. Please give us a cash register in Bahari somewhere so we can sell things out of our bag.
That's a good point.
I hate having to go all the way back to Kilima every time I have to empty my bag or sell everything out of my bag, and then back to Bahari for more hunting and fishing and what all the things you do over there. Because for the first, maybe the first 25% of the game, you're mainly in Kilima, but for the 75% at the end, you are always in Bahari.
One person had mentioned in a different tour, like the idea of a traveling merchant. Like you could sell to the merchant, but also like have like different things. That was kind of one of those ideas that they had.
Oh, was it Charlie who had that idea that even there could be decor or whatever that was traveling merchant themed or whatever? That'd be awesome. He could be a bard too, so he could sing to us too.
Totally.
Traveling bard salesman. No, we really do. There are traveling salesmen in World of Warcraft, in ESO. They're in almost every game. It'd be great to have some over in Bahari.
Only
or just a cash register like Zeki, like a little Zeki, a Zeki 7-Eleven, Zeki 11, somewhere in the middle of Bahari. So you could run to his cash register and sell all your stuff, and then go out for another hour.
Given what Zeki does, and he practices black magic, which is basically programming, he could have a robot merchant that just walks around and it's literally a walking cash register, you know? That would be too funny.
Exactly. Yes, because he can use flow all he wants. So he could put a couple flow stones and put together a Galdor, send him around Bahari, because you'd still have to, if he travels, you'd still have to spend some time finding him to unload your bags.
Yeah. That's right.
So, you know.
Even
But at the
trickier if
same
it was
time, it would
like,
be
not.
convenient.
Yeah, totally.
If there's two things I would want more than anything in the game, one is a place to sell stuff out of your bag when you're in Bahari, and the other one would be irrigation.
I know. Right?
I want some sprinklers, man. Remember in Stardew Valley, it was like when you got the irrigation, when you got the sprinklers, it was like heaven.
Totally. Yeah, I totally relate to that, especially with Dinkum. Like once you get those sprinklers, it's you reach a new level of efficiency.
Absolutely. I mean, I know at the end you could have those little puffball guys come and pick all your food out in your fields at the very end game Stardew Valley, but that didn't matter to me near as much as the irrigation did. And I'd give anything for some Iridian sprinklers.
Yeah.
No, I remember those well.
Let me tell you, it's an understatement to say that this has been a fantastic tour, because everything is just so laid out so beautifully, and we talked a little bit briefly, like I usually like to do before I go on tours, and like I would use so much more words than just hell yeah for this tour, how everything is just laid out. Because I mean, really, the most of it, as I was walking inside of your house, I didn't really have anything to say, because I mean, it's doing all the talking for me. It was easy. It was totally easy. Like this video.
So much.
Please like this video. Y'all know exactly why. And I want to know, like, in the comments, like, what y'all think, because you probably had the exact same reaction that I did when you saw this, and we'll totally be reading the comments. I look forward to hearing what everybody thinks. For sure.
Me too. I hope everybody gets some kind of inspiration, even if it's just one thing. I hope they found something that they want to take home and
I think
use
that
in
they
their
will
own.
be just fine.
I hope so. Yeah, because it's really fun to do. It's really great, and I hope it helps somebody have a little bit better day in their house.
Definitely.
That'd be
Well,
great.
Melody, thank you again so much, and thank you for taking the time to let me tour your house and your plot. I hope everybody
welcome.
has a wonderful day, and I will see you all for the next Palia tour, because there will be another. And if you want a tour, just reach out to me. We'll make plans. We'll make plans.
Do that. Subscribe to his channel, watch all his videos, and then reach out and have him come to your house.
Absolutely.
This is one that really struck me as quite inspirational. The beauty about these house tours is I never necessarily sought people out. They would come to me and they would show off their houses. And you would be surprised the level of detail that would come out of these homes during these tours. This one was Iridian Sky, and to me, this was novel. One of the things that is just fantastic about Palia is the lighting. And the way that Iridian used the lighting in this game was incredible. It was just a very, very lovely home. So without further ado, let's go ahead and check out Iridian's plot.
Hey, it's Finicapit. I'm back for another Palia tour. I'm here with Iridian Sky. How you doing today?
That's right. I'm good.
That's awesome.
I'm so glad that you're here.
Well, me too. I like to kind of do a little initial pan around and kind of take everything in, and I totally dig your colors. Like you got lots of nice colors. This is going to be a fun tour. I can already tell.
Well, I'll try.
I know you've already got your A game. So yeah,
So
you're my tour guy. Where we're going?
Right.
Yeah.
So a bit of a warning first. You know how the game gods are like when you're fishing, you get a chest, you get a chest.
Oh yeah.
And then sometimes they're like, nah, you don't get a chest.
Yeah.
So a lot of the makeshift stuff that I really want are missing. So just a heads up, you might see 3 of one thing and 1 is missing, or
No, that's
the
fine.
game gods don't love us all the time.
Yeah. No, but that's what's fun though. It's like
So-
everybody kind of gets a little bit of a mixed bag whenever they do fishing and stuff like that.
Right.
So yeah, where are we going?
And then you shake your fist. Okay.
Yeah,
so
then you shake your fists.
with all my houses, I like to do this. I like to keep the outside like a cottage inspired, just plain and simple. We all hate the blue roof. We don't hate it, but we wish we can change it, right?
We learn to love it.
But for now,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah,
We take what we get.
it's totally Stockholm syndrome with the blue roof. I like your
Right. So I've decided keep it just as, just a cottage inspired.
I love
So
how
this
you've
is the
layered
walkway.
the walkways and the rugs and everything. Really good colors.
So initially I had my Willy Wonka thing going. I wanted pink and purples. Unfortunately, not everything dyes pretty.
Yeah,
You know-
right? I mean, you have to dye it, you like it.
Right.
Yeah, sorry.
So we're stuck
words.
with some pinks and some purples. And so this is kind of like my front garden, my entrance.
The amount of detail that you put
I worked
into
hard
kind of
for
like
this.
all of the seating areas and how you laid out the logs and the lanterns and the greenery. I mean, this is really cool stuff.
Thank you. And so I also saw everyone doing, the post, and then I heard the dreaded, the fence keeps maxing out our spaces.
Right.
So I had to really, I was like, nah, we don't need that right now.
But the way that
So
you
I
used it though
thought
is
the
really
logs
clever
were,
though.
really great.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's a
that's
single
what I was going
asset, so
for.
that's cool.
Yeah. So over here we have a little seating area. Our friends come hang out.
I dig this. At first impression, I mean, it's a seating area, but my first impression just kind of glancing over here, I was like, oh man, did she make like a teacup ride or something? Because the way that they are all circular and stuff like that kind of gave that impression. But I like the use of the umbrella. It's really cool.
Right. And as you can see, the game gods said, nah, not one more.
We can use our imagination, but that's cool though. Like
Right.
we know that once you get one, like this is where it's gonna go, Gives you something to
Right.
work for, yeah.
Then we have just some sitting. And then if you hop on over here, we've got our little bar.
Oh yes. This is really cool. Wow.
Our little fish bar.
The patterns of items that you use to kind of create this look is really fascinating. I've seen some people do like fish bars, but this is really cool how you have this arch design, and you include a little fence. Got lighting.
Oh, they're both entrances. Yes.
This is well done.
Oh, yeah. And also, this is, my ode to my Bay Ref.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And if you come around here, if you drink a little too much, you can come back here and sort yourself out.
When you
Some
gotta go, you gotta
privacy.
go,
You gotta go. There's 3 options. And if you mosey on over here, we've got some target practices for friends.
So I like how you
just in
have.
case.
I've seen the target practice, and most of the time people kind of have it set up as like easy mode. But the fact that you have you created a designated area, it's like this is where you got to start.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, this
That's
is no
cool.
easy mode.
Yeah, there's no
Yes.
easy mode.
And if you don't want to start here, you can also, this doubles as a yoga mat, so
Yeah, so I mean, you can get your meditate on
you
and
can get your yoga on too.
yeah. Nice little gaming corner.
And
This
then
is cool.
here,
I
gaming
like how
corner.
people have decorated these little nooks. It's kind of cool, the people that maximize their space both inside and outside.
And over here, we've got a nice little lover's bridge.
Oh.
You know, your friends come over, and you got two friends who just want to be alone.
Yeah, there you go.
They can hang out over here.
This is really well designed.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I like how you have incorporating a lot of the little finer details into this, and kind of how you created brackets with the benches, and you have a little guardian frog over here. That's cool.
Oh yeah, he's there. He's the love frog.
The love frog.
He's giving all the love vibes. That's right.
Oh my gosh.
Also, I kind of made this area because, you know, when you have so many things and you just don't have enough space.
Yeah, I see a lot of people use their outdoor space very, very effectively. That's cool.
And let's head on to the other side.
Right.
Also, let me show you this cool thing that happened.
Okay.
I don't know how it happened, but it happened. And I'm just going to leave it there. So if you walk back here, there's a random light just floating right there. I don't know how.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Happened.
It's a
But
UFO.
I'm keeping it.
That's what it is.
Right,
It's a UFO.
so I'm totally keeping it. And then there's another one over here.
Oh, yeah. I've heard a lot of people report them. Definitely
Yeah,
not
but
what
I'm
it's supposed to
keeping
be. Yeah.
Right. So I'm keeping them. And here on the other side of the house, we have all of my workspaces.
Oh. Again, like I
this
like
is
how
for-
you have created an archway around your design. Like you nail the like the radial type of design really well. That's cool.
Thank you.
Yeah. Of course, you know, once we get into like the later hours, we'll be able to see more of the lighting effects, but I can kind of tell how you've arranged them. It's gonna be really cool. This is nice. Like you bring the camera down, you can totally get the whole effect. That's cool.
And this is our, what is it? We have our little silk animals that give us, you know.
So are you treating this as kind of like a silkworm farm or something?
Right. Kind of like
Nice.
that. This is one of those. And also because this is like the only work item, the crafting item that we have that is just odd. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the other things, you can blend them together well.
Yeah.
But this, you pretty much just, it's a standalone.
It's a thing. Yeah.
So, you know,
Yeah.
So, you know, here we can get our silk thread from these little bugs. And it's also a great way for my bugs because I don't have a bug room and I don't have, you know, a fish room, a typical fish room. So
Right.
I figured why not?
Right. Yeah. But the fact that you have it stylized and laid out, it's pretty cool.
And we got some, we're waiting for more laundry stuff.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just like taking a look at some of your finer details.
Oh, yeah.
But it's really neat though, and I think a lot of people will take note that as you are building out your area and as you're pointing out the little things, you can kind of see the progression that you're going to go through. It's like the moment that I get this item, this is what I'm going to do with it, you know?
Oh, yeah.
It's pretty cool.
Yes.
I like your farming
and then we
layout
head on
too.
over.
Sorry, I meandered over here. I'll follow you.
That's quite all right.
We'll start over here where you
This
went.
is our last little, this is our woodworking.
Sweet.
We get our logs chopped.
I'm a man
And our little builder's
that
table.
appreciates efficiency, you know? So the fact that you have like the archway design is I still like that. That's really fun.
Well, also I find it super easy to just access my chest.
Absolutely.
And also I had this, for me, was the best way to display the chests.
Yeah,
literally when I started this,
you can just
they
kind
were
of
stacked against the house.
Yeah. So that's a really good point. It's like normally you just have to go to your chest, but what you can do is you can go to your craft and then literally just kind of turn, maybe like twitch your way over here, and then you can access your storage chests and craft. So I see that now. You can have your modification bench in the furniture and then grab some wood, throw it in here. That's cool.
And then the locks came out here.
Yeah.
Did you see the locks come out at the end?
Yeah.
And also, if you notice, with all three spaces, I kind of, they're all cohesive color-wise.
Mm-hmm.
So I kept this a little, you know, bland wooden look.
Yeah.
The plain, unpainted, which I kind of like. I really like, as opposed to, you know, the bright pink in the middle.
Yeah, it's very, very carpentry type look.
Right.
Tell me about this farm.
And this is my garden.
This is really cool. Again, you know, you have...
Do you want to hear something funny about this farm?
Tell me.
If you notice the Ormo rug, this farm is patterned like the Ormo rug. If you look at it.
No way. Okay, is it from this perspective or is it from the other way? Oh my gosh.
Well, these two on the sides are... Did you notice? It's
oh
like
my gosh,
Ormo.
yeah, I can see that. That's hilarious.
This happened by accident.
Whatever.
I did not intend it to be this way.
Yeah, right.
Right?
Yeah, right. You totally intended that for how... If you intended... Can't words today. This was the plan. This was the plan all along. It's both functional and...
you know,
yeah,
it gets the job done.
Yep. Just like an Ormu.
Right. So this is we've got some, you know, pretty stuff in the middle, just because.
Yeah, just because pretty.
And I don't have a lot of the, you know, the bins, the preserved jars, because I you know, you see houses where there's like tons of them.
Right.
Since it's so small, I just do what I can.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
And I don't need like a whole ton of them. And so, yeah, we come back out here. This is pretty much how this part is closed off.
So now we have more of the lighting. This is we got here at just the right time because this place is just coming alive right now.
Oh yeah.
That's really cool.
You should head back over to the bar.
Oh my gosh.
It looks really pretty.
No kidding. Wow. So yeah, we haven't really had too many chances like during our tours to capture the changing light conditions, but this is really cool to kind of see that transition. We got to see the daytime and the nighttime and just like watch your outside stuff just really come to life. That's cool. That is really cool.
This is one of why I really like these glow bugs. I love these glow bugs.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And I'll be using them over and over. All right, let's head in.
I'm ready. Listen, if you've liked what you've seen so far, don't forget to hit the like button. Follow me for more Palia tours and leave a comment. Let me know what you think so far. I always like to point out this is where the tours get serious. Let's go inside, shall we? Am I right or am I right?
And of course, look at my choppers. You have to pay, you know, homage to the choppers out here.
Miss the choppers. Oh, there they are.
I'm sure you know the choppers. Yes, the choppers are everything.
They are everything.
Of course, again, I use my fish because, you know, you catch multiples of very pretty fishes.
Oh, definitely.
What else can you do with them?
The inside, though.
So this is kind of like
whoa.
My entrance, right? You can sit and have some tea and some treats. Right? It's nicely lighted.
I like how
play some games.
Again, like your colors are very cohesive. And you have lots of balance. This is really cool. Lots of little details. I like how you've incorporated these shelves into your design, kind of angled them in certain ways, and we look up a little bit, we can see. That's a nice touch.
So you see the corners when you put these curtains up, right? You know the window always shows in the corner, and to me it just looks unfinished. So I turned those shelves and gave it a little bracket.
Yeah, that's fancy. That's really fancy. I know there's going to be more details that people are going to be able to pick out than I do, but yeah, this is really neat.
Oh,
Like kind of how you have sort of the same design, but you got all your statues here. Big, medium, small.
Oh, yeah. And the funny thing is, you know, when you start building, you don't have all the stuff as yet. And so as you build, you have to find space as you get them.
Yeah.
So that's how all this happened here. Because, you know, they just recently introduced the Muujin and those guys.
So as we get more things, you know, you have to get a little creative. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll have to. Yeah, and here we got some more bugs. In the corners.
Hallway. I love all of the layers. I've seen people do different designs with this, but just kind of how you have it stacked up in threes, like it creates this layering pattern. Really cool.
Oh yeah.
And you have the two portholes on either side. I'm gonna meander in
this is
here.
like my favorite little spots in the house, just because it just looks really nice.
My gosh.
I had fun doing it.
I can tell. Wow. This is a fun room.
The only difference here is you have no privacy when you do your business. So, I mean, at this point, you just accept the fact that you're going to have an audience.
You know, it happens. Yeah, it happens.
Right.
But it's so cute. This little bathroom area is so cute. Wow, I like how you have that light behind. That's a fun little trick. At least when you gotta go, you'll be thoroughly illuminated.
You'll be right. Right. You'll have, and everyone will be able to see. So yeah, this is some of my favorite color combos, if you haven't guessed this yet.
I love it. I love it. It's so fun. Just kind of how you have the fans and the flowers. Your designs are very, very floral.
Oh yeah. Well, the idea of this house was my little cottage in the woods, my little pixie cottage in the woods. And here is my office.
This is cool.
I think this is possibly one of the best looking items in the game. Like these chests, the chests.
Oh yeah, the chests. Really good use of the curtain draped over the bookshelf with the scrolls. And I mean, how regal is it to use that big table for a desk, you know?
Well, this was influenced by Eshe, of course.
Mm-hmm.
And if you come around here, you'll see the two, or you can go around the other side too, but there are little desks on this side to give it that very posh.
Yeah,
you know,
that is super posh.
Bay feel
with the capital B, you know?
Right. So that's one of the fun things I liked about her office. So I copied that from her office. And this is my boudoir.
All right.
This is where all the magic happens.
Ooh.
The magic of sleep, that is.
Magic of yeah, sleep is magical, isn't it? This is so cool.
And this is my little fireplace over here.
Oh, nice. That's a nice little trick. You know, it's like, I mean, people can obviously use like the big fireplace, but the fact that you created it with some items, it creates like a nice little, like a small but practical fireplace.
Yeah.
And this is just...
Oh, yeah. And I just want it to be like, you know, the little enchanted areas. And this.
I love this. Yeah. I really appreciate that you have lots, like so much of your personality in your build. That's really cool. I've seen lots of different styles, of course, and the fact that you really made it a point to make this yours, like that vanity is just so, like you can totally feel so fancy sitting at that vanity, especially with the angles of the mirrors and stuff.
Like, you know, I got my little my inspiration picture of how I should, you know, dress.
Yes. Yeah. That's cool.
I'm my favorite fashion designer. And in here we've got our base so far. Since I haven't reached out to the others, but these are my 2 bays for now.
Sweet.
I really do need to get on those quests, man.
Yeah, no, it's all good. It's all good.
But yeah.
Plenty of time. I totally...
So yeah, this is in here.
I'm just...
And I know a lot of people, they use like the trophies and stuff. But for this over here, I wanted to put it in the bathroom just because it went with the theme. I don't know if you noticed it, but yeah.
Yeah, I totally noticed like lots of the little things. Yeah. It does go with it very well. Very, very well. Yeah. Amanda over here. It's fun for me just kind of take in like different angles, how you have everything laid out, kind of seeing it from different perspectives. And I see one heck of a dining room over here. Whoa.
Oh yeah.
Whoa.
This dining room.
Gallery walls
It's
galore.
for the friends. Oh yeah.
This is trippy. Wow.
This is the seafood gala.
Seafood gala.
Yes, it's only seafood. Only seafood, and we got some sweets.
I see lots of food. Sorry,
and they're
dad
only
joke.
Seafood, all of them. And they're only seafood because, in case you haven't noticed, if you meander over into the kitchen, we're only doing a sushi station.
I've got so much time for sushi.
Right.
I love me some sushi.
So, yeah, we all do. So this is pretty much a seafood kitchen.
That's cool. That's cool because, yeah, most of the time people have very, how would you say, multi-purpose kitchens, but this is the first time I've ever seen a specific, it's like, no, this is only a seafood kitchen.
Yeah, it's only sushi.
That
and
cool.
also because I don't have a space, an aquarium space. So I figured, you know what, use my fish around. You know, a fish here, a fish there.
Right, fish everywhere.
And if you come over here, there's a whole crab freezer.
Crab freezer, nice.
Right. So we've got our temperature control over there. We've got some crabs. You know,
they're
just in case we need to make those. It's just chilling there, waiting to be cooked.
Yep.
And everything.
This is really, really unique. Really unique. Especially, again, you know, pointing out your uses of color. How you have everything laid out and the little...
Oh, yeah.
Little
and if
mixing of items and such.
You'll notice around that my rugs are always blended. There's like two different type of rugs together.
Yeah, I noticed that.
It's my little signature thing.
Yeah.
just one of those things I like doing because I feel like they haven't given us like a proper walkway. So I've had to figure out rug patterns. So this is pretty much the things I come up with. And so, yeah, this is my cooking area.
I mean, it's really impressive.
My dining.
This is kind of what one of the things that I enjoy is just that people have, you know, the same, I guess, subset of items, right? But how you use them, how you place them, how you angle them, how you combine them, that's what makes it unique. And hold up.
Oh yeah.
Did you
listen?
Oh my gosh. You have two different colors.
You didn't see it?
I didn't see it
on
the
saw it.
I saw this like coming in, but you have two different patterns.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, they match the theme of the room. And
That's
also
fun.
if you look up the dragon lanterns on the top of the archways, if you come back to the living room,
Yeah.
you'll notice the dragon, how it's rotated to on the top.
Notice those. Those are really cool. I noticed your lighting for sure. Very, very creative.
Yeah, so this is my space, all of it.
Well, hot dang. Color me impressed. I think
Thank you so much.
the big question, of course, that I like to ask is where would the coziest place in your plot be?
Let's go to the bathroom, because why not?
Because why not?
Right?
We'll keep it interesting.
Yes. You never just sat on your bathroom floor and had a chat?
Yeah, I mean, let's do it. That sounds good to me. Make sure I got my emotes. Cool. We'll keep it cash. I like it.
There you go.
So, we'll start off with probably a different question, right? That I normally ask. You know, I usually do the same ones, but tell me about the name of your character. How did you get that name?
Okay, so a long time ago, once upon a time, I played Wizard 101 with my offspring.
Nice.
And it was one of the name of the characters of our wizards. And as I moved on to other games like Final Fantasy and so forth, I kept Iridian. And it just became Iridian Sky.
That's really cool. I always like to know, you know, just sometimes people really get very deep into their characters. They've either had a persona that they've carried, you know, multiple universes, as you can imagine, from one game to another, or maybe they have like a certain backstory. So it's one of those things I always find interesting to ask. So let's talk Palia here for a second, right? You've played, I'm guessing, for some time. Obviously, you have quite a lot of things on your plot.
Right.
Where do you feel is the next thing? Like you pointed out a lot of makeshift items that you're hoping to get, right? Well, let's talk about some things that maybe aren't in the game yet. What do you think would be an item that isn't in the game but you would like to see on your plot?
You know what? A food shop. Not like, you know how Greth has his little, you know, bar and whatever?
Right.
But you know, like a food shop.
Yeah.
Like, you know, where we can get stuff like ramen and, you know, other things besides Reth.
Right.
Like a nice food stall.
Yeah, so like a proper
thing for me.
That would be cool.
Yeah.
Would you want that to be on your plot, or would it just be kind of like a Like a
No, it would be like a store, you know, like a proper food store, like a proper, maybe not like the inn. We already have the inn, but like you know, the space behind where we get our Christmas stuff from.
right.
That area over there. That would be like a great outdoor space to have.
It would.
You know, like a tiny little market.
Yes. I would go there for a soft pretzel. I'm just saying, you know, give me a
Right.
soft pretzel.
Right? Hang out with this, right?
Hang out with the
You know,
choppas.
be
Maybe
like Central Park.
don't feed the choppas though. There's got to be a sign. Don't feed the choppas.
Right.
They will
Just
follow
gotta
you
be
home.
fine, right? That shit will have a fit.
Yes.
I feel like he will just be like, Kilma is closed. No more humans are allowed. We are done with you. Leave.
So does your character have a profession that is not listed in the game? The reason why I asked that is because like tell me if I'm wrong, but the NPC that you align with closely would be Ash, of course. But do you feel and the other side of it, of course, is profession that's not in the game. One of the things that I noticed around your plot is the mannequins. Do you
Right.
feel like there's not a profession in the game for this yet, but would you consider that your profession would be tailor or a seamstress?
No, honestly. I mean, yeah, I like the colors of it and I like what you can do with it in the game, you know.
Yeah.
We're at, you know, changing it and customizing it. I think, however, my profession would be something like a bit of a delinquent. You know, just spray painting everything, tagging everything.
Sweet.
Of course.
Professional misfit. That's awesome. Again,
Right.
color me surprised.
Right? Because I mean, there are so many great, like amazing, like cliffs.
Yeah.
Man, those cliffs are just plain. I would tag them so quickly.
That's awesome.
Like colorful
Yes.
paint.
Oh my gosh.
Right?
You would give Ash a heart attack.
And like, listen, that lady would run me out of town with a pitchfork.
I know. One of the jokes that I like to make every now and then, because the big question, right? I think a lot of us can agree. The big question is what happened, right? Humans have been gone for a long time. We just now came back, right? And people have been asking, you know, during the Q&A sessions and just generally curious, how did humans like fall out of existence? And you know, why are we back? I think we know that answer already. What do you get in, you know, Bahari Bay and Kilima when the humans come back? You got all kinds of mischief. We are making cake parties.
Right.
We are just, you know, giving Ash more
Right.
gray hairs. We're tagging cliffs now. I mean,
Listen, that's why we went that's why we went extinct, because, you know, we were just humaning.
we are
And we
the
just
definition
made
of why we can't have nice things. Yeah, totally.
Right. Absolutely. And I will be the leader of that movement and say, hey, let's go get some stuff
Yeah.
messed up. Right?
Zeki would sell the paint.
Right. You know? And it couldn't be traced back to him because,
No, of course not.
flow is not allowed.
Yeah, he tossed you.
Right?
Yeah, right.
Technically,
Yeah, powered by flow.
fingers in the air. Right. Right. So, you know, I think we know why we all left while we were, you know,
Yeah,
forced to sleep,
yeah, right.
quote fingers,
Yeah,
for hundreds of years.
conspiracy theory.
And then these towns developed nicely without us.
Yep.
And now we're back.
Now we're back. Yep.
Now we're back and we're dealing with legal flow.
Yep. Illegal
I
flow.
mean,
So
right?
it's true.
So-
Yeah, it is true. Do you feel like so in the lore of Palia, obviously magic is considered taboo flow. right? Do you feel like in the game we would ever attain abilities with that flow, or do you think we would still it's like lost, you know, the knowledge is lost over the eons?
Well, I think that maybe later on we probably should, but then we should probably be strictly supervised by the order.
Yeah, we need adults.
We really do need adult supervision because we have no manners.
I mean, I need
We're the
adult
kid that goes to
supervision all the time, you know?
We're the kids who go to Target and just knock shit over and then just, you know, just because. But no, I think that if we do get the abilities at some point, I think it would be great. I mean, look at Tamala, right?
Yeah, yeah. You know,
we should be able to do some of that stuff.
I have a special license from Esh to do these house tours, and you know, special permit. And I happened to see like your name in her office, just in bold circled and, you know, in all different colors.
Yeah.
I felt like you were on a list for something. I didn't say what, but you know, I just had a feeling. I saw your name come up on the tour. I was like,
I feel like at this point, I feel like you might be working for her, and you know,
I'm a mercenary though.
Okay.
Work on my own accord.
Because listen,
Freelancer.
yeah, we can't have you. We really can't have you reporting stuff back.
No,
Not
secret's
cool.
secret
Not
safe
cool
with
at
me.
all.
Guarantee it. This has been
You know,
such
especially,
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
no, I was just saying, especially, you know, if you're gonna come to my house and I'm gonna have illegal stuff
Oh no, yeah, right.
on display.
You already hit it though, right? Wink, wink. You're like, I'm not gonna answer that.
Well,
That is hilarious.
Yeah, no.
Listen, Iridian, thank you so much for having me out. And you know, those of you who are still with us during the Q&A session, y'all are my people.
Y'all
And
are champs, man.
the
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Make sure you like the video if you haven't done so already. Comment, let me know what your favorite part was. What are some of the things that resonated with you? What are things that you're going to be running home right now and implementing? Because there are a lot of cool tricks here that I haven't seen yet. A lot of really creative ways of utilizing and coloring the items. So yeah, definitely let me know. And yes.
Definitely get Comet to come to your house because I want to see the things that you do, as I've been religiously following all the housing tours, and you guys have done some pretty damn good things.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah.
Especially that green cottage. That green cottage, that was like my favorite ever. Whoever that was, shout out to you, girl, because that was awesome.
That was Mellow Luna. Yeah.
That was awesome sauce.
Yeah.
I like that house.
Undercover clutter core, you know?
That was like one of my, the colors. Yeah, that color scheme was just, she was awesome, man. That was a pretty good house.
Absolutely. And one more thing that I will go ahead and mention is we have a group in my Discord now called Paleo Tour Guides, and you will be the newest member. You'll get to hang out with all of the other people that I've toured and get to network them. So until next time, everyone, I will see you all for the next Paleo Tour.
Now, this next one is one of the pillars of Practicore, Lady Edyth. And what's been fun for me is that the concept of a Palian tour guide is pretty much people that I've toured in person. They're my tour guide. Where are we going? When people ask, like, what kind of design core am I? Sometimes it's going to be about the design. Sometimes it's what people say during the tour. And Lady Edyth, who happens to be the daughter of another Palian tour guide, kept repeating the phrase, "It just makes sense." And to me, it just made sense that she was Practicore. So without further ado, let's go check out Lady Edyth's plot.
Hey, it's Finny Commit. I'm back for another Palia tour. I'm here with Lady Edyth. Did I say that correctly?
You did.
Excellent. Yeah, how are you doing today? I'm just doing a little pan around, checking everything.
Yeah, welcome. Yeah, not much to see out here. It's all, all the good stuff's in behind the fence.
I beg to differ.
I do have this one big brain idea. I have seen it on a couple of other people, but this keep the chest right there next to the shipping container.
Yeah,
that was sort of very early on. I was like, this is a smart idea.
Yeah, that is. Absolutely. Yeah, you're my tour guide. Where are we going?
All right, well, just right inside here, I do have another chest here. We get a lot of random things.
Oh, yeah.
And I just liked the idea of just like tossing just this, like, especially this ancient urn thing here, which goes with nothing.
Yeah.
So I just like wanted to just have this like random pile of stuff. Like you can imagine, like I came back from whatever adventure and I was like, I don't know what to do with this, and just like
this
toss
goes here
it onto the pile.
I like that. That's funny.
Yeah. And then right across the way here is my outdoor kitchen.
Oh, nice.
Which is incredibly efficient. And I'll just say that, like, this plot is built on practicality. Like, I'm playing the game, right? Like, every time I come in, I'm not just goofing off. I'm going out, I'm playing the game. I've only maybe got 2/3 of the quests completed, so there's still a lot to do.
Yeah.
So as I've been building out this whole thing, it really is about the efficiency of playing. So
if
this
you're
was
gonna be
one thing.
Be efficient,
Yeah, exactly. So I run in circles this whole time, in here, and it works perfectly for fish and meat.
Excellent. Yeah.
So I think I want to show you this. Let's go this way first. Okay. Just little passage here, right, crafting station. But this is my OG tent, and it's basically been in the same spot the entire time. But I started crafting all of the industrial furniture, and I didn't know what to do with it, so I just started crafting. Like, I really liked it, and I ended up turning this into like a place for, like, if Hadari comes over.
Oh, yeah.
He can come in. He can come stay over here. So. This is his little, when he wants to get away from mining life,
right?
He can come over here and hang out. And I put it right next door to the little smelting room.
Oh, this is cool.
Yeah, again, another, like, this is just the practical, like, I wanted to have a place where I could come and just get the stuff done, right?
It's really cool that you mentioned it, because, like, that's like one of the 4 types of design styles. They're the small but mighty group of practicore people, myself being one of them.
It just makes sense to me to do it that way.
That should be the motto. It just makes sense.
It just makes sense. I started thinking about this plot thing. It's huge, right? Like, we get so much space, and especially without the pathing and without the outdoor, just like the bushes and flowers, it's really difficult to come up with things to do. Yeah. So I started thinking of it in terms of like little vignettes, little rooms, little spaces. So
I like that.
That's pretty much what I've done all the way around, just to kind of break up the whole. And obviously, I haven't even touched, this whole section back here.
Yeah, but I mean, one of the things that I like to cover in the tours is, people who are of the practicore persuasion. There's always something to look at, and then when you find it, you're like, oh, hey, that just makes sense. TM.
Yeah. I don't know if you noticed, this tree here, I kind of highlighted it with the stuff because it has a magical lamp in it. I got one of those glitches.
Oh, yeah. I didn't catch the lamp. I saw the wonderful stuff at the base of it, but I didn't catch the lamp. That's cool. It's a magical tree.
Kind of hid it in the tree. And yeah, so, and then the other thing I did was, and we'll see as soon as we get into the house sort of why I made the choices with the furniture out here that I did. So like, this is the log furniture, this is the industrial. They come in sets sort of out here,
right,
outside. So then over here in this section is the concept over here is sort of like a farm to table kind of idea. So this is my, working. I finally got this thing to a point where it wasn't making me crazy.
I've heard it's made some people crazy,
Yeah, Yeah, I think especially when you first start out, you have to learn this game a little bit through YouTube, right? Like the game doesn't tell you everything. So you kind of have to go out there and see what there is. And one of the things you're going to come across is how to make your garden the most efficient. And you can really kind of get yourself into this like
rabbit hole.
I don't know, spiral of yeah, exactly with that. And I tried, and I'm like, you know what? I'm not having fun with that. So I'm not going to worry about it.
And it's like, this will be the most efficient farm ever, but you can never touch it.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
I like how you decorated around this tree. That's a statement piece right there. This is my
party table. Yeah, I love this. I love how the tables sort of fit perfectly around it.
Yeah.
I wanted to preserve this tree. It was, obviously it's one of the bigger original trees. There in the front. I think it's the only one.
It's a challenge. It is a big challenge to do that, to resist the urge. I hadn't
cleared out.
Just like the different core designs, a new term has kind of emerged, tree grits.
Mm-hmm. Oh, definitely. I definitely have tree grits.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is really lovely.
Tree.
Yeah.
Well,
except for that tree.
Yeah. So the other one is Hodari. This one I had Kaleri in mind when I was putting this one together. So of course Kaleri's never going to leave her post, right? She's always going to be in the library.
Yeah.
But I thought if she ever wanted to take a break, take a little holiday, I have a space ready for her here. And I really, really like how the colors came together in here.
I really do too. Definitely.
It was like I just started putting things in, and suddenly it was like, aha! I see what I'm doing here, and I'm going to keep doing it. And
I feel like Kaleri would, just pop in. You'd be in your house doing something, and she'd be in and out before you even noted.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, she'd be quiet as a mouse. I would never know she was here.
This is really nice.
And then this stuff, little washing area back here. I don't ever know what to do with these like silly like winter lights rugs. They're just so goofy and not my aesthetic.
No.
So I did that. Yeah. Little potting table here. This little workstation. And then this area, okay, I'm really glad that we don't smell in the game, because I want you to imagine that this area right here stinks pretty bad.
Yeah. I can imagine so, especially like with the glowy green and
right.
The mud.
And then this is my I love this. This is my outdoor pantry.
I love this too.
Area.
I feel like these barrels here, like they have, shelf life of like 5 years or something like that, like this is I'm saying this of course in jest here, outdoor pantry, but like doomsday prepping, you're just like 10,000 years ain't happening again.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't want that to happen again. I want to be prepared. So I always admit, like in my mind, I feel like Badru and Delilah came over and kind of like helped make it set up, and then.
But I really love the design, though. I mean, all jokes aside, it's very clean. It's very organized. It's cool. It just makes sense.
It's more than just these. It's more than just the preserve jars. It's a space. It's its own thing. Its own vibe. So,
yeah, absolutely.
So that's it for outside. So we can go ahead and go to the front and head on inside. So outside is, like I said, it's I have these specific, the ranch and the industrial. Inside is much more of a mix, and it's a lot. It's a lot more polished, I'll say, inside. But I'll let you go ahead and go in first, and you can get the.
One of my favorite views. And inside. Those of you who are here at the moment, don't forget to like the video. Follow me for more paleo tours, and leave a comment what you think so far. Y'all know this is kind of where things get real, so let's go. Oh, I always love that view. Just how it zooms in when you're going through the door. It's one of my favorite things. I dig this so much. I love that wallpaper. It's so vibrant.
Mm-hmm. And this new one back here. Yeah.
I like how you...
Yeah.
You stop, right as you walk in, you have these bugs to kind of like...
Yeah, they're a little uneven. We'll ignore it. We'll just imagine, everybody in your brain, imagine that I have the one still.
Yeah, this is really nice.
So a little bit of, like I mentioned, the furniture. So throughout the whole house, except for a couple of pieces, the house uses nearly exclusively the Capital Chic, the Bellflower, and the Homestead furniture. I found that when I started building, so I knew that I really liked these chairs, these Capital Chic chairs, and they are not like anything else in the game.
No.
And I struggled so much when I first started trying to figure out how to make it all work. And eventually I realized that I had to limit myself.
Mm-hmm.
And once I limited to those 3 furniture sets, everything just fell into place for me. And I know it's definitely its own aesthetic. It's not going to be everybody's
stands out,
taste,
though.
but
I mean, that was one of the first things that caught my eye when I panned over was seeing that. And this,
yeah,
I love us a good kitchen.
Oh yeah, I love this kitchen. It works so well for me. I don't cook in groups usually. When I have done it, I've just done it with friends, just 1 or 2 with friends.
Yeah, you just
this is definitely a solo kitchen.
It's beautiful. It's very nice. You got lighting.
Again, this is the indoor pantry. So you saw the outdoor pantry. This is the indoor pantry.
I love it.
I don't know. I just really like when you have and I did it outside too with multiples of the bottles and the barrels. I feel like that's so just the neatness of that, like the tidiness of using the pieces like that. I kind of,
the theme for this house is, it just makes sense.
It does. Yeah. It really does.
The logic in it just smacks you in the face in the best way.
It's good, and it's good to hear that, because it does to me, and it's nice to know that I'm not the only one who sees it that way. So,
yeah.
So I'm almost bursting at the seams in this room. This is really the only flex area that I've got is my fish, and I still don't have nearly all the fish. So,
but it's nice and tidy. It's their display fish.
Yeah. And again, it's there's symmetry. I use symmetry a lot throughout the house.
Yes.
And I think that makes it wasn't another thing that I felt like in my normal, in my house, real life, symmetry is not a thing I go for. But in this environment, I'm
you have more control over this space, and
yeah,
that's cool. That is really cool.
Yeah. So this is sort of we've seen the sort of more formal guest spaces. So once we go into this room, we're more into the casual, more personal spaces. So everything kind of gets a little bit more casual, a little more comfortable.
You
still with the same
really handled that transition well, with the way that there's people might actually pick up on this better than me, but I felt like there was a definite transition, but it was so subtle, like the mood changes as I walked into this room. So that was cool. Mm-hmm. It's like you changed the colors very, very carefully in a way, and the lighting to kind of point that out. So that's cool.
Yeah. Good. Yeah. It feels warmer, I think, is what the sort of, for me, when I go from that bright room to this room, there's a warmth that kind of happens in here. Yeah. And then my mud room with the rest of my bugs.
The cleanest mud room I've ever seen.
Yeah, I'm actually really proud of the bugs. I'm probably more proud of the bugs than the fish, because I think you have to work harder for the bugs. You have to, because you can't be guaranteed of the star quality where you can with the fish.
Yeah, that's a line has been drawn. What do y'all think? Do y'all think it's harder to catch the bugs or the fish? Let me know.
It took me forever to find some of these. So some of these are very
yeah, I totally understand. I totally understand. Yeah. I like how you've used different elements to kind of stack them, and that's really cool. Especially your museum area, kind of how you had those heights and everything. That was a really nice touch.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah, so that's the house. That's it. It's pretty tight, right? It doesn't spread out. It's all kind of pretty well. I love it from the top. When I see it from my top view, it's very closed into itself.
Yeah, I can tell that from the perspective. So Q&A time. So, Lady Edyth, what would be your favorite activity to do in the game?
Oh, geesh. I love the whole game.
Yeah, that's totally fair. I mean,
favorite. Actually, I really think I like hunting.
Yeah.
Don't do it. Like, it's one of those weird things where I really, really like to do the hunting, but my hunting level is still pretty low. I don't know why. But yeah, there's something kind of badass about it that I really, really like. I've done real life archery and I suck at it. So to be really good at it, and I had that with other games that I play, you have an archery element, and I'm just so good at it in games, and it just makes me feel so much better about it than what I feel like when I try to do it in real life. The noise, like I get that euphoria when they get that sparkly noise when you hit them, and so hunting I think is probably my favorite.
That's so cool. Yeah, I get that same feeling just because when you get that arc just right, and you all of a sudden you peek over the hill and you see that bag, you're just like, yes.
Oh, when you make the shot that you're sure you're not going to get.
Yeah.
And then you hear the sound. Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's a beautiful thing.
Yes.
What kind of activities do you think they should incorporate into the game that you think is missing?
Okay. So if you've played, gone in and kind of, really kind of explored Kilima, especially, there's littered all over the place. There are pieces of a book of juggling. And I sort of had this little headcanon that eventually some point down the road, they're going to add juggling as a skill. Like, I just think it would fit so well. I don't know how they would do that, obviously, but every time I come across one of these juggling book pieces or pages, I was like, oh, it's coming. They're going to give us juggling at some point.
Absolutely. You just start juggling randomly, why not? I mean,
oh yeah. But no, it's in all seriousness, I'm not sure. I think I can see a case for a lot of different things. I think that there's definitely a case for the ranching. I think it's sort of unfortunate that the Dayas talk about the animals in a way that we don't actually get to see or interact with them in. It does feel like this huge, missing piece of the game.
Right.
To be able to have the animals and raise them would be neat. I think that there's so many other, the apothecary stuff that you can do. And I don't know. I think that the sky's the limit, really. I mean, they can kind of come up with anything they want to come up with. And I think as long as it fits the vibe.
Yeah, I totally get that. Speaking of vibe, 10,000 years. We wake up. We already know, generally speaking, the downfall of humanity, because you look at the last 3 months in Palia. We got, deforestation. lots of other
people's roofs.
Yeah, lots of other reasons why we can't have nice things. But as far as the story goes, where do you think the story goes from here in Palia?
In terms of lore?
Yeah.
I'm pretty invested in some of the lore things that I've come across so far.
Juggling, for one.
I think that juggling, definitely. I think that the whole Elder Woods mystery is so intriguing to me. It's so intriguing. I really want to get to the Elder Woods. I really want to experience that. I mean, several of the characters talk about that. And I don't want to spoil anything, but certain things are said that sort of indicate something really, really mysterious and cool has happened in the Elder Woods. But I think that there's hints to something very dark that happened to the human race. There's just this really very dark kind of line that's being towed, which I think, for the nature of the game, is so interesting. It was such an interesting choice for the story writers to go that route with it, because they could have gone cutesy, right? They could have gone with this game being a cozy game and everything that they've marketed
in quotes,
as.
of course.
They could have, they could have definitely gone very like lighthearted cutesy, but they chose to create this very mysterious, thrilling kind of thing.
Yeah.
When you pay attention, you've got to pay attention to the things that people are saying. And,
that's kind of hard though. In some cases, I'm sure lots of story kind of gets lost in the dialogue, especially if you're just trying to get something done, and all of a sudden, you get into like lots of dialogue, and you're just like, oh man, I don't have time for this right now.
But and you start to click through, and you could miss something.
There's always that risk. Well, we'll leave with one question, and it'll be a doozy. What do you think they're going to add?
The other ones weren't.
Yeah, no, right? What do you think what do you think as far as like features are going to be coming in Palia? Like just some off the wall predictions. You're just like, I think they're going to do X.
Well, after juggling.
Oh, yes, right.
I think we're going to see more decor. I think we're going to see more furniture sets and decor sets. I think when you look through the
with you being practical, like is there any particular ones that you think
I think my bookcases look very empty. I think my bookshelves need books. I think I would love to see scattered papers. Like I would love to see books.
That's a good point. I've heard books. I've heard like reading books and displaying books, but I haven't heard like just random papers.
Like papers that you can put down on a desk. We've got like that nice grimoire book, but that's it, and that's very specific.
Yes.
I think that they have such potential. If you've gone out to see any of like the original like concept art type stuff that they put out when the game was first sort of being launched, you could tell that whoever they have there at S6 that's really doing that it's like they really kind of dedicated to doing some really cool furniture and decor items. So I really support them continuing to add that stuff in. Interior stuff, exterior stuff, definitely. I think there's been such an outcry for paths in the game and more fencing types.
Yes.
I think that would be a definite like misstep if they didn't add those things in, soonish, at some point soon.
I hope that, I definitely hope not just for selfish reasons, I guess, because primarily I do house tours, but if we have more, I hope that they lean into more of the decorating aspect of it, because it's something that people really enjoy. And I think that if you can remove some of the friction that it takes to enable people to decorate, like crafting furniture and kind of, get that balance just right about, crafting furniture, maybe being able to sell it or gift it or, place it on somebody else's plots and just kind of express themselves in creative ways. I think that Palia will be really good at just kind of keeping people engaged. The storyline, I'm all for it. I'm excited to kind of learn more about that too, and the whole mystery, the mysteries that they've been kind of dangling in front of us. But in the short term, let's just decorate.
Just give me, in the short term, just give me some books from my empty bookcases. But and the thing is, I think that a game like this is so good at, and it's obviously it's the whole premise is that you can play how you want to play.
Yes.
But I think it's also even in this sort of, just what you think about all of the tours that you've done, and just how different every single one of those plots is from the next. And how unique everything is, and just and that is even with the everyone's using the same furniture, everyone's got the same color palette, everybody's got the same sort of resources, and so I think that's just such an amazing part of the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
And like you said, the creative expression. So.
Right, absolutely. Just different ways to engineer those kinds of things. Different, like just turning certain things upside down and combining things in certain ways. Like you create a new thing, you know. So yeah, that's why I like to capture it and showcase it. It's a lot of fun for me. Well, thank you again.
And it's inspiring. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. Thank you for coming over.
No, the pleasure's on mine. And those of you who are still here, don't forget to like the video. Leave me a comment. Like, what are some of the things that you're looking forward to in Palia? What are some things that you know? I do the Q&As to meet with the creators behind these wonderful homes, but it's also kind of fun. Y'all can participate. Any questions that I ask, you totally can answer them too in the comments. I welcome that. But yeah, I will see you all for the next Palia tour. And until next time.
Looking back, I've probably toured hundreds of homes in Palia. Now, with the tour board, you know, the common misconception is that you go into a plot, you immediately leave. And that's not my style. I take my time on every single plot. And this next one is particularly special because this is literally the house tour that started it all. This one is ChokolateLatte, and quite literally, this house tour was done on a dare. Now, I've done tours before in other games, like Dinkum, and that's kind of where it started. So, through our friends, they had recommended and basically dared me to do a tour of ChokolateLatte's plot. And you can tell, you know, the progression of the content that I have, and this is kind of a challenge I think I'll give you all, is if you have a favorite content creator, go back and look at some of their older videos and see how far they've come. It's quite a beautiful thing to see how people have matured or learned new tricks. I'm no exception. There are some parts that are a little rough, and, you know, honestly, looking back at my own content, my older content, I cringe a little bit, but everything that comes out of ChokolateLatte's mouth is absolutely wholesome. She's also another sweet person that I've had the honor and privilege of meeting. So please enjoy my very first Palia house tour, ChokolateLatte.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? I have the honor and privilege of going to tour ChokolateLatte's house. I went there one time with some friends, and we were all just blown away. Everyone was asking, hey, when can we tour ChokolateLatte's house? So she's nice enough to let me come over and check out the place. So we're going to do that in just a second. Before we go, don't forget to like the video and leave a comment and let me know what you think. What was your favorite part? What was your favorite room? All right, so here we are at ChokolateLatte's house, and first impressions, wow. Like, I'm gonna need a shovel to scrape my jaw up off the floor. But hello, ChokolateLatte. How are you today?
I admit, I'm fine, a little nervous.
Oh, nothing to be nervous about. Absolutely nothing to be nervous about. I'm gonna switch to controller, that way I have a little bit more control over, pun intended, of the camera. But please tell me everything about your front yard. We can start here. I will follow you. And
I'm very much for natural looks and lived in and homely.
I love
try to make
the
things
shade.
that look like people actually lived there.
Yes. I love how much shade there is. And being in Texas, shade is a commodity.
Yeah, I expect it is. I suppose I also live in the English countryside, actually, so it's trees and that are part of what I'm used to.
Oh, this is just, I love, just, you know, hopping in here and you have this really nice outdoor seating area. It just kind of tells a story. Like you can already see that there would be lots of friends coming over and telling stories and making s'mores, and you got a nice spread over here. That's some star quality foods.
Yeah, quite a lot of them.
Yeah, it's like, what do you do with them? Well, you can display them. That's pretty cool.
I'm obsessed with displaying food.
Yeah, I mean,
there's even people sat here having chosen their plate.
Yes. They got too busy in the social gathering that, you know, they left their food behind.
Yeah, I'm concerned about the ice cream.
It's the perfect ice cream. It doesn't melt.
Sounds like Turkish ice cream then.
Yeah.
This is my farming.
I love it.
Sadly, had to plant 2 new apple trees, so you can't see the beauty of the apple trees.
Oh, that's okay.
And
hey, everything is ever moving.
To grow.
Yeah. And this is a natural tree. I remember when I was here last time, there was a tree that was there and you built around it. That's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, because I did regret having cut down so many trees and bushes in the main park when we first started.
Mm-hmm.
And I really wished I hadn't after.
You know, the beauty that I enjoy about like Palia farming is there's sort of an engineering aspect of it as well. You know, you can plant the crops, but you can plant them in an efficient way, but also in an aesthetic way where everything's nice and organized.
Yeah, so as you can see, I don't actually go for the maximization.
Yeah, there's such a thing as too much.
I just can't deal with all different plants and having to plant them that way each time. I just want to come along my rows, but I've done it so it doesn't take too much work.
Right. Yeah, you want it to be efficient, but you also want it to be manageable because...
Yeah.
That's awesome. I'm following you.
We're staying on the outside?
I'm following you. Where you take me where you want to show. We can work our way around the outside and then work our way inside because there's a lot to show.
Yeah,
on the inside.
Once again, intense. This is where my workshops are.
It's an intent workshop? I'm making a joke. It's a workshop that's intense. That was the joke.
These tents are great. I'm glad we were able to make more of them. Yeah,
they are. They're really cool.
All other games, you get those silly little triangular tents.
Yeah, this is like a proper tent.
They're on yurts, aren't they?
Like you can, I'm curious, you know, because we are, as of this video, still in beta for Palia. What else will they come out with? You know, will they add more types of structures? And that would be cool. I like the makeshift stuff. And I like that you can, if you catch a nice fish or a bug, you can display it.
Yeah, this is sort of a bit like a man cave, even though there's no man living here, but...
We'll say it's the groundskeeper.
Yeah.
Yeah. Groundskeeper named Charlie. I don't know. I was just throwing a name out there.
Right, Charlie lives here.
Yes, Charlie lives here. So now we have more areas that definitely feel lived in, and you have nice little touches. You have a Phoenix Shrine, I believe, and then a water fountain.
Sorry, I didn't take the washing in.
That's okay. I mean, it's got to dry. Like, it's got to have that Palian fresh scent.
Yeah.
Growing up, I don't think it was ever feasible for me to, leave my clothes out to dry, because at least where I was and when I was younger, I was allergic to like everything. So all of the pollens and stuff would just basically stick to the clothes, and that's just, you're wearing death at that point.
I'm always just, laundry is so much nicer when it's been dried on a line.
I bet.
In the sun.
I bet if I'm older, it'd be a little different. But yeah, when I was younger, like when my mother would dry clothes outside, I would always be sneezing because.
Yeah.
So now we're gonna go inside and wait until you see all of the things. So this is just the kitchen.
Yeah, I tried to make this a cozy kitchen. Those kitchens that you hang out in.
Yeah, this is a kitchen where people hang. People grab whatever baked items are just kind of setting out, And I love that there's little things. There's lots of little things that you can see. Like, you took time to place everything in here, as well as the little knickknacks on the shelves and all of your awards. That's really cool.
Now, this room I've kept to the original furniture. I think that furniture is cozy. I wish we could change the green to another colour but keep the same wood, but you can't. So
Right.
Green it'll be. But it's nice to have that original Palian look, I think.
It's just progression. I like all the paintings and stuff that you have.
Yeah, quite cluttered, but I like it that way.
Yeah, this is really cool. It's got to be hard to get everything right.
It takes time. You get something new, you plonk it down and decide what you can do with it, where it'll fit, or...
Yeah. It's very colorful room. This chopper looks like it's gonna go exploring. It's got a go bag. It's ready to go. Yeah, there's a lot to look at here.
I like to mix the furniture as well from the sets, because if you put all the same from the same set, it starts looking too tidy, I think.
Yeah, see. We don't want it to be too tidy, do we?
No. And the ensuite bathroom.
Very fancy. I like the idea of candles hanging over me, but I feel like I would get wax in my hair. Which in some cases, that's a good thing, you know? But this is so cool. Kind of how you have everything laid out, like...
They give us such nice things to actually use in this game.
Yeah, it takes a while to get all the stuff, though, right?
It does. I spend always running to Tish's to see what she's got in, as well as making the stuff, because Flowwood, well, you think you've done a lovely day of collecting Flowwood and then find that you can only make 2.5 items with it.
Yeah. Yeah. Who's this up here?
I've only started on one so far because I have this guilt complex if I start the romance things to get the other pictures, but I'm going to have to force myself to do it.
Just to collect them all.
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite NPC?
I think different ones for different reasons. I can't say I've got an overall favourite. I like different ones for all their different personalities.
Yeah, they are very animated, aren't they?
Yeah, I picked Ashura for Shep.
Why Ashura as your ship, if you don't mind me asking?
I thought he deserved to have a goal here, you know, to give him a bit more of a job instead of spending all his time at the graveyard. Might take his mind off of it.
Yeah, that
And
sounds...
also, foraging is my second highest skill. In the 60s, farming is the highest, but I wasn't really sure about the Drew as a chef, so...
Yeah, you like to go gather things.
You know, he's got a whole family to keep him occupied.
Right.
Whereas Ashura's lonely.
Mr. Push-Ups, I call him.
Yeah. So who's your favourite NPC?
I like Tish. I think she's very sweet.
Yeah, every single one of them has got, as you get, you know, to the level 4s, the stories that come out.
Yeah.
Have been well thought through. Because, of course, if she doesn't have her flow medicine, she'll die.
I know. It's pretty intense for a cozy game. It gets pretty deep.
Have you done Najuma's level 4?
No, not yet. I'm still working on many of the NPCs.
I won't discuss it then. But it had me tearing up here.
Oh yeah, I heard. There are a handful of games, namely just one, that actually had me teary-eyed, you know, to get that deep into the story.
I just hope we get more levels with them and get to know more.
Yeah, that would be really fantastic. So, what room are we in now? Kind of a...
Well, this is a sort of hallway reading room turn part office.
Awesome. Reading room turned office.
Yeah.
We won't look at the clock. It's a bug.
Yeah, look at the there's something really weird going on with wallpaper here. Now that was the right wallpaper one day, and then it's not, and then it is, and then it isn't. It keeps. And today, because you're here, it's decided we're going to put a different wallpaper on here.
Yeah, we were running into that issue as well on Ellie's house.
Yeah. Why does it do it? Some days it's correct and some days it isn't.
It's a ever-evolving
Walk in
game.
here.
These scissors look like they're special. You cut them or use them in a ceremony, like a ribbon cutting ceremony.
Those are gel scissors, aren't? Is it gel? Oh,
Yeah,
God,
I believe
a long time ago I did them.
That's awesome.
And this is my plant room.
I love it. Lots of greenery, lots of warmth. Makeshift stuff is always really fun.
Yeah, literally just picking up every plant you could every day and making as many as you could every day just to put in here.
It's like it's either a plant room or it's like an alchemy lab.
Yeah.
Potions and brews and herbs.
Well, if they provided some of that, you could turn it into an alchemy lab.
Yeah.
I don't know if we're going to be getting more magic later.
You know?
There's so much talk of magic through the place.
Yeah. I think that's probably in the books because if I recall from some of the earlier videos, Ziki is the only one that I guess heard of or understands magic, and otherwise it's kind of taboo.
Yeah.
Who knows? Oh, that's a nice sword. You're perfectly prepared for home invasions.
And this is the spare suite.
Spare
This
suite.
is the guest.
Oh, yeah. I'd stay in this Airbnb. I don't stay in Airbnbs. I don't think I ever have, but this is really cool. This is cozy, quaint, colorful.
And it's en suite.
Nice. It's very warm. I like how you have strategic paintings. Those got to be can't talk. Hard to come by.
Seems to have uncentered itself. Things are weird in this game.
It looks fairly centered to me.
Oh, I think it's like a lot of things in this game. You've got to be stood in exactly the right position, haven't you?
Oh yeah, then it's okay. Right. Following you. I'm going outside.
And this room has its own little balcony.
Oh wow. Indeed it does. You got your own games, you got seating area. Very nice. You got your chocolate milk with a cinnamon roll.
Oh, what it is, I thought it was a straw. Perhaps you're right.
I don't know. When I saw it, I thought for some reason like chocolate milk or something. Hot cocoa. Very, very nice.
And that's our little house.
It's wonderful. It's a very nice house. We'll take a little stroll through it again. This is your main entrance. You enter in the kitchen. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Awesome. And a very nice den that you have all of the... I like that kind of furniture style. It's very sturdy. This room's colors are really cool.
Bit of a contrast to the others, isn't it?
Right. Wouldn't change a thing about it, though. And then we have the outside. Everything is very well placed. Strategic things.
Yeah, it's also placed with future hopes of what will come next.
Mm-hmm.
Because I've got plans for around here. I want the Ermus. They are Ermus, is it?
I believe so, yes.
Cow things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I would have their field. I've got it planned, so that's why I won't sort of take things back so much at the moment, just in case we get that.
Yeah, I don't see why we wouldn't at some point to be able to.
Well, I hope we do. I would like the cows, Ermus,
Mm-hmm.
and also something is providing eggs to the village that we can buy, and I want whatever's providing the eggs.
You want some chooks?
Yes, of some sort.
As long as we can name them, right?
Oh. Yes.
If we
We're
can't,
gonna
then
have to be able to name them.
you know, all of the Dinkum community will just revolt. Well, ChokolateLatte, thank you so much for letting me tour your beautiful house, and it's very cozy indeed.
You're welcome.
I really enjoyed getting to know you a little bit better, and I think the community appreciates a good home tour as well. So
yeah, there hasn't been much in the way of home tours yet, has there?
That's correct. Yeah,
Not within that side.
right. And if anyone
I keep
is
seeing YouTubers going to each other's, but we're sort of seeing the same ones, and I'm sure there's lots of people out there that have got really impressive homes that can inspire us.
absolutely, yes, absolutely.
Like the Animal Crossing thing, it was amazing what they would find if you look around.
Right, absolutely. So if anyone is interested in Palia house tour, just reach out to me either on Discord or in a YouTube comment, and we'll make plans, do a tour. All right, everyone.
Yeah.
Take care, and we will see you all for the next one.
This next tour, this one is also special. Truly, all of the tours that I've done today are really, really special, but this one is quite significant because many of you who are eagle-eyed have noticed a little bit of a change in me over time. This is the very first milestone. This is the very first video that I've ever published where I do a face reveal. It's quite significant. But aside from me, one of the things that I guess focus on in my videos is I don't want to be the focal point. I want the person that I'm touring to be the focal point. In reality, the reason why I turned on my camera was to track my own progress. You see, a year ago in April, I had weight loss surgery and I've lost over 180 pounds. It's been a fantastic journey and I captured it all through my content creation. So if you're looking back at my older videos and you see my face, you know exactly the progress that I've made. I've tracked it every single step of the way. Please enjoy this wonderful house tour with Bisky. Let's go. Hey, it's Vinny Cabin. I'm back with another Palia tour. I'm here with Bisky Kruger. How you doing today?
Great. I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. I'm taking a look around, just kind of do my little initial pan around, just take this all in. I already like what I see. This is really crazy stuff. I'm a big fan of a lot of people who have been using a lot of the new trees and everything, just putting them down. And thankfully, of course, we're at this point where they've, fixed the dirt mounds that are now just a blip in the history of Palia. So, Bisky, you're my tour guide. Where are we going?
Weird. So welcome to my plot. This is actually not my first plot.
Oh yeah.
I just built this because I saw someone who created glitches. I got so curious. So I started building one, and then it just went from there. I went crazy.
Wow.
So,
and
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, it's fine. Anytime I see the cutting boards like used for pathway, that is a labor of love.
Yeah, it was so hard to build this one because you have to think of the cap for placing items.
Oh yeah.
But as soon as I saw someone creating this blocks, I thought to myself, I have to build this one because we don't have any pathing yet, and because my builds are all cozy and like a cottage core vibe.
I love how you framed it out with the lanterns along the side. And I mean, for what it's worth though, until we get paths, like it is a good look to make it look like it's literally a hand laid path, so there's that level. But yeah, where are we heading first?
Thank you. So we'll have to go here in the center first. So in this center, this is actually my cake house.
Nice.
This is where I gather or her Palian people to do celebration cake.
Oh yeah, here we go. This is. Yeah, I'm gonna do a lap real quick. So yeah, I love the lighting that you've used here, and I've said it before, I'll say it again. Cake kitchens, like these group layouts for kitchens, they're always so fascinating for me, all the different layouts. And I think what really impresses me the most about this is when people like yourself take the concept, because really you could just have a plot of these stations and get the job done. But when you take it to this level and you make this really cool galley-like kitchen here that would function as a regular kitchen, and you add in all of these other aesthetics over here, the little details and stuff, that's what takes it to the next level. It's not just a cake kitchen anymore. It's like it's a commercial kitchen.
True, I agree. So the reason why I always wanted to build these kinds of stuff in this game or while cooking, because I always join cooking, and I love watching plots with designs while cooking. And I noticed that because when you do a cake, it takes time, right?
It does.
And some people they usually they have this thing, like if it's taking too long, they're already all over the place, chopping each other.
Yes.
So they have no patience at all. So I thought it would be cool if they have something to look at while doing cooking, so that they can focus more on their role.
At least it takes the edge off. You know what I mean? I mean, because when cozy cake parties become chaotic cake parties. Yes.
True.
Yeah, no,
I've
I
been to a
totally
lot
get
of
that.
cake parties, and they usually, the attention span, just like myself, it's just, I just can't.
Yeah.
So,
I'm happy though, for what it's worth, even though they've kind of reduced the reward that you get from stuff like this. And I see something over there in the distance that looks really cool. Even though they've reduced the reward for cake parties, the community still is there, and it's still fun to cook with a bunch of people. And they've kind of lessened the, I guess, the chaos a little bit. Are we going out this way next?
So we're going to my right first.
Nice.
Let's go here first.
And I always like to point out too, this is why I follow people in the tours, because you're the expert on your plot, not me. I'm just a tourist,
And I will be your guide. So in this part, this is actually, if you see this one, this is actually my favorite part here. So if you're doing the sweet leaf, you have to stay here.
I love it. I love that we've done something similar. Well, I haven't done anything similar, but another fellow tour guide did something similar. But I like your implementation. It's clean, it's simple, That's really cool.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And
so,
if forgive my assumption here, but in where you are, food is a big part of your culture, right? And family.
Yes, that's true. Yep.
Yeah. I love that. I really, this is also kind of like I mentioned a little bit before the tour, right? This is the fun part about doing these tours and meeting people from all over the world, is how you incorporate your culture into the language, the design language of Palia. So it's one of the things I think is very beautiful.
I totally agree. And I love that the last Magi market, not the last one, the first one rather, they actually released like the halo halo. That's one of the, during summer, that's the favorite, it, not really food, but it's what we call merienda.
Okay.
It's like an afternoon snack or something.
Nice.
to cool off our bodies from the heat. So we eat halo halo.
All right. So refresh my memory again. What dish is that? Do you have that out?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I put them here. So if we go back,
yeah, let's go take a peek.
To my cake plot, I placed it here. This is halo halo.
Oh, cool. Nice. Yeah, that looks tasty. I gotta look that up. See if I can find it somewhere locally. My city is a melting pot, so maybe I'll be fortunate. But yeah, let's follow you back to that awesome little walkway.
Okay, so we'll have to go back here. So
yeah, we gotta maintain the effect. Like to keep my camera low.
Okay, so if you enter this pathway here, it's gonna lead you to my other cooking house, or area rather. So it has to be here. That this part right here, this is what I call my focus food house, or yeah, it's the focus food house. We normally cook focus food in here.
So, wow. Yeah, you really did get into some creative applications of stuff. Yeah, that's really interesting. I don't normally glitch myself. I like to just remind people that these kind of builds, they require more than one person. However, they do serve a purpose, in my opinion. I think that they tell Singularity 6, hey, we need some new stuff, because people are getting creative. People are getting real creative. So, you got to meet the demand. But this is kind of
the moment.
Yeah,
the
go ahead.
moment I saw, I'm so sorry.
No,
the moment
don't apologize.
I saw someone did those glitches, it really sparked the creativity of the Palian community. They really love building stuff, and it's just amazing to see how many people are so creative in building stuff from scratch and making something out of just a simple wood or a bench or
I can
something
only
like
imagine
that.
what's going to happen when we what was teased in a dev blog was the building blocks. You know what I mean?
True.
Like, I wonder what the Paleo community is going to take.
Super excited about that.
Yeah.
So after the focus food, I built this one. This is also a glitched house. This is what I call my sushi bar, sushi and
Ooh.
ramen house.
Ooh. So I know that we are typically used to having homes that have 4 walls on them, but the glitch here is like you create the rooms, and then with a helper you split them, and it causes them to have this open look. And I think this is kind of a fascinating application, because what you end up getting is, first off, you have multiple areas that you can enter and exit the house. But from my perspective, you have a glance of the inside of this room from a different angle, because normally otherwise we would just see the outside wall. But you can, it's kind of like you've created a sim house, you know what I mean? Like a house in the Sims that has 3 walls. But this is well executed. This is really cool. I dig the floor mats. I think that's so cool.
Can, if they want to eat in here, they have to be sitting.
That's really
It's also
cool.
part of the culture in the Philippines. So I used to live in the province, and we love eating while sitting in the floor, just like in a Japanese house.
Just a casual. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. I appreciate you telling me about that, because I've always seen that around, and I never understood the premise of it, but I appreciate you telling me.
No problem.
Yeah,
In
no,
this
that's
one,
really cool.
I just also realized that we also have this kind of it's like a stall in the Philippines where you can eat while standing.
Okay, that's
so
cool.
that reminds me of this one.
Yeah,
so this
yeah.
one's just you have a hot sauce on the side.
Awesome. Yeah, it's kind of like I guess some bars in America, they just have tables where you stand and you can have a drink and a snack, but it's not like a sit down, just kind of a grab and go. But my brain thought at first, and again, I appreciate you telling me. My brain thought at first, it's like, oh, if you get hungry going from after you order food to, on the way to sit down and eat your food, you have a snack in the hallway.
Yep. And
No,
you
that's
can
cool.
actually sit in here. So if you go closer, you can actually sit in there.
What? Oh, I see. Nice.
Yep.
Nice.
You can just hang in here after when you're full.
And
enjoy the bonfire.
How long have you been playing Palia? I know we're kind of dipping into some Q&A stuff, but we can just do a little quick question. Just how long you've been playing?
I've been playing since closed beta.
Since closed beta.
So, yep. As soon as they released it, I played right away. Now I can still remember. It's August 2 of last year.
So the reason why I ask is that you've been here for, ooh, this is really nice. You've been here for the Christmas present hack.
Yep.
And the reason why I say that is because I think that Singularity 6, if you're listening, we need to have some kind of, I don't know, plushie or something that we can put anywhere that we want. It's just a generic plushie, and it allows us to sit anywhere we want. That way, because I just kind of had that idea, it would allow more than one person to sit on a couch if you had pillows or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree with you. So this hallway here, the reason why I make this is because even though this is my plot, I sometimes get lost in here. As soon as they released the patch where you can go to Bahari at the backside of the plot, I always forget that one. So I always go to Kalima, and then I fast travel, and then I forget that, oh my god, there's an actual area at the back where you can go directly to Bahari. So this is my reminder that I can go to Bahari.
This is your runway. I love it.
Yep.
That's awesome. That is awesome.
This is my reminder.
I've seen a lot of people do that too, which it's always in very creative ways, you know. Somewhat of a similar concept. The moment that we had that opening to Bahari, the dynamic of our house has changed to where we can, you know, we're forced, not exactly forced, but we are encouraged, or just it became a thing to decorate more than one angle of your house, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very convenient.
Yeah, it is. Now, if only they allow us when we're coming back from Bahari to end up there.
So, after the right side, let's go to the left.
Perfect.
And then
I saw a lot of cool things over here, and it takes a lot out of me not to just like run.
So, don't look to your right yet.
Okay, I'm not looking to my right. I didn't see anything. Y'all didn't see anything either. Okay.
I didn't catch that. Okay, so this is a little pathway to what I call my what's that again? Apple pie and
Apple
my
pie.
cafe area. So this is Kyrene. She's my regular customer.
Hello.
She's always here. Hi, Kyrene.
I bet she gets a good discount if she's a regular.
Yep. She does.
This
Every
is
day. She got 20% discount in my cafe.
nice. This is so cute. This is really adorable. So I have not seen this before. And I know I say that and it makes a lot of sense, you know, but I haven't seen somebody have dedicated cooking stations for each of the different types of cooking, like focused food cooking. And this is a cute bathroom, by the way. And cake party kitchens and then apple pie kitchens. Like you have a setup for everything, and each one just, it's styled and it's adorable.
Yeah. So we cook the apple pie in here, and then sometimes in my world I display them in here.
Nice.
So you can order, and we also have you can also order coffee.
Oh yeah, here we go.
Coffee here.
Nice.
And so yeah, if you need to go to the restroom, there's a restroom here.
Yeah, it's adorable restroom. It is very well done.
Thank you.
Of course. This is where you grind the beans.
Yep, that's where I grind the beans.
And if you get frustrated, you grind the beans more.
And then I wanna show you real quick the plushies that I got. This is very hard to find. So so far I got 3 Cernuk plushies.
Nice.
The Order of the Cernuk. This one is, I think, the glitch or the bugged one when they first announced that if you kill the Proudhorn Cernuk, you'll get you're supposed to get this one in here, the white one.
Yes.
But then I got the Order of the Cernuk one, and then I tried again, second time. This is what I got.
That's awesome, though. That is awesome.
They're just
hanging out. Yeah, having a little picnic.
Yep. And then the other one is in here.
Awesome. And it's so fun that Palia has these things that we can collect and display, and they really do feel like achievements. And in the same token, like you can be like, hey, I got this thing and it's awesome, and you didn't. And it's like, oh my gosh, we start having arrow comparisons. Oh, it took me 1,200 arrows. Well, oh, it took me 1,100. Haha.
So if you go in here, if we go back to the cake, I mean, I always say cake, apple pie
Yeah.
house.
Pie is just
So
a cake with the crust, right?
yeah. So there's actually an exit in here where
Nice.
I have my apple trees. This is where I get all my ingredients.
Hey, that makes sense. It really does. Just, you have
I
an apple
harvest
pie
them.
station, so you harvest the apples right outside and get back to work.
Yep.
This,
All homegrown.
yeah, I really like this area. You've got so many great areas here that just absolutely draw the eye. And like I said, it's just been so tempting not to just run for them. Oh, this is
So
cute.
this is actually in my world, this is what I call Granny's garden,
Nice.
maybe. So I have if we'll get to Granny's house later, but
Okay.
this is her garden.
Are these
So
kitsus eating the flowers, or are they protecting them?
they're protecting them.
Okay, that's good. That's good. I love the lighting
So
that you've used in here as well. Just it's very balanced. Even though we are at, like high noon in the game, I can still tell all the lighting that you've applied here. Where did you go?
in here in the
Okay, I see.
telescope. So
Yes.
the reason I placed the telescope in here is because I noticed that the moon is always in that corner
Oh,
or
that's
in that
smart.
area in
Yeah.
there. So
And you
how
got a
I
good
just wish
good
that we
direct
can,
look. Yeah.
we can look in here and use this telescope so we can zoom in
We might be able
and look
to
at
at
the
some point.
stars.
Right. Yeah, we might be able to. There's no telling what Singularity 6 will add to Palia. Considering that we're not on the Earth, you can already tell that there's some constellations here as well. Maybe we'll have constellations in the game. Who knows?
Yep.
I'm a big fan of
I'm
astronomy, so yeah,
yeah,
I
me
think that'd be
too.
cool.
It is cool. So yeah, the after the garden. So this also a glitch house. So this is what I call Granny's house.
Awesome.
She in my world she owns the whole plot, and I'm the granddaughter.
Oh.
And it reminds me of her.
Aw. That's very sweet. That's very sweet.
This is her bed.
I appreciate.
We used to have this kind of bed back in the province.
Oh,
It's an
cool.
old bed. So it's not really actually the same, but it kind of looks like this one.
Yeah, I got you. I got you. That is really.
Oh, by the way, it's really cool that they have already fixed this record player, because before you can't turn it on. But can you hear the music?
I have all of the game sounds turned off, but I'll take your word for
Oh,
it. Yeah, kind of a creative choice because I want the focus to be on your house.
So this house is kind of dedicated to my grandma,
That's
and
very sweet.
that is why I created this one.
It's a I've seen some homages to those who have how can I say this? Those who've been in our lives and have departed this plane of existence, and being able to express that in Palia again through, you know, this design language. It's a very wonderful thing, you know, to honor those memories.
Oh, so if you see someone
Yeah, I
running around,
see some people running
that's
around.
my grandma. That's my grandma.
Awesome. That's so fun. Oh my goodness. Yes, it is. That's so fun.
So this is where she actually works her garden, testing out plants and all that stuff.
Oh, that's cool.
So yeah. So we have to go back in here
Okay.
and then go down the stairs. And then this is my favorite part. Oh yeah, I also have a paid ninja to protect my plot.
Hi, Ninja. I love these new outfits too. I got a couple of them.
Yep, I actually got them all because they're so cool.
The elements are really neat. Oh my goodness.
This is my favorite part in here. So this is my little camping area. You can actually sit in here too.
Yeah.
3 people can sit in here.
That's so cool.
So when it rains, you can just hang around in here.
Hopefully, yep. Okay, the canvas has been patched, so although if it rains though, you're going to collect a lot of the water like in the center, and hopefully it doesn't rip.
Yes.
It seems like it has
Hopefully.
before.
Fingers crossed.
Oh.
So this is what I call my tree house. I noticed that I noticed Ani's tree house, so I kind of wanted to replicate that and create one in my plot. And this also reminds me of my childhood because we also have a tree house back in our province. So yeah, you have to jump around and up to the 2nd level.
My my extensive training in the tower has prepared me for this.
Yes.
This is
it
awesome.
all comes down to this.
It all comes down to this. Yeah. Can he do it? Yes, he can. Oh, we got some friends here. Hi, friends. And our ninja protector.
Yes. The ninja and my friends. They all hang around in here.
That is super cool. That is super cool. So what you doing? Oh, they're just hanging around eating pies. I mean,
yeah. Sometimes they play boards. Yep. So
one hell of a view for sure.
Yes. So whenever I AFK, I always AFK in this area.
It's a good place.
Is my favorite. This is my favorite part in here.
Oh.
And you can hear the sound of the birds, chirping of the birds, and the trees.
Oh, I can totally tell.
It's so relaxing to me.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm going to get a good picture of this.
Yep. The best time to hang around in my tree house is around 6 to 7 or 8 p.m. in game. It's the best time in here.
I'm going to get you in the shot too, because it's awesome.
Thank you.
Yes. That's excellent. That is so excellent. So
whenever people yeah, sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to ask, have we covered everything?
Yep, this is the last part of my plot.
That is incredible. Incredible that you had all of this in place. So yeah, I think now we're at our Q&A time. Where would be the coziest place on your house or plot? It's probably one of my favorite parts of the tour because we get to know a little bit about you. And first off, I like to use the beginning of Q&A time to go over all the things that I thought were really awesome about this. Kind of gives, allows me to gush on your house a little bit. First off, one of the things I really enjoyed was just the way that you set up all of your different rooms to kind of allow you to glimpse inside each house. And I think I've seen cake party kitchens before, but the fact that you had dedicated areas for focus food and cakes and the pies, like that's special. And then you took, you've added so much story behind everything that you've done, and it's just, and you have so much attention to detail. It's really cool.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as far as like, if you followed closely enough with regards to the different design cores, I think you fit confidently in eclectic core because you're able to kind of do lots of different designs and execute them in a really cool way.
Wow, thank you. That means a lot.
Yeah, no, absolutely. My first question is going to be, one of the things that you had said a lot was in my world. So my first question is going to be, tell us about your world.
Like in my in-game world or my real life world?
Yeah, either one. You've taken elements of your personal life and you included it in your Palian life, and you've also created a story behind your Palian life. So,
Yeah, so I really love creating my own world and story and incorporate my personal life in a game. It just makes me reminisce my childhood and how vibrant and fun it was. And yeah, so I love to cook and eat, and it makes me remember my parents and my grandparents' dishes. So I'm far away from my parents, so this is my way of thinking about them and remembering how my childhood was.
Yeah.
And I incorporated it in this game. I love Palia so much because it looks so realistic, and yeah, it reminds me of how fun my life is.
That's awesome. That is awesome. So knowing a little bit about your culture, because we've had a couple other people who are around your same area, done some tours. It's a lot of fun to get to learn about that aspect of it and how you incorporate that. Like I was saying, the design language of Palia, which is, we all kind of have the same tools to work with. Some have slightly different ones just because of their progression in the game. But my question for you, my next question is going to be around food. What dishes do you feel like we are missing in Palia from your culture?
Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah.
So I feel like we got a lot of food already, and we're missing drinks.
Oh, yes, drinks. That's true.
We're missing drinks like refreshments, lemon juice, or what we call in here calamansi juice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it would be cool to have a lot of drinks or booze.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that would be cool. That would be cool. It kind of
It'd
gets
be hard to eat without, with drinks or
I
even
know.
water.
Yeah, how are we supposed to stay hydrated in Palia? That's
True.
That's a big question, Singularity 6, see that? See, we're thirsty. We want to drink some food or drink.
We are.
We want to drink
Please.
some. We want to drink some stuff.
It's hard to hunt Sernuk when you're thirsty.
Yes. How can we focus without being being thirsty? Yeah. Would be kind of
Petition
funny
for
though
drinks.
if they had some drinks that take focus away. That would be funny. That would be funny. So you said this was not your main plot. I guess my last question for today is going to be, where do you feel like your story in Palia is going to go next?
My story. I think it would lean more towards adventure. I'm super excited if they could, let us do more adventure, because I feel like for as long as I'm playing, I'm always in Bahari or in Kilima, and I want more adventure, just like what I do in real life. I want to explore. I want to go visit places. And collect things from those places and place them in my house so I can remember that, oh yeah, hey, I've been there.
Yeah, that's a fantastic thing. It would be nice just to, just like you said, if we have a bigger expansive area, just discovering a town or something like that and getting a trinket or something that we can display saying, hey, I went there, I did the thing.
Yes.
Kind of like that's probably one of my criticisms about the temples. We do this temple and we have the story, but we don't really get too much out of it until we do the bundle. So that would be nice to like, hey, I did this thing. Can I have something for it? And it's been requested beforehand that it would be nice to have some procedurally generated quests. Go here, grab this thing, like, take a couple of silk to Tish or something because she needs some materials.
Yeah.
Those kind of things. Like, I guess it would count as busy work, but still it's something to do and you can get something out of it and improve your relationship with the NPCs. But I just want to thank you very much for inviting me out for a house tour. I know lately it's been kind of a wait to get it scheduled, but I really appreciate you taking the time to do it because you have a lovely plot, and I know it's gonna give a lot of people some inspiration.
Honor.
Oh no, the pleasure's all mine. Thank you again. And those of you who are watching right now, don't forget to like the video, follow me for more Palia tours, and I will catch you all for the next one. Until next time.
Do you ever find yourself in a situation where things just kind of snowball or avalanche? This next tour literally happened because I toured ChokolateLatte's plot. This one is Charlie. Charlie had, at the moment, level 400 in Palia, which shortly after the game went open beta, having somebody that was level 400 was unheard of. Now, it's probably a lot more common now, but to see the level of detail that was going into this plot was quite incredible. Charlie basically reached out to me after watching ChokolateLatte's tour and said, hey, you saw her plot, get a load of mine. It was at that point the things started snowballing from there. After I toured Charlie's plot, the rest really is history. As you can see on my channel, I've done tour after tour after tour. I will be bringing them back. Stick around on the channel. If you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, you definitely should, because I have a lot of things planned for 2025. Without further ado, here's Charlie's tour. Please enjoy.
Hey, Charlie, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good, thanks.
Cool.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me. This is very, very nice. I'm just gonna take a little wide angle here and also switch to my controller because I like the cameras a lot better. This is very nice. Very nice. All right, so you are my tour guide. I'm gonna follow you and you just kind of let me know where we're going.
Sure. Happy just to kind of go around the outside before we head in.
Yeah. Ooh, Ooh, very nice, very nice. I like how you have your treasure chests. It's always kind of hard to like know. It's like, what am I supposed to do with these? And I like how you have the exterior. I'm looking over here to the left at those dynamic wallpapers. Like how you use that on the outside. That's pretty cool, man.
Yeah, just to kind of I found these really like just kind of theme in with all the trees I have, so it just kind of makes it look like it extends.
Yeah, I like that. Kind of like how you everything's stacked up on the side here too. It's like you have a really good use of space. I'm just kind of do a little pan around here. It's like that anvil just, it looks like it belongs, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and it was really important I had an anvil at the front because I always forget to repair until I'm about to walk out the door.
Yes.
So I had to find a place somewhere at the entrance here to make sure it always reminded me.
Yeah, absolutely. How long have you been playing Palia?
I think I started just before closed beta ended.
Nice. Excellent. You got a nice farm. Very well out. Do you do the big farm engineering stuff, or you go for what you need?
Not really. Well, yeah, I guess I've got a farm layout which I shamelessly stole from Reddit, which is fine. It's mainly just focuses on apple trees. I'm kind of at the stage in the game where I don't necessarily need resources, I guess. So I just kind of let the apple trees run, and I take it for jam.
That's cool.
But everything else just kind of stays here.
Yeah. That's nice. Yeah, how do you like the farming? Do you like the mechanic itself?
I don't mind farming. It'd be nice if we had more to farm, as in more plots, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Just to kind of make it a bigger type farm.
Right.
But there is a point, I think, and maybe that's just where the game like has like certain limits where you kind of reach a threshold. And then farming just kind of becomes an afterthought. So I don't know if that can be resolved. So you obviously keep engaged with farming. But I've done a lot of farming, so it's been something that I've enjoyed.
Yeah. And again, I like how you use your treasure chest. It's like I don't know. It's just like, I don't know what to do with these, but this is where they go. You know, it's like I have a limited amount of space, and this is where I'm gonna put them. I like this area over here to the right, how you have these, you have the campfires. It's kind of cozy, but it's also like, it's efficient too. You know, if you got to grill multiple things at once, you just kind of go boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, and I don't know, I just had this makeshift item, and I just kind of wanted it to be over the top of something as well. So this kind of, that's all, it happened, it was nice.
Yeah, I like that. Well, moving on, we have you got your seed machines and your jammers.
Yeah, so just kind of like a work area, intentionally very cluttered. So it's like a very kind of cozy, closed in type of feeling around here.
Ah, yes.
But it's all quite accessible. And yeah, this is actually really new. I actually started this area. Look, I started an area around the back within the last 24 hours, and I totally redesigned all this side of the house. So it's been a big 24 hours actually to kind of pull all this together.
Oh, wow.
So still potentially a work in progress in terms of where things end up finally, but yeah, pretty happy with how this turned out. It kind of hit what I was thinking about.
Yeah, you did a great job on this. Just kind of, I don't know if cluttered is like is a good word. It's a word that you use, but I feel like it's efficient. Like you have this is intentionally efficient. You know, you can just kind of go around, and it's a good use of space. And you know, in addition to that, we'll go on your house in a second. I've just wanted to come over here to this corner. How you have things stacked up, and it looks like you just have we can't sit in the chairs yet, but when we can, you're ready for it. You know, you can sit here and contemplate all your efficiency.
Yeah, there's like because there's multiple things, right? Because there's an actual game where you're trying to make stuff here. So the efficiency of keeping everything kind of accessible for that, but then you also you're just decorating and designing and trying to all those things kind of work together, right? In terms of what you're trying to achieve.
Excellent. Yeah. All right, sir. I'm following you. Where are we going next?
Yep. So this is just kind of an empty area, but essentially this is kind of future proofing if we ever one day get stables or animals.
Oh yeah. Right. I was just about to ask you like what what are some of the plans for your plot plans?
Not a lot. Cool. I've actually hit the item limit on the plot, so I can't literally do anything else with the house. Wow. Every time I try to put something in, it just kind of says the limit's been reached, which is okay. I'm hoping. I think a lot of that's fencing. So whenever fencing's more optimized or they give us different options, I think I can get some space back. But yeah, this area is intentionally for the stables, and it's got that direct connection back into the house with this side entrance.
I like that. I like that you're already planning ahead, even though you've hit the limit, and like you mentioned, the fences. A lot of people are doing some creative things with the fences, just doubling up the posts and those sorts of things. But yeah, I agree with you. Like when they have more fencing options, you can experiment with different types of fences and get a good look. This is very nice. Ooh. I like this corridor. A lot of people that they have these big trees and they definitely make it a point to keep them and incorporate them in their design.
I tried really hard to keep my big trees. By luck, I guess, because when I made that decision to try to keep the big trees, that was before I knew they didn't grow back. Like you can only get like these medium-sized trees that you plant yourself.
Right.
But I've lost a couple, unfortunately. But yeah, I like a lot of overgrowth. So this is like kind of like a built forest to really darken this whole space, I guess, but kind of make it feel closed in as well.
This is very impressive. I like how you have everything just kind of balanced in here, and it's just so lush. Have I thanked you yet for letting me come tour your house? I mean, dang.
Yes.
This is awesome, man. This is very nice work. Like it's I don't know. I'm looking, sorry, I got to go back over here. I'm looking over the flowers and everything and all of the lushness that you have. And it just like, I look at it and it has a fragrance to it. Like I can almost feel it, that's pretty cool. It's not too many people can do that. And I think you nailed that. That was really awesome. In fact, my wife is sitting behind me and she said, wow. It's so this is really cool. This is really cool. Oh man. Whoa.
So this is kind of just the back gazebo. Meant to be, so obviously, as you can see, this is kind of a cake party hosting spot.
You don't say. This is wow. This is awesome. Like I've never seen a circular design before. That's really cool. Most of the time it's very galley,
Sure. Look, I won't kind of take all the credit for that. This is definitely a stolen layout. So I've obviously done quite a few cake parties. That afford such a place. And some people do amazing jobs. Unfortunately, I can't decorate mine because, as I said, I've actually hit the item limit, so I can't actually fancy this up too much as it is. But some people have done amazing jobs, and I've definitely took inspiration from what they've done in their own.
This is just it's really cool. Just kind of how it's circular, but it's also enclosed. And I mean, come on, Singularity 6, give this man some more assets he can put up in here. That's awesome.
It'll definitely be one of the areas. Like I said, this is brand new. So this whole back area, again, along with that side, was all done in the last 24 hours.
Wow. I hope it's not on my account, because I mean, this is even still, that's impressive feat to put all this together. in that amount of time, you know? That's awesome.
Yeah, I had some inspiration to do something at the back, and I kind of, in doing so, I destroyed a lot. So there was a bit of a rush to make sure I got things presentable again.
Right.
But that's okay, because at the same time, as when I do kind of get into like decorating, it becomes a bit of a focus, and I just like to get through it as well.
I like all the torches, how they're, you know, I mean, we kind of went into nighttime, but there's just so much, and plenty of lighting. Like you don't, words are hard. You haven't skipped out on lighting, and that's awesome.
Lighting's one of the nice things that Single Layer 6 has done in this game. I think lighting's actually really good. Obviously, the particle graphics of the wind is kind of annoying, but the actual lighting itself is really cool. So using that as kind of a decoration as well, right?
Right. And I like how you have I'm walking on some rugs here. That's really cool. Nice. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's like designating that work area, right? So
right. We don't really have paths, and I wish that we did, but I mean, this is kind of it feels like you said, a work area. I mean, it's the right kind of flooring for this kind of thing. You know, it almost seems makeshift. And I don't know I haven't seen all of the items, but
so these are makeshift rugs.
The
Ziki Underground.
Awesome.
But yeah, they're very, I think, like you said, it kind of suits this particular area with the worn rugs on.
Absolutely. Yes.
And it kind of breaks away from the grass, so it kind of designates an area as well.
Right. And you know, I like that even still, whether it's a glitch or not, the grass kind of peeking through the flooring and in between the rugs, like it's awesome. It's awesome the way that works. It's very nice. All right, I'll let you lead. Following you. Lots of things that are just accessible from multiple areas. You got plenty of repair areas, plenty of trunks. Holy shit. What do we have here?
So this is the other gazebo. So this is obviously just the decorated gazebo.
Ah, my goodness. Wow. This is so pretty. It's also echoing, like my wife were like right behind me. She's like, it's so pretty. I was like, it is so pretty. This is
lots of colors in here with the peach, fabric or the peach theme, which isn't the theme inside the house. So it's definitely there's a contrast to what you'll see inside. So, which is really important, right? You don't want kind of the same theme inside outside. It's got to have that difference.
I know that the bookshelves, like one of the hardest things is figuring out what to put on them. And again, I mean, you nailed it. Like, this has been, you're knocking this out of the park. Like everything that we're looking at so far is just like, you could have just had that one thing and that would have been the tour. But this is epic, man. This is awesome.
Yeah, cool. Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, that bookshelf it was actually from inside, but I glitched that fish onto it. So I can't place that fish again. So I just left it there and it came out here because I wanted a fish out here.
Yeah, it's very nice. Very nice. I'm running out of words. I'm starting to repeat myself, but you know, it's really, really well done. And I really like how you have those dynamic wallpapers on the outside. Like it's really cool as far as making it seem like you're setting a scene here.
Yeah, that's right. This kind of extends the outside a bit, actually.
Yeah, it does.
Kind of looking here, and it's like an outside little court.
That's a nice trick. Okay.
So this is just kind of the final kind of entrance area. So this is the side entrance to the main door. So this is the deck. Yeah, we're back to the front.
I'll check out this area over here to the right because we went into the left. So, wow. Yeah, obligatory YouTube thing. If you haven't already done so, like you know what to do, but I want to read your comments, and I want to know what y'all think about this. Ooh. Okay, am I ready for the inside? My goodness. All right, let's do this.
Yeah, let's hop on in.
Okay. Ooh. I love this. I love how you have plushies everywhere. I mean, and you got the chess set boards. You have stuff just like every inch of your property is just covered. But it's not.
Adds a bit of something, a bit of flavor to it. Otherwise, it would be very empty, I think, without those type of individual pieces.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, all right. I did a pan around, so I'm gonna follow you. Which direction are we going?
Yeah, so we'll start with the kind of kitchen and the.
Look at this spread. That is one hell of a spread. That is a feast. And you have such a great attention to detail. The chairs, they're not even. They're like this totally. It looks lived in.
Yeah, and that's definitely a theme throughout the whole place. There's like even outside in the work areas, it's meant to be like an area that somebody's actually actively using. And so that carries onto the inside as well.
Right. And it's a nice, well laid out kitchen. You know, it's not just, hey, this kitchen is just for cake parties. Like it looks like an actual kitchen, you know?
Yeah, so this is obviously that's my kind of normal kitchen. So when I kind of started playing this game, the first rooms I built on this plot is obviously the kitchen. So this is, and it's pretty much unchanged since I built this. So it's probably a bit more minimalistic compared to some of the newer areas I've done.
Get out of here. Get out of here with that word. That is not minimalistic.
Yeah, but it's also something I don't really want to change here. I'm quite attached. And it's kind of nice to reflect back on where I kind of started with decorating and things.
Yeah. That's I mean, still just goodness. That was awesome, man. Very, very well done. Yeah, another look at the main living area.
Yep, so everything hangs off kind of the grand room here.
Yes. Yes. And we're gonna take a look at this area before we walk in that room. Just how you have all of your paintings and your trinkets, and this is awesome. You're definitely a fan of art. That is for sure. This must be your bedroom.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think the
what
art
were we gonna say?
Big difference to the walls. Otherwise, that it just adds to that cluttered or closed-in feel where there's just so much happening.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So this is the bedroom.
Definitely the bedroom with capital T. That's awesome. A grand chest. I mean, that feels so right. I like how you did a lot of colors here. Green is the theme here. A lot of earth tones.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll probably see that throughout the rooms, that they each kind of had their own theme and style. And mainly that was, I guess, started to be able to play with the different wallpapers and the different furniture sets in the game. But also, when it all kind of came together, I quite enjoyed the contrast between the rooms.
Yeah. So I noticed you have some of the portraits of the NPCs. Who's your favorite NPC?
Maybe Tish, I think. I don't know if I have too much attachment to the NPCs, to be honest. I actually have nearly all of them maxed reputation at this point. So
yeah.
But yeah.
This bathroom and that wallpaper, that's amazing.
It's a very dark in this room, obviously, and it's probably the only room that's this dark. But that was mainly inspired by the Capital set, which is what this kind of black and gold set is.
Yes. Yeah, it's definitely feels high end, you know? Definitely feels high end. Like this would be, I can only imagine the Airbnb rates here, you know what I mean? You're like, I would never do Airbnb. You wouldn't be able to pay anybody enough. No, it's very like luxurious. Very luxurious bathroom.
And obviously something that you may notice or throughout the house is I'm a big fan of sight lines. So I haven't played too many games similar to like a Palia in the past, but I have played a lot of city skylines and
oh yeah,
decorating in city skylines is one things I always enjoyed. And sight lines is like a really big thing in that, right? So this house has a lot of sight lines as well. So as you can see, I've framed the bathtub to kind of be what you mainly see from even if we go back to the main room.
Right.
It's kind of that bathtub and everything else is hidden, including like the toilet and the side rooms.
Yeah.
I mean, similarly from this bedroom, you have a sight line straight back to the oven, which is actually centrally lined up. But you kind of look over the dining table and all those kind of pictures and everything as well.
Yeah, you totally knocked this out of the park. And you know, not to distract from Palia, of course, but yeah, me and my wife, we were totally stoked for City Skylines too. So happy to make a new friend. Oh man, this is incredible. So now we have, oh, by the way, I was going to ask you real quick, Charlie. What's this fish's name?
Well, I don't think the fish has a name. He's kind of a fit. If he fits, he sticks. So he landed on this desk, and it kind of just like fit perfect on that desk. And
nice.
He's just stayed ever since.
All right, cool. And I was just curious, like it seemed like it. I mean, it was obviously intentional, but I was just like, oh, I wonder if it has a name. If you've named it. All right, cool. I'm a nerd. I know. So this is like your own personal aquarium. Wow.
It's the fish room.
Yes.
As I kind of collect those starred fish in the game, they all kind of end up in here.
Oh man, that's so perfect. You got, yeah, again, nailing the color scheme, the wallpaper, the lighting.
Yeah, so the fish room is pretty much all, it exists because of the wallpaper. So
right.
Mainly because, so just it was inspiration to show off that wallpaper as it is animated, as you can see.
Yes.
So it's just really cool. So I thought I needed a fish room purely so I could use this wallpaper.
Yeah, I love the parallax effects. So cool. And again, just all of you cover sightlines very, very well.
That's right. So obviously as another sight line from this room, you kind of look straight back towards an office.
Oh, yes. Yes.
So this is just kind of just like a sitting room, I guess. I used to have hallways in my house, but hallways are kind of bugged in the game.
Right.
They're very hard to use with wallpapers. They don't seem to work.
You
So I converted them to small rooms, which is
Yeah.
fine because it gives you more space to play with as well. So
It
turned into
does.
kind of like a sitting room, kind of dumped a couple of the arcade games in here. And it gave me a chance to have a door to get straight out to that gazebo that we saw earlier where the cafes were.
Right. And I like how you use this rug, this runner, just to go right into your office area. Fireplace in the office. Oh man. This is legit.
Yeah, so essentially it's an office, but it's really just a trophy room, somewhere to kind of essentially show off all the trophies and collectibles from the game.
Yes.
I'm not sure. I think I saw somebody else do this, and it wasn't kind of to this extent. I probably took that idea and kind of amplified it. But I've seen a few people how they're trying to show off trophies, and sometimes they just kind of dump them anywhere, but it was
Right.
nice to create a room, which looks like it's a room that should be a part of the house.
Right.
But then it kind of doubles up as a trophy room as well.
Yes. If you had a chair like right here, you know, and you just have this backdrop of all these trophies and everything, I would be super intimidated. I'd be like, oh man, that'd be the nightmare interview. No, this is very, very well done. It's like, it's very warm. Like you can get some stuff done here. It's awesome. I'm gonna be very honest. Like, I don't think that some of the in-game buildings are as decorated as this. That's cool, man. That's really, really cool. All right. So now, oh, so cool.
So this is just kind of the witch room.
Yes.
A lot of inspiration, obviously, from Tamala's place.
Right.
We don't really have any type of witch or alchemy stuff in game yet.
Right.
But there has been hints that magic possibly may end up being something.
Yes.
So this is a room, obviously, mainly just to kind of show off those themes from Tamala. But
yeah,
if anything like that did come in game, it would end up in here.
Oh, right. Yeah, this is really cool. I love all the colors, the lots of glowy things, and you know, when you're not a Palia boss in the other room, you're a sorcerer in this one.
Yeah, and like I said, as you can see, there's like very different themes in every room here.
Right.
But it doesn't necessarily feel too jarring moving between rooms as well. It does seem to flow.
One thing I was curious about, and this must be your bug room.
Yeah, it's the bug/work room. So
Bug/work room. Oh, blueprints. That's a cool wallpaper.
Because I struggled for a long time. So yeah, this did start off as just as a bug room.
Mm-hmm.
But there just wasn't enough bugs in the game. Not that I'm saying I have everything, but the room felt very empty just to be a bug room.
Right.
But I wanted to keep from obviously the sightline from inside the house. When you look down the hallway, it disappears. You're walking towards the bug room.
Oh,
and then
yeah.
you have kind of the work area hidden on the kind of the backside to it.
That's so impressive.
And you can open that chest as well, which kind of pops out like a work area.
Oh, yeah, that is cool. That is cool. Clunk. Wow. Yeah, this is where you get some stuff done.
Yeah, and it's right at the end of the room. So where we are on the plot is just outside is that work area space that we saw earlier. So it's right next door to kind of the.
So you can bounce. Right. Yeah. You can bounce back and forth between them. That's awesome. That's awesome. Yes. This is over the moon, Charlie.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much all the place. That's kind of done the tour of the outside, and these are all the rooms. So pretty much I've seen it all at this point.
That's a lot to unpack, though, for real. That is a lot to unpack. This has been so impressive. I'm speechless. Like I'm running out of words to say. This is just it's so impressive how you used all available space. You have sight lines. You had colors for all the different rooms. Thank you so much for reaching out and also just, I don't know, it speaks a lot to your character of just being so modest about it too. You're just like, yeah, we have gate parties and stuff. But
yeah, it's look, the game's enjoyable. I don't take it too seriously. I just like kind of tinkering and decorating. Like I said, I had a lot of fun in cities with that aspect of that game.
Right.
and kind of taken it to Palia. And I've enjoyed my time. Obviously, I've played it a lot. You don't get a place like this without kind of putting in some time to get to it. So
no, definitely not.
It's been enjoyable, and there's heaps of inspiration. So obviously, the first video that I noticed from yourself with the Palia house tour, they did a great job there, and heaps of other people have done an amazing job. So it's very easy to get inspired and try things when so many people are doing so many great things.
Yeah, for sure. And I 100% think people will gain lots of inspiration from your house and how you have things laid out. And I can only hope at this point, right, as a content creator, that I captured it well enough, you know? That's the one thing that I'm just like, man, I hope I got everything. But this is just very, very well done. How many hours would you say that you've put into Palia so far? If you had to ballpark it.
Too many. Heaps.
Too many?
Yeah. Well, it'd be a lot of hours, for sure.
Right.
I haven't obviously kept track, and I don't think there's a way in game to actually see how many hours. There's been a whole bunch of hours just kind of idling as well, just letting things like my farm to continue growing,
right,
like that. But yeah, I think my game level is about just under 400 in game. So
you're 400 levels in game?
Yeah.
Ooh, boy. Yes. So power player. Definitely.
Yeah.
Yes, definitely.
I came to Palia straight from 004. So I was kind of grinding 004, and I just kind of came into this, which is like a totally different game, different vibe.
What is 004, if you don't mind me asking? I'm not familiar with
it. Diablo 4. So
Diablo 4. Okay. Cool.
Yeah. So
excellent.
Kind of kept the grind going, but different vibes.
Right. Where do you say you spend the most time in your house?
Probably the farm,
Probably
in that farm space, like where all the preserves and the farm, glowworm farms, and the farm itself. Probably idling over there for sure.
Right.
Because always got the preserves and the glowworms going.
Right. Well, I will ask one last question, and again, just thank you so much for reaching out and giving me the honor of touring your house. I will ask. And this is kind of similar to, you know, my other tours that I've done. Most of my other tours have been in a game called Dinkum. And I told you about that a little bit. You know, we took.
Yeah.
So one of the questions I like to ask is, with, you know, given the fact that your house is just so well decorated, you've spent a lot of time with this, you really spent a good deal of time in Palia. You know the ins and outs. You know what the limitations are. And assuming Singularity 6 is going to be watching this video, what is something that you would want more of in Palia?
I think it's the thing that I would like to see is obviously animals. That whole stable aspect. I think that's just something I definitely want. It allows obviously cooking to become more fleshed out as well, because you do at the moment everything like your kind of small goods is just right to store rather than being able to create yourself. So it does open up a whole different kind of aspect to the game. There's a whole bunch of things. I think fishing could be a little bit more enjoyable, and bug hunting. I think that can be a bit grindy compared to the other aspects, but at the same time, I also kind of take the game for what it is as well. Like, it's meant to be this cozy type of sim game. It's not necessarily meant to be power gamed. So I don't kind of force that viewpoint of making it cater to power gamers.
Right.
For it to be how it is in that sense. That's kind of more content is more what I'm interested in.
Right. And do you say that you take your time in Palia, just kind of play it as it's meant to be played, or are there some things that you? Okay.
No, I power gamed through it. I just kind of zerged my way through as much as possible, and very like you look at some people's houses and they've maybe playing for weeks and they've only just started on their first room, but within 2 weeks I've had my whole place was pretty much all established.
Wow.
And it's just been decorating since. So I very quickly just kind of I just grind through games pretty quickly. But this game has held me even though I've kind of reached the end. Like I reached that gold cap and I don't really have a means of spending gold. but I just kind of gamble it away on Ziki coins. So and just kind of keep decorating. That said, I've only just recently hit the item cap. I think that could be a problem. The item cap within the plot. Hopefully that gets increased real soon, because I can't really do much with this plot. And I think the intent is you're meant to then use a second plot, but I'm kind of attached to this one. I don't really want to start a new one. So
yeah, that was one of the things I was going to ask you earlier. Was if you utilize the additional plots, and yeah, that's just if you
not at all. I've got a loading plot where it essentially doesn't have I've got a main house on one, but I just use it to be able to grow other buildings essentially, and then I can just remove it from there and install it straight here pre-built. But I don't actually decorate. I visited somebody else in game and they had like 5 decorated plots, all differently themed, which was really cool. But at the same time, I kind of like narrow focus on a single thing, and I kind of put all my effort into it, which is what this place was.
Oh yeah, definitely. Do you like to play solo, or you play with friends?
Predominantly solo, but it is. I have a lot of people on my friends list because I like just to kind of jump around people's houses and see what they're doing for inspiration.
Awesome.
And obviously, I've done a lot of cake parties purely to fund everything. So you meet a lot of people that way. So yeah, it's been good.
Excellent. Well, Charlie, I can't express my gratitude enough for allowing me to come and tour your beautiful, beautiful house. You're definitely like God mode, paleo player. It's fantastic. Like just seeing everything. And I think so many people are going to get inspiration from your house. And again, thank you so much.
Yeah, no, thank you. Happy to show you around, and yeah, hope everybody enjoys it.
Yeah, I hope so too. All right, don't forget, if you haven't done so already, go ahead and leave a like on the video. And I want to know in the comments, y'all better be all up in those comments telling me what y'all think about this house. Hey, if you want a tour, I'm happy to come and definitely take a look at it. Don't feel like you have imposter syndrome at all. Even though we've seen some pretty impressive houses, everybody, like Charlie says, gets inspiration from all different places. And I can attest to this in some of the other games that I've played that, even if you've played for just a month, right? Or even a couple of weeks, just using the items in a different way, you can totally take inspiration from that. Anybody can take inspiration from anyone, no matter how long you played.
Ah, yes. We've come to that one. You know the one. You've probably seen it. You've probably seen it 100 times over. This is the kitchen that started it all. It was the kitchen that, as I rounded the corner, just absolutely captured my eye. It's my top video on my channel. It's still to this day. Victorique Avondale, aka Tori. The fun thing about that is, when you start building a community, you build up this ecosystem around it. And with the Palian tour guides, you end up getting all kinds of people from all over the world. One of the things that was surprising to me and my wife, Ellie Jelly, how many people are out there that share our same values. For the longest time, we felt like it was just us that had those values. I'd be remiss if I didn't celebrate every single step of the way with her, building up this community of absolute sweet people. Now, here's a fun fact about this particular tour. In my early days of tours, I would always try to pick a song that matched the vibe of the tour itself. For this one, which the fun thing about creating YouTube videos is if you have a formula that you're working with and the YouTube algorithm doesn't really give you any type of feedback or anything like that, you have videos that you spend a lot of time on, a lot of creative energy on, only to have them have maybe a handful of views. If you're a new content creator, my best advice is just to keep going, because YouTube is going to be YouTube. The only way to compare yourself is to compare yourself to yourself and learn as much as you can about everything that you can and just iterate. However, This particular video does not have a background music. Now, I've added at the end, during the last little outro, a little bit of music. But other than that, I forgot to put the music on this one. And to my surprise, this turned into my #1 video. Now, you can imagine how much time and energy I spent into doing something like this, spending the time to come up with the perfect song for every single tour, only to forget it and have it be my #1 video. That kind of messes with your head in a way that you wonder, did I need music at all? Do people just not like the background music? To that I say, I don't know. Without further ado, that's my little tidbit about this one. Please enjoy my tour with Victorique Avondale, aka 11th Hour, because for the last year and a half as I've been doing build challenges, she's one that just comes out and puts it together last minute, and it always turns out crazy. So please enjoy, and thanks for watching.
You have this amazing dining area and kitchen area.
All right, so here we have my trophy house.
And we like a good trophy house. I loved this pub. It's very warm. You got lots of... Hey, it's Vindicament. I'm back for another Palia tour. I'm here with Victorique. How are you doing today?
Doing pretty good. How are you?
I'm doing great. So we toured your house live on stream, and we're here for an official tour.
Sure
A little
are.
bit more comprehensive, but we'll go ahead and get started and let you lead the way.
All right. I've gotten a lot more done since the last live tour, mainly on the pathwork. But here we have my entrance into the front, because who can't get enough of plant boxes with the fence posts?
Oh yeah, definitely. It's such a nice lush look too.
So in my plant boxes, I have a mix of dragon tide, fern planters, and then the industrial, because they're both the bigger, fuller leaf.
Yeah, definitely.
So we can come to the left.
Okay.
I added in some fountains, more so than before. And we have a nice garden stand over here.
I like the garden stand. I like the market stand in general, just how people have incorporated that into their builds, especially just you have a nice little market section.
It's such a pretty item, especially when there's lights on this thing, right? No. Okay. I'm thinking of the other one. But it has the nice banner in the middle. There's a lot of different things that people have done with it. They're really cool.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Next, we have a little phoenix shrine in the trees.
I like how you put the fire in front of it. It's totally appropriate.
Gives a nice warm glowy effect to our in-game creator.
It does, and it also, the wings, like, they wrap around it, so it has a nice, really nice effect, like it's protecting the fire.
Yes, I love that. And so you saw this the last time. I had finally done something with my gazebo. I made it like a starstone and stargazing study.
Oh yeah, I love how you incorporate the lighting in here. I got to see that, and I love how you have all the decorations.
Especially the telescope, because it's such a good item. I felt bad having it just sit in my trophy house, which we'll get to.
And it's totally appropriate too, like kind of how, like where you have it,
Looking out the side, the window. It'd probably look better towards the back because there's trees here, but
that's okay.
The illusion.
Yes, the illusion. It's
Right.
a special telescope that sees through lots of things.
Through trees, yeah. I have it specifically angled to go through the leaves. And then, so back this way, I did a lot of work on these kind of paths, as you can see here.
Oh yeah, that is really nice. Let's take a look down here.
So through here is my crafting tent and my, machines. So we have my collection of makeshift items.
Yeah, I like how you frame everything with with the pathing, like the fencing and the trees. It's a really nice look. It really sets your area apart.
I like how it gives like clear direction and fills in a lot of dead empty space, because the plots we're given, unless you want a big mega mansion, are enormous, and
Yeah.
I don't want a huge bulky house.
Yeah, there are a lot of people that do that. They use most of the plot for stuff like you're doing, kind of add, you know, to the front yard space, and then they elect to have like a smaller house, but it's set towards the back.
Yeah. Or I see plenty of people put the house towards the very front and then just completely block off a ton of the space to make it the smaller zone.
Right.
I wanted to be able to use some of the space. Oh, an item I finally got was the makeshift picnic table. I'm super happy about that.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's fun when people point that out. Different items that they'd been seeking for a while. And it's yeah, the makeshift items especially, they have like a special place to all of Palians. And
probably because of how hard we grind for them. So here we have my nice bar pub kind of adventurers area.
Lots of bottles and everything, lots of the steins. I like how everything is like, it looks like you had a crowd of people that just came in here and left.
Yeah, I don't envy the barkeep, which is probably me.
Yeah.
Might want to rinse these out before I get flies or something.
Right.
But
lots of games. Yeah, this was a Friday night for sure.
Oh yeah, lots of big party after, a good like Pallium run or hunting a bunch of Mujin.
Yeah.
I am sad that they took away the sound for the gramophone because it was bugged somehow. But it was so much fun to have the music play in here too.
Sure, it'll be
hopefully I'm sure they'll bring it back and it'll be super fun. It really adds to the ambiance, the full noise.
Oh yeah, they need to have lots of little things.
Alrighty, we can move on to the other side of the house. A little bit of a far walk to do all in the...
No, it's okay. There's still lots of little things that people take note of when I come back from a different angle.
I have my treasure chest grove.
Always like how people decorate with these.
We get so many of them, and you can't really interact with them. So
yeah,
you gotta figure out something.
It's fun to see how people use them, and some, like you said, you have like really nice decorative stack here. It's like, this is all of my treasures that I found, and some people put them at the ends of their beds, and some people, they create a whole arena out of them, like me.
Some people make really cool archways, or I saw somebody made like a gazebo looking thing out of bug tanks and then chests over top of it. It was really neat.
Yeah.
All right, so here we have my farmland. I added in the nice well item, which is so handy.
That is a nice touch that you've added, It's really cool how people have taken their farming areas and made them decorative. It's like primarily they're meant to be a resource, but also like this guy over here too.
Oh yes, I saw on the Palia Discord, I saw somebody put this planter in the froggy bucket, and I knew I had to do it too.
Oh yeah, definitely.
It's the log cabin planter with a big old top. Little side patch over here. I was not one of the people who got the fancy little side stones and little wood frames, so I would have added that if I had gotten those in that bug.
But you got a nice little pumpkin patch though.
Yeah.
It's very full.
Very full, and I got myself a nice apple tree.
Yeah.
Figured since I had to move one patch to put the well in the center of my farm,
this is
figure
efficient.
out something else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is efficient. I like this
Looks
little.
like the little guy
temple.
ran away, but I have my little Kitsu Grove.
I like the Kitsu Grove. Have you been able to take pictures of the Kitsu?
I have some of them, but the problem is the angle's a little wonky in the actual camera function.
Yeah.
So it makes it harder to get a nice photo that really shows the curvature of the space well.
Someday we'll get some camera features. I'm sure they got a lot of other stuff they want to pack in first.
Yeah. I plan to also in that area when I'm going to wait till the silver wing nest drop bug is fixed, and then I'm going to put that in the same area so my little shrines will all be together.
Oh, perfect.
Right. Now we have this pathway mirroring the other one. Wanted it to kind of feel balanced, symmetrical.
I like how you denote, like, this is a way that you can come with the lights.
Yes,
It's a nice
have them right
touch.
at the entrance to really catch the eye. And then here we have my little plushie picnic.
I love the plushies. Plushie picnic. I can totally imagine somebody having a lute, jamming out.
Yes, playing some music and having a grand old time with their ruined food and chapas.
One of the things I always like, just I guess as an engineer, is when the Singularity Sticks, they talk about, the choppas are in the servers again.
That's the cutest thing. And it makes it more fun, even though everybody's frustrated because there's bugs.
Yeah.
All right. So here we have my trophy house.
And we like a good trophy house. Look at this.
So the only romanceable character I am missing is Einar on my wall yet. I'm working on him.
Yeah. It's a really cool display, how you have everything. There are some things that you see, and I'm talking about you, the viewer, can see as I'm walking through these tours. The effort that was put in, and if that didn't earn a like, I don't know what does.
Yeah, come on, leave a like for the effort that I had to go through to romance Tamala.
Yes.
That's no easy feat.
Yes.
Unless you're like into her character specifically, it's not the most fun. Oh, I finally got the aquarium as well.
Yeah, I'm just taking a look at this. I really like this particular wallpaper on small rooms. It works so well.
It makes you feel like you're in one of those aquarium like tunnels where they have a shark swimming over you.
Yeah, totally.
I finally got the bonsai tree here today.
Yeah, this really adds to it. You have a nice little centerpiece with a choppa that's just a zen choppa,
It's the cutest little thing. I want a bunch of them and to put them all over my shelves.
Yeah, we need more bonsais.
Bonsais are so cool. Especially to grow a bonsai tree that big, that would be so long of pruning and care.
Always like the koi ponds. I like how people have been incorporating them, and you have really nice lighting up at the front too. Garden choppas.
I had to show off some of my collection of the bellflower little lanterns from the Maji market.
Mm-hmm.
Such a good item. And here we walk into my living room.
Wow. So it's so impressive to me to kind of see like the transformation. So we got to see this live, and I posted a completely separate series for live tours, and how you've transformed this away from the holiday. So we're already in a transition,
Yeah, just the other day it was the holly walls. I have my tree. I realized there is a holiday box I forgot to pick up.
That's okay.
I want to acknowledge that. Shh, but so I got my Cernic. So this is how it usually looks when it's not Christmas. Got that woodsy feel.
Yeah, it's very, very, very nice. Very warm.
I have my office that is in sore need of books.
I know, we do need more books in Palia.
And look what I finally got. I got the dresser.
You did? Yes.
I did.
That's awesome.
Because we were talking about in the stream how I've gotten so many makeshift items that I made a whole tent and still hadn't gotten the dresser. Just yesterday, I got super lucky and got the dresser and that picnic table. I'm so happy.
I wonder if there's I know that they have some of those things in Palia, but I wonder if there's a collection card. People can check off based off of the makeshift furniture that they've gotten so far.
Should be on the wiki, and then
Yeah.
there's, I mean, if you don't have the achievements bug like I do, you could see it. There's an achievement for collecting all of them, like the
Oh,
other
yeah.
furniture. So here's my bathroom. It's a mix of Moonstruck and Bellflower.
I know
I felt
that.
like they were
Yeah,
kind of
sorry.
opposite.
I like how you're pointing out all the different furniture pieces. That way, if people are taking note, they know exactly what to look for.
We're getting to have a good amount of furniture. I always see people asking, "Oh, what's this and what's that?"
Yeah.
So, complete with some of the Maji Market cherry blossom flowers with the wisteria wallpaper. I like the combo of the nice pink black splash here.
I know lots of people were really liking the drapery too.
Oh yes. So no, it's no like glitching or anything. It's just if you go out of the grid mode, you can place them really close and layer them together.
And I like how you incorporate your corners here too. Of course, I love how, all of the flames just they turn on whenever you walk into a room. That's so cool.
It's like magic.
It is.
And I just imagine it being nice and warm in here, and with the all the fragrant floral smells.
Oh yeah, totally.
It's very peaceful for sleep.
Totally.
And then we go back across to the other side.
And I gave a little bit of a hint to this earlier, but you have this amazing dining area and kitchen area.
So originally I made this out of a large and a medium room, and then I decided I wanted a smaller house, so I wanted to translate my same kitchen into a medium and small, which was tricky to do because I was confused as to where I should put all my crafters and cooking stations, so I ended up putting the mixing stations in the dining room.
Yeah, this is very, very well done. And who doesn't like a very well designed kitchen though?
Best, I mean, everybody's got to eat, right?
That's true. Yes. Facts.
And then I wasn't able to find the rummage pile basket items yet, but I want to glitch, pile of baskets over top of the present item because the present item is the best thing for decorators to act as a fake floor.
Yeah, I've heard about that.
So it allows your objects to completely ignore the floor because you're not supposed to be able to put this makeshift, the clothesline inside.
Oh, yeah, nice. Nice.
But then the present looks funky just sitting here. So when I get those rummage pile baskets, I'm just going to glitch it over, hopefully hide it pretty well. This is an item that a lot of people always ask which one it is. It's the Valley Sunrise sink.
Valley Sunrise sink. It's really cool. But yeah, this is your laundry room. I forgot to point that out. That's
so
awesome.
It'll look complete with all the, baskets and the clothing baskets. But of course, RNGesus does in fact hate me. So I could not get them in time for the tour.
That is hilarious. I've never heard that before. That is so funny.
It's all over the Discord. Yeah, it's one of my favorite jokes.
Oh my gosh. You snuck that one in. That was clever.
Sneak it in like a sneaky little chop of ruins of Palian server.
Yes.
But yeah, that is the full house space.
And that's a proper tour. Yeah, we got everything in. We took our time. We weren't rushed. And thank you so much again for giving me the tour. If you haven't liked the video yet, go ahead and do so. I really appreciate that. And subscribe for more Paley tours. Y'all know a commit tour when you see one. Now it's time for some Q&A, shall we? First question I like to ask is, how long have you been playing Paley?
So my sister showed me the game in, I think, August of this year, so 2023.
Awesome. Yeah, that is really cool. That is really cool. In that time that you've been playing Palia, like what have you found to be your most enjoyable?
So I started off being really obsessed with the fishing. I grinded a lot of fishing levels first, and then I had my phase of doing the cake parties, and they were still super popular.
Mm-hmm.
Currently, I've been working on collecting all the fish and bugs. I actually made sheets and charts of paper by hand, color coded of what fish is at what time, what location, what bait, as well as the bugs. So a lot of my time has been spent going to each of those locations at different times and getting everything.
Nice. People don't really understand, or for a game like this, to casually get those things, it will take you a while. If you really, really want them, like you have to kind of go to that level of granularity, like you described, to be at the right place at the right time with the right bait.
Like, for example, the Bahari Rivers is such a small amount of space. You have what I think it's like 15 minutes that the night is for something like the willow lamprey. That's a rare fish, well, eel, but it's only at night. So you have a couple of minutes in a really far spread out zone in one area that you have to travel to.
Mm-hmm. You got to practically be there before time runs out because you have to account for travel time. Yeah, it can get very algorithmic, you know? I understand that completely.
Yeah, I'm because I'm so close. It's now just going to the very specific spots at the specific time of day and camping out, trying to catch them.
So speaking to fish and bugs, right? Random commit question. What do you think would be the prettiest fish?
The prettiest fish, like if it was to go in real life.
Just, you know, you have,
or just in,
yeah, you have almost, if not all of the fish caught in the game. Which one do you think is the most aesthetically pleasing to look at?
So I'm a big fan of the blue spotted ray. Is one that I really like. It's like a darker blue and it's got some light blue spots, very glowy. Another one that I really like is the fairy carp.
Which one has been the hardest fish to catch?
Ancient fish by far. I've mentioned how RNGesus hates me. I finally got it to even show up.
Wow.
And I just so happened to not be having a fisherman's brew or any boosts or anything. And it ran away so fast after several months of going to Killima Lake, trying to get it to even show up for me.
Dare I ask, do you have any routines that you do to help your chances?
Well, I've recently started making sure I keep a fisherman's brew in my inventory at all times. And then just whenever I'm in Killima, I'll go and I'll do a cycle through the lake because I want to make sure my first one is a starting fish so I never have to do it again.
Oh, yeah. That's cool.
So I just, every time, start from left of the Fisherman's Lagoon, go the whole way up the side of the coast.
So speaking on getting back to like the activities of Palia, what do you think is an activity that is missing?
That's a good question. Clothing crafting is a big one that people have suggested. I know they want to get all their funds through cosmetics for the game, which I totally understand.
Of course.
But having the ability to craft like more simple clothing and like obtain some through gameplay instead of just being handed all at the start would be really cool.
That's a good.
We have a loom.
Yeah, we do. I agree with that. The ability to craft cosmetic items is something that I feel like we're also missing in Palia, especially the ability to earn cosmetic items. Like we can earn trophies through achievements. We can earn like recipes for crafting different furniture. But it'd be cool to have more things that you can only get through work, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, just another thing to grind your time and vary up your activities.
Yeah, definitely.
And then of course because the cosmetics are such a way that people express their character and who they are through their character and how they interact with the world that we're given. Because it would just be like, oh, I'm just every other human if we didn't have all the cosmetics.
Yeah.
It's something important to people. So people could put in the work to look the way that they want.
So my last question is going to be a little deep because I like to ask deep questions. You've mentioned during the live stream and during our tour today that, we need books in Palia, right? And I may have asked this, during the live stream, but I'll ask it again. What part of the lore are you most interested in learning about? If you had, various books that you could not only put out to display, but also read.
It's between the Elderwoods and also just the fall of humankind through the ruins. As we're learning more and more about that, it's fascinating to see what technologies led to their downfall.
Yeah, I agree. Kind of a joke that I made is we already can kind of tell like what happened once, humans came back into Palia. Everything starts breaking.
Yeah, the choppas are everywhere in the servers, and the humans are going and deforesting entire landscapes.
Have you seen the look on Gina's face? That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, that checks out. And
Yeah.
she's valid. Her feelings are validated.
I think so. Thank you all so much again for joining us on this Palia tour. If you like these Palia tours, definitely go ahead and give my channel a subscription. I always bring the best tours in Palia. And go ahead and like the video as well. I will see you all for the next Palia tour. Victorique, thank you so much again for getting together with me.
Thank you for coming and seeing my house. I hope people like it.
Absolutely.
If you've made it this far, I just wanted to kind of give you a personal thank you for watching this. It's been a really fun ride getting to meet everyone along the way, people from all over the world, all different time zones, cultures, seeing how they have expressed themselves through a free-to-play game called Palia has been one of the greatest joys in my life. As a Palia partner, it's very validating to have the opportunity to continue that on. I have so much stuff planned for y'all for the future. I can't wait to share everything with you. If you haven't done so, definitely join the Discord. Definitely subscribe, like the video if you haven't done so. It's been a pleasure. I, as always, will see you for the next one. Until then, take care. Bye-bye.